Okay, and now we are also live on YouTube and LinkedIn Live. So welcome everybody joining us from there as well. Thank you for joining the day 2 of Trust Over IP 5th Anniversary Virtual Symposium. We had a great day yesterday, a lot of very interesting sessions. So thank you for everybody, to everybody joining us yesterday. And for those of you who didn't get a chance to join, we will upload all the sessions to YouTube with timestamps. They will be cut so you can find the ones that you're most interested in. So you're welcome to review that as well. We had a great program. We have a great program coming up today as well. We got the sessions lined up here. We'll start in 5 minutes with a recap of yesterday's sessions from Trust Our IP Steering Committee. And then we have some great sessions followed up. Just a note regarding the last session. It's going to take 1 hour and a half, not 2 hours and a half, so we'll finish up a bit earlier. Now, before we begin, let me do a little bit of housekeeping. So first of all, I would like to emphasize that that everybody is welcome in our community, and we strive to create a safe and welcoming environment for everyone. So please follow our code of conduct when interacting with each other on this webinar and in the broader community as well. You can find our code of conduct on our website and also on our wiki. All of the Linux Foundation webinars are held under the antitrust policy, which you can also find on our website and on our wiki. As mentioned, it's being recorded, and it's going to be the symposium and specific sessions will be available on YouTube later on, along with the slides, which you can download. We always encourage these sessions to be as interactive as possible. So we would encourage you, and especially today, because we have an interactive workshops, and we would encourage you to raise your hand so I can unmute you and you can speak up. And you're also welcome to use the chat button or the Q&A box to ask your questions, and we will get to them. Okay, so in about 3 minutes, we're going to start with a recap of the previous day sessions. And before we start, let me just also mention that we had quite a good attendance yesterday with about 140 people registered and about 600 people following us on YouTube at any given point, in total during the day. So thanks for watching. And again, I will be sharing the link to the webinar on the YouTube comments as well. So if you would like to join us live on the webinar and ask some questions directly to our panelists, you're very welcome to do so. Okay, so that's for my part. So in about 2 minutes, we're going to open it up to our steering committee and we'll go from there.
So, Tomas, I'm going to share my screen just in preparation.
Yes, perfect.
All right. So does everybody see the yesterday's symposium agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Great.
Okay, we are quarter 15 past the hour, so whenever you're ready, I think we can get going.
Okay, great. Hello, everybody. My name is Scott Perry, along with Carly Heitema and Drummond Reed. We are the co-chairs of the steering committee of Trust Over IP. We just wanted to provide some thoughts about how yesterday's agenda went and a little preview on some thoughts from the steering committee regarding what you will see today in day two of our symposium. When we were thinking about the symposium and coming up with some ideas around how we would present this, we wanted to celebrate our history, how we came about with Trust Over IP and some of the tenets that we hold dear to our organization, as well as give some outsiders some insight in some of the knotty topics that we are challenged within our working groups and our task forces. And I think we accomplished that pretty well yesterday. I've put up a slide regarding kind of the agenda that we had yesterday. Yesterday was kind of more of I wouldn't say a lightning round. It wasn't 10-minute sessions, but they tend to be one after another with less interactions. And we wanted to have that. We had a lot of topics to go over. But today is more of an in-depth kind of interactive sessions, and we wanted to have those for more meaty topics and discussions and have in-depth conversations with the audience and panels. And so look forward to those sessions today. Another thought I had was, our thought leadership is gaining acceptance. One of the themes that I shared yesterday is, I think Trust Over IP was ahead of its time in creating that architecture and those ideas, and we were waiting for the world, in essence, to catch up in accepting decentralized digital trust. And I think that that's happening. We demonstrated yesterday, how Trust Over IP standards and specifications and toolkits are actively involved in maturing ecosystems like the C2PA and Glyph, and now actively involved in emerging ones like IRA and the First Person Project. So we are seeing, as demonstrated yesterday, Trust Over IP as a vital component, really, in the outgrowth and the future of the emerging decentralized digital infrastructure. And encourage, hopefully, folks that haven't had much orientation with Trust Over IP to get more involved. I mean, this was really an outreach, an external reach out to folks to let people know who we are. I don't know if, a lot of folks even were aware of the depth of knowledge and the expertise that we have within our community. And so we certainly want to, folks to get more involved and carry the mantle that we've been carrying for the last 5 years. Finally, we present, content. And one of the benefits, especially in the world of AI and asynchronized, knowledge inception, is yes, you can attend these sessions live, and it's great that we have that, especially today for interaction. But we're recording content. And that content, is consumed in the marketplace at various times. We'll be recording, all of these sessions, and they are available for folks to consume, as well as even for AI to consume at times, as we are projecting, our presentations on YouTube. And so, content is king in this world. And really appreciate all of the efforts of the presenters yesterday to really kind of get their perspectives together in presenting these segments that the audience, whether it's today or in the future, can digest. Because I do believe all the sessions that we talked about will be relevant in the years to come, and it provides a recording and a library, a repository for folks to review. So, whether it's, for an initial orientation, like the bite-sized trust segments that we presented with our voice of trust over IP, Carly Heitema, or down to the real, technical depth of work that's happening in certain areas like Carry and the First Person Project. We carry to a wide range of consumers of this information to get them at their level of appetite. And so, pretty excited about how yesterday went. I wanted to thank Tomas for emceeing our symposium in a highly professional way. Thank you so much for that. And we're excited about the day to come today as we get into more in-depth subjects. So pass that off to my colleagues for their comments as well.
I'm happy to go next, Carly, unless you are under a time constraint there at the conference you're at.
Yes, I'm not under a time constraint. You can just probably see people walking around in the background.
Yes, it is ironic that when we switch the date to these dates, Carly has to be attending and speaker at a major conference in Canada. So I thank you, Scott, and thank you everyone who's come. It was I had some folks remark at the end of the day yesterday. It's like, oh my God, that was 11 hours of content. Every talk that you see up here, and my number one impression was that our original idea that we would have each of the the many folks that have been involved and been key contributors here at Trust Over IP talk about their specific area of focus, and around the theme of how is Trust Over IP making a difference. It was just almost overwhelming how many of them could go how deep into each of these topics. I found myself, even though I'm very active at Trust RP, have been from the start, learning something in almost every one of the sessions. So there was three themes I pulled away from this first day. The first one is there's a lot of evidence in the market now, a lot of solid progress being made. We're still early, and that was one of the things that we said in the opening part yesterday. We knew we were in for the long game. The long game takes a while, right? Whether it's, you want to say it's 7 years or 10 years, any way you look at it, we're 5 years into it. But that basic, okay, there's real traction in the market. There's specific things happening that you can now point to, and a real sense of, okay, things are going to just keep going, is very strong. The second thing is that the clear message of the stack and all the things you do with the Trust RP stack, whether it is how it solves interoperability problems on the technical side, with the the trust spanning protocol, trust query, the Daryl's talk on the trust registry query protocol, or the trust tasks that are starting now to be developed to use the stack. That is just going to become more and more important in the market. And that again is core. When John Phillips presented the third generation of the stack yesterday, it's clear to see how vital that's going to be to the success of actually building a trust layer for the internet. It was equally clear the number of times that we talked about the other side of the stack, right? The role of governance in almost every one of the discussions and presentations yesterday. It's like it's the second, or it's the other shoe dropping every single time, and I think there's a clear picture. It's only going to get more important as the technology and interoperability issues get dealt with. Then it's governance over and over again. And lastly, it's very obvious. It was a theme that seemed to get stronger and stronger through the day, and especially in the last few talks, how vital trust over IP and the trust over IP stack is going to be to the agentic internet of agents, agentic AI economy, whatever term you want to use. The short way to put it is AI is making trust and interoperable digital trust absolutely essential. I feel like it's for a ship out there that was sailing through the sea, it's all of a sudden this almost gale force wind that's come along to say, okay, now we're really going to start moving, because it's just so badly needed in the age of AI. So those are my general takeaways. I'm really looking forward today, because we're going to dive deep into several of those topics in more interactive sessions. Going anywhere from state endorsed digital identity to deeply understanding our glossary management tools, because interoperability on our vocabulary is just as important as thank you, Scott, bring that up. If that session on Spec Up T, it might be like, oh wow, we're going to get deep into glossary management, but that's how we get to interoperability of the concepts and the terms we're using. It's almost impossible to be interoperable otherwise if you don't do that. Kwai is going to do a deep session on what it really takes to build decentralized AI infrastructure. And we're going to finish with a session called the Human Stack, with 7 panelists that are all going to share their perspective on how the trust ORP stack can actually empower human agency in the age of AI. I'm really looking forward to that. I'll be moderating that session. So, Carly, over to you for your thoughts.
Well, what I see is that I'm going to have at least 11 hours of YouTube videos to watch once I leave this conference here. So thank you for all the excellent content that I'm looking forward to having checking out. And to this, I would add that another call to action. There are plenty of opportunities here within Trust over IP. If you're seeing the technologies building up, and there's certainly many opportunities from the community. For example, Drummond is talking about the Spec Up T workshop. I myself am working on machine readable governance, and it's those terminologies that we need to establish before you can go ahead and start building the other technologies on top of that. And that's community building and drawing from community knowledge, not necessarily a highly technical specific knowledge. So we certainly invite anyone in our audience here today, if you're looking at Trust over IP and wondering about if you have what it takes to contribute. I can tell you that you do already, and that you should connect with us and come out and check some of our working groups, etc. There's tons of things to learn. There's a great community to be connected with, and there's lots of opportunity to contribute and get all your questions answered. Or maybe you want to come join me on some PowerPoint generation for Bite-Sized Trust to get those ideas out into the community and hopefully draw further people into having a greater understanding of trust over the internet and beyond. So looking forward to today's presentations, which apparently I'm also going to have to watch after it's been recorded. So thank you very much.
So we have like a minute before our next session, and I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce the next session. It says on your screen, it says Incepting SEDI in Utah. Well, let me break that down into better components of that. That's the state endorsed digital identity in Utah. And so Utah is taking a leadership place in the United States. They have on the books a digital identity law, and Christopher Bramwell is the Chief Privacy Officer of the state of Utah. And you can see that steering committee member Stephen McCown and Sam Smith are very active Trust over IP members, have been actively involved in shaping the digital identity in the state of Utah, and Utah is embracing bringing in other states to come up with a state-driven, um, perspective on using not mobile driver's license, which may be opted out from people that don't drive or people that are under the driving age, but a state-endorsed user-controlled digital identity that's there for everyone, that's generated by an individual and controlled by the individual and endorsed by the state. And so they're going to talk a little bit about how that works and how that embraces a lot of the trust over IP, objectives and concepts that we've been driving in the marketplace. So I am privileged to have, as part of our symposium, an in-depth session, about the SETI project. And so I am going to stop sharing my screen and give those three individuals the opportunity to drive our session, and welcome Christopher, Steve, and Sam, and take it from here.
Thanks, Scott. I'm really excited to actually be here. I first heard about Trust over IP a couple years ago, and as I at the state level have learned about this group, decentralized identity, and honestly, it's Steve and Sam and some others that have really brought Utah along on this journey. I think more and more we're actually learning the value of exactly what this group, Trust over IP, is doing. And as we evaluate government's role in identity, the work being done here and the standards that are going to be coming out and the improvements being made, I think it's going to take time for the adoption, but I think this group's actually on the right path of probably what's right for that American view of identity that we'll be discussing here today. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I can go next. For my involvement, I was invited to SETI due to my participation here at Trust over IP and also with DIF and some other things that I've done in the industry. We're taking a very self-sovereign identity approach where you can bring your identifier and the state will endorse it. And that really solves a number of problems, end user problems that people face. One is quite often you'll use your driver's license for everything. So your ability to drive a car has become your identity. And sometimes that poses a problem when you move to another state and or you change driving status or something, and then your number on your card will change. And what we're looking at doing here is attaching a state endorsement to a credential that you maintain so that when you go through changes in life, you don't have to change everything that depends on it, whether you've used that to go get a library card or to enroll in a university or something like that. And so you get to take your identity with you and have these endorsements as long as you qualify for them. But the underlying identifier doesn't go away. Nobody can take that away from you. And then we're looking to make this a very private identity so that we can start to disrupt all of the tracking and correlation activities that you have that we see on the internet on a daily basis. So thank you.
I guess I can go. For those who aren't familiar, I'm the chairman of the Carry Suite working group within the Trust over IP. So I've been working in that space for a while. I'm also been a commissioner on the Utah State Privacy Commission for some time, and I think started working on the underlying background for setting stuff like that. That's what 2023, isn't that right, Chris? I don't remember exactly, but we actually gave presentations with the title of SETI, along with Timothy Ruff and some back years ago, and have been working a lot of the modeling has been based on some of the properties of carry and ACDCs and those sorts of identity systems where you have persistence of control over an identifier despite key rotations, and that allows you then to have lifelong identity that the user controls, that then you can then attach entitlements to, and a state endorsement would be a type of entitlement. And then there'd be other state entitlements, but each of them separate. And so you can do things like decentralize even how the state looks at data that it issues for entitlements, or each state agency can have a different view of the data associated with a citizen and only need to be concerned about the data that is local to that agency and issue an agency specific entitlement. And the chaining features of ACDCs allow you to do that. And I think probably the thing that has been most exciting for the state of Utah is the topic of guardianship, where parents can exercise a delegable control over what their children do on the internet via guardianship control mechanisms, where the children are the ward and the parent is the guardian, and the state can then issue an entitlement to the parent as parent that can be verified online, and therefore the parent can control how the child participates online. And I'm sure Chris can go in more detail about that.
I think it'd be worthwhile to share with attendees the current status of what's happening with SETI. And this is not so much on the technical side, but on the government side of how we're moving it through the process, and how we even discuss and move through new complex technologies, especially those that are focused on decentralization. One that helps you go back to your states to know how to engage, but then it will let you know, I can let you know which states we're actually already engaging with, and where your opportunities then are to participate in the ecosystem to help SETI to succeed. Is that okay with you, Steve and Sam, if I give some of that background?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So one thing I do want to say is when we started on this journey, when I first met Sam, and then right that same night, I actually asked Timothy if did he have a recommendation of anybody else that is an expert in the identity security space, and he mentioned Steve. That was, I think, almost 3 years ago, where then we worked to get them appointed by Governor Cox on our privacy commission, specifically to start essentially loading up with expertise for complex discussions that we knew were going to be coming at this time. And so in our state, we've been preparing for years by getting commissions, getting a privacy office in place, getting comprehensive privacy legislation, getting experts in place. And even then, so everybody knows, when I submitted my recommendations to the governor, we specifically said years ago, we think the future of privacy is going to be identity, and this is going to be absolutely critical. And so the governor took that to heart and said, yes, let's get the right people in place. So that's the most important thing, is you have to have the expertise there to draw from a deep well. And Steve and Sam don't agree on everything. And that has actually helped the most, because we have lots of people on the commission that disagree, but we're all working toward privacy, which is ultimately about individual control of identity. And when we started on the journey with SETI, we actually had a meeting, I think this was 2 years ago, where we just passed, or we're passing Utah's first comprehensive government data privacy bill. And Steve and Sam, I remember, actually mentioned to our, I think it was House Majority leader at the time, Moss, like, when can we do digital identity? And it was essentially a discussion of we had to get certain key groups on board, and maybe next year. I don't know if you guys remember that meeting, Steve and Sam, when we were in that meeting with Moss. And so we literally had to spend a year getting what most would say are probably some of the more conservative far right groups on board with digital identity, which you can imagine is actually a pretty heavy lift in anywhere in the country. So to even get the SETI bill, we did a year of preparation to get groups on board so they wouldn't fight it in the legislative session. Keep in mind, though, the legislature had already authorized mobile driver's license, digital identities here, and people just don't realize there's already digital identity here. But because we did SETI the right way, it has gotten more scrutiny because we're being so comprehensive. But now we did the work. We got a foundational SETI bill in place to let us do all the work we've started now, where we're working on an authorization for the SETI program. We're evaluating technology stacks. We have a very active work group on creating our current requirements list for SETI. And currently, what we're actually working on, we just had a SETI summit with 12 states there and lots of private public sector participation. We are formally working to form a consortium. We have between 6 and 10 states that we are hoping to announce. The last week of January will form the SETI consortium of states that are approaching digital identity comprehensively according to what we've outlined in our initial SETI bill. And this would be done either by resolution or executive order, but it would be a formal consortium so that we can engage more broadly in the ecosystem with this, essentially saying this is the direction that we want identity to go, with the focus being on decentralization, individual control, absolute zero tracking, surveillance, whatever that ends up meaning. And then some other things around it, around enforcement and other policy components. And what we will be doing at the same time as that is with the requirements list, we are now starting to allocate resources to do assessment of technology stacks according to those requirements. We'll be pulling on experts of the different credential stacks or standards to create what implementation guides could look like. And our hope is going into winter 2026, we would be able to release not only what the comprehensive SETI framework is, in addition to an initial proposal of which technologies align and meet the requirements of that to be a version 1.0. But our intent is all technologies should hopefully start shifting to meet these SETI requirements to move the entire market. And the first example of that was the work done on No Phone Home, which was originated by individuals that were working closely on SETI, and that's resulting in changes in the ISO standard. And that's an example of the type of results SETI should have on the market. Steve, Sam, anything you want to add to that?
Well, just on that last piece, the No Phone Home project, that that effort started kind of not entirely on a whim, but Timothy Ruff and I were making some observations about the mobile driver's license, and it's a good standard. It's a solid standard. It's used internationally. Many of you probably use that MDL credential. But what we noticed was there was some tracking capability, and in the form of they would verify a credential by phoning home to the issuer. That's the name. So they would contact the issuer and they would say, Bill over here is using this credential. Is this credential still valid? And what that did was that created a situation where the state was able to monitor when Bill went to the hotel or purchased alcohol or rented a car or any of those types of things where you would think to use your driver's license. And we decided that that was unacceptable. So the IIW in April, we put together a very hastily thrown together presentation that cited elements of the specification, and it was as luck would have it, members of the American Motor Vehicle Association, AMVA, whatever the acronym stands for, were in attendance. People who had written the spec were in attendance, and we were able to help correct that. And so now we're trying to roll those same concepts into SETI so that we don't have, what we're trying to do is create something that's secure, something that's private, something that's easy to use, and that doesn't turn around and cause a state or commercial surveillance system like some of the identity methods we've had so far. And so that was a very good entree into how are we going to craft SETI requirements such that we can avoid repeating that.
One of the benefits I'm seeing coming from SETI, obviously, as we learn how to talk about it from a government side in Utah, and from what I'm hearing, you have Utah, you have California that has a pretty solid group, and Colorado has a pretty solid group, and we've been engaging them on the government side closely. We have a lot of alignment. At least one of those states, I think, will be part of the initial consortium. Um, as we, as a group of states, kind of dictate what we think the future of privacy should look like from the perspective of individuals control it. It's innate to them, and government's role is to protect them. This will allow us to shift the market more, and that it almost gives us power as right now we meet with, we've met with Apple, we've met with Google, it's one state, but there's been indications that with this consortium we will be able to then even drive the private sector side to get them to hopefully adopt some new standards or approaches in their roadmaps, which I think is really positive. I do think it's also going to create some more competition. We've had a lot of interest in SETI from Stand with Crypto, and there's been discussions with Coinbase of other wallets that aren't really in the identity space right now that are going to realize they could play a part in it, because we are anticipating you may not get Google or Apple or Samsung or others to just be like, hey, yeah, our wallet's going to fully be what SETI is. But you can create enough of a demand around SETI and the decentralized approach and individual control that others will very happily tout the benefits of this comprehensive framework model, and it will create competition and kind of replicate. Europe wants many wallets. That's not really what the US market's doing right now, but you can get that, and SETI will bring more competition and choice, and I think better privacy. So
Yeah, I wanted to amplify something Chris alluded to, but I think is important, is that the state of Utah is very unique in that it is addressing privacy from the standpoint of what the state's constraints are in terms of access to citizen data. GDPR and other privacy legislation only addresses what private companies can or should be doing with individuals' data, and that definitely changes the discussion about how you protect privacy, because it now puts it back on a constitutional basis that citizens have certain rights, and those rights extend to how the state uses their data in a more granular and particular way than say the Fourth and Fifth Amendments. This is extending that protection in a way that's never been done before, and this has the potential to allow legislation and regulation to further extend that protection, so that the power imbalance that we have between the technologists, the largest data aggregators and data brokers that are able to use very sophisticated technology to correlate around privacy preserving technology. It gives us an opportunity to have a more comprehensive approach to privacy protection, not merely trying to find ways to minimize the information that they can correlate, but to actually make it so that the correlation is not something that they're allowed to do in a more general sense.
See, Nicholas asked a question have there been any use cases for a SETI-based identity that you've seen emerging in a surprising way? Utah is very unique in how we're approaching not just privacy, but data governance. So we are actually viewing SETI as that point where you control your identity. We're going to be shifting lots of verifiable records and credentials to you as well through our data governance models. But we've been working for a couple of years on something that we call core records governance models, where essentially it defines in buckets and purposes and uses the rules around different government records, minimization requirements, how you handle privacy, retention, disposal. And so our big use case, so going at the macro level, is we are actually viewing SETI as how in Utah, if citizens have a digital identity, we will be transforming all government services to utilize that SETI, and then trying to give you as many verifiable records and credentials from government back to you, so you can actually now have more than you ever had before to engage in the private market. So, and we don't know what the use cases will be on the private market side, but I don't think it's ever bad to give people control of their own data and records and not have to go to government to a central system. So that's our macro level approach of we are viewing this as transforming all of government. We'll have new government agencies, laws. We're even working on a constitutional right amendment around this for this session. So that's the big level. I think at the micro level, some of the use cases we're seeing, and I get calls every day. We have a very active stakeholder group that meets every Friday from the private sector of use cases coming up around other states. One of the ones that I'm hearing from multiple individuals is on the current use of data brokers for verification services or some type of scoring checks, and the desire to decentralize some of that. There's massive costs that you spend currently to do identity verification with these data brokers. So there's interesting discussions happening of how does that market evolve, or what are the key credentials we can give back to people to even get these cost savings, where across the states you're spending billions of dollars to verify, certain verifications for Medicaid or Medicare or SNAP or TANF benefits. So in government, there is a very regimented approach we can take to say, if we get people not just their SETI, but these core government records and credentials, you can disrupt the market in a healthy way to create more efficiency. And my goal is to reallocate that savings to solve other societal problems. I think that's the great promise of SETI and AI, is we get more efficiency and can reallocate the resources.
Yeah, I think, excuse me. I think one of the questions that's always coming up is, how are we going to use this in our daily lives? How is it going to help things on the internet? One of the things that is a good lesson learned for us is what's been happening with the mobile driver's license. Apple has created APIs around that, not just so that you can add your MDL into your wallet, but the intent is to be able to use that verification in order to log into websites and services and different things like that. And the reason that this is happening and why government plays a pivotal role is, for those in the US, if you recall back when the Social Security Administration was started, all the US citizens were assigned a Social Security number, and other nations have a similar process. Originally, there was a prohibition against using that number for any other purpose other than Social Security. And eventually, people started to realize that it was a really neat way to get a globally unique identifier, at least according to the technology at the time. And so it was something that they could rely on. So this thing that was supposed to be used for Social Security only was now letting you rent videos at the video store, for those of you who remember doing that. And because it became your identity, it became a de facto national identity in a way. And so what we're seeing now with the mobile driver's license is that Apple has kind of picked that up and started creating APIs where you'll be able to use that in internet settings as well. One of the things that we're both excited about and concerned about, at least from my perspective, is Apple potentially picking up a successful SETI and allowing us to use it in similar environments. And so you ask, I think Drummond asked about protecting the internet. That could very well happen with the identity system that we're creating. And that will introduce a lot of security concerns, a lot of privacy concerns. How do people stay in control of this thing they're asserting all over the internet, in and out of crossing country boundaries and so forth? So there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of blue sky in this area. So the future's pretty exciting here.
Scott just asked a question, and we'll get to the ones before it. With the advancements of MDL efforts growing in the States, how will the SETI project plan to complement these efforts, but demonstrate a more suitable set of use cases that affect a greater population within state communities? One thing I want to say about the MDL efforts, to me, it's very obvious that Apple is becoming the de facto home of MDL credentials. We've had a full day sit down with the Apple team. We've discussed what we're working on, what they're working on. We're doing this with all the major wallets. But there's no doubt in my mind that Apple is currently where this is going to live, and I think their strategy is to have all credentials in there and be the one-stop shop for everything that you would, where you'd want to store any verifiable credential in an MDoc format, and then to meet all use cases. Now, the concern I have with any model, when it comes to identity, is who owns identity. And every company actually asks them the same question, because Apple has, their Apple Digital ID, and everybody's going to come out with this. But when you look at the terms and conditions, you look at the policies, and you ask them who owns it, the room always gets silent. Is because everybody wants to control identity. Right there, full stop, fundamental difference of what SETI is it's you should be able to take your identity and records with you wherever you go. And anybody who is building a walled garden to control it, there's room for walled gardens, but you need to be able to move out of that and not be beholden to a walled garden forever. But then the question of how do we complement it, I think that's also our backward compatibility. We're not saying that MDoc is bad or that W3C is bad. We're not saying anything's bad. So we want to be compatible with these things. So we did, as part of SETI, incorporate the requirement of backward compatibility, which would facilitate interoperability to move if there's any standards or schemas that don't meet what these requirements are, try to help move them, still be compatible with them. But then for our individual citizen use cases in the state, I think it's really going to then, just ensure they can choose the wallet of their choice, and then get them whatever credentials or endorsements are needed to help them live a more authentic life of, authentically, are they them engaging in these digital services, and what are the endorsements the state can provide that are appropriate in the state's role to have the backing by the state, so then they can choose how to use those. And but the private market, I think, is going to dictate the actual use cases in most cases. And they haven't been determined yet. Even with MDL, there's such low usage. You may have tons of people that have it, and everybody's saying, "Oh, look, well, MDL's won the identity case." Well, nobody's actually really using that much of it, and I think we all need to realize we're very early in the market, and we don't know what it's going to take to actually get the usage. We don't know, is Netflix or these companies all going to accept login with, XYZ, login with SETI, login with Apple? I think they will, but we don't know what that's going to look like yet.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just some other questions, but if you're answering that, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just to follow on that, Chris mentioned backward compatibility. So the question always seems to come up about which identity solution will win. And we start pitting SETI against MDL, against EUDI, against all of these things. And what we've taken, the approach we've taken with SETI and MDL, and I think that's a model for others, is how can you use your SETI to obtain an MDL? And the difference is, as Sam and I have discussed at great length, there are security problems in interoperability. If you try to make your protocol specification interoperable with another one, you end up taking a least common denominator approach, and you often kind of drag in some sort of vulnerability or compromise in some sort or another from each side. So what we're looking at is, can you use your identity to grab another one and then speak that language where that language is required? So in settings where MDL is required, at least at the outset, That's not somewhere SETI currently is. And so being able to obtain an MDL credential from your SETI base allows you then to express that credential where it's required. We've got another use case in Utah that we're always debating, and that's the 2034 Winter Olympics are coming. And what's going to be the case at that time is probably most of the participants will have a digital identity in one form or another. And so the problem being debated is how do we deal with that? Not how do we accept everything and make it interoperable throughout the state, but how do we deal with the situation? And so that is a point of active discussion.
There was a couple of other questions. See, Bo Harold asked, should not the starting point be the life or business event, know what data is needed and where it resides, and then get it to the private wallet? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but in the SETI model, the idea is that citizens are born with their own identity, right? A person has an identity. The state doesn't create an identity for them. So the idea of truly decentralized self-sovereign identity is that you need a mechanism where the person, the individual, can create an identity system that they're in control of. The identifiers are their identifiers. They're not rented from somebody, they're not borrowed, they're not assigned. And then they go to the state, and the state has its own identity, and the state can act as a root of trust to issue an endorsement that says, we've done the identity assurance on this identity, this identifier that the citizen provided. If the citizen doesn't come forward with that identity, then the state can't endorse it. So the citizen can, it's a total opt-in. If you want a digital identity in the state of Utah, you have to opt in because the state can't do anything if you don't come forward with the identity. So the state's endorsement at the root is simply an identity assurance. The state says, yes, we've assured that this identifier belongs to this individual, and we will endorse that identifier. Regardless of any entitlement, you now have the root of the identity. Now you can attach entitlements like a driver's license or a birth certificate or a voter registration or whatever it is, but the core is that the citizen controls the identity, and that identity isn't specific to the state of Utah. It's specific to the citizen. They could use it in other places. They could have multiple identifiers so that they could use different identifiers and get all of those endorsed and use different identifiers in different contexts. So there's a lot of flexibility there using a citizen-sourced identity model, not a state-sourced identity model. I don't know. I mean, there's some other questions. If anybody, do we want to go through some of those?
Yeah, somebody asked a question about I thought I saw it there about comparing SETI to the EU approach. Is that one still there?
Yeah, that's from
Yeah.
Hank.
Yeah, a couple I've actually been giving this some thought because when I read the EU approach, the EU uses some of the right verbiage, and you have other European countries as well where they focus on privacy, ensuring there's no tracking. They talk about decentralization. They mention the word self-sovereign, but there's some pretty big distinctions. One is the role of the state and individuals' ownership of identity. I am very concerned of any system that makes it very clear that the state's role is to issue a digital identity and you're required to have it. Part of the SETI approach is a right to paper, and that's not going to go away. For this to succeed in America, and to, in my view, maintain certain freedoms, you need this right to paper. You are not born into a digital being. We are physical beings. So I am very concerned a part of that approach in Europe of where they are requiring it. that you have to have it, and then they're going to make certain benefits contingent upon it. I think that's also another example of just what's the reason that we are approaching needing digital identity. It really concerns me when in Spain, you all probably saw the video. They mentioned, well, there should be no anonymity, and online everybody should know who individuals are. It's a fundamental different approach of here in the United States of we value that anonymity. Yeah, even the founding of America, the founding fathers wrote articles and papers anonymously to drive change, and they needed to do that. And so in America, we have an inherent distrust of government. We always have. I think it's healthy. I'm in government, and I have a very healthy distrust of government. And the more I'm in government, I think that distrust is growing. So I think you're going to see in the SETI approach is it is, you don't have to have digital identity. If you want it, though, you control it. It's very limited if the state could take it away. And I think you are also going to see on enforcement, very strict enforcement on government if they do anything to violate these principles around it, including how we end up framing what this constitutional amendment in Utah would look like. I am also concerned about the EU approach of wallets, wallet certification, and some of this framework coming about. I think the EU is really good at coming up with requirements in the research, but the actual implementation, that's going to be a very regulated scheme, and I don't know if it's actually going to end up working out. And is it better if we can come up with a comprehensive framework of requirements, have some very strong hard lines to protect individuals, have requirements for relying parties, but if we can get interoperability, ensure people can move their identity where they want, and you have other mechanisms that SETI wants to incorporate, like key compromise detection or key rotation, would the free market enable a faster growth in the ecosystem without having to be as stringent on wallets or some of the players? So I think it's a slightly different approach, but it will be different than what you see in Europe. And with that in mind, keep in mind there's no regulation in the US of wallets right now or anything else. So anything SETI brings to the table is better than what's happening now.
Yeah, one of the things to point out that we're taking with the SETI approach is that there is a distinction between your core identity, digital identity credential, and the entitlements that you can place on it. One of the problems here in the US that's been a hot potato politically for a long time is the regular driver's license. And the reason that that's a problem is because there's competing forces, but there's a single identity credential. And what that means is there are groups in the United States that want everyone to have a driver's license because that allows them then to go to the library and get a library card. It allows them to interact with the government. But it also, the credential is a presumption of citizenship in a way. And so then it allows you to vote. And so if you have a driver's license, you're able to register to vote without necessarily being a citizen. Now, these rules and these situations vary state to state, but it creates a national problem and debate. So the approach that we're taking with SETI is your core identifier. And either Sam or Christopher mentioned a few minutes ago that then you can layer on top of that your driving credential so that you can get a credential to drive independent of the identity that it's going to be issued upon. And so that way we start to separate all these things we've layered on top of identity so that you don't get one and inherit all the rest. You can still get your hunting license, your fishing license, your driving license, your registration to vote separately from the identity itself. And that's a unique situation that we haven't had before, really.
And that causes some difficulty in terms of interoperability with wallet formats, where the wallets are designed around issuances that are bundles of attributes. that you can, use in certain circumstances, but are often tied to the wallet or tied to the wallet provider or tied to the device upon which the wallet lives, and not independently controllable by the individual. And so that's one of the challenges with the EU digital identity system, is that their issue, the technology that provides security tends to end up with issuances that look like a wallet provider is actually controlling your identity, and then you're issuing to a device, and the device is actually your identity, not some a more portable approach. And so there's different ways to define portability, but the SETI approach is the most portable because the identity itself is what is the decision controls, not, and then the entitlements are just, as Steve mentioned, I mentioned earlier, are things that you add on to that. And so it's a different architecture, but we can communicate with these other approaches. There are ways to interoperate. The interoperation looks differently because the model is fundamentally different.
Don asked a question about links to the approach. I want to make sure everyone understands this is a very emergent approach, and that it is being slightly tweaked on a weekly basis because that's the state of identity. There is no defined, here's what it is. So we take what we learn each week and it adjusts. But the base resources you want to look at, and we can put links here, you'd want to first start with Senate Bill 260, which is our authorizing statute for it with base principles. We do have a SETI paper out there. We've had a whole SETI summit with videos out there. And then we have a couple PowerPoints and other materials that we could paste here in the links or get emailed after. But that'd be the best place to stay up to date. But then this is actually happening live in Utah now. We had 2 interim committee presentations yesterday where it's discussed. And then the approach itself, an example of it expanding of what is even SETI. The ACLU wrote an article saying a critical piece about identity is legislatures need to decide. It's not for bureaucrats or private associations. And that now in the last few weeks has actually became a key component of SETI, in that it's a legislative elected official definition of what identity is going to end up being. And so anybody saying identity is already decided and there's been no actually public policy deliberation about it, I would say no, it hasn't been decided yet. And in Utah, when we told our legislator yesterday that others have said this, they are not very happy to know that we've been given MDL and they actually never really voted on it. They passed a 5-line bill to do a proof of concept, and then wow, look, now that's the de facto identity system, and even the concept of what they voted on, and then you put -7 into the standard, and then administrators push it out. That's not a political process. That's the bureaucracy at play, with you having no voice in it because your elected officials didn't really know what was happening to make a deliberative decision on what I think is a very critical public policy issue. But we'll get those resources to you, and then you'll really want to pay attention in, I would say, early January when we come out with our next major iteration of requirements and an updated white paper that would be much more expansive.
It's interesting you comment that one of the legislators mentioned that they approved a proof of concept and inherited a full working functional system. The other thing that's happening that we'll all want to pay attention to is, and I am calling you from a Macintosh computer right now, is to watch what Apple's doing. They have this really unique way of asserting themselves as the identity management system of choice, at least from the consumer perspective. And so when you get on a plane, it's easier to put your boarding pass, take it out of your Delta Airlines app and put it in your Apple Wallet. It's easy now to put your US passport in your Apple Wallet. And so this is an interesting thing that I think we all need to look at, because the systems we'll be using will be provided from organizations that may have our best interests at heart, or they may have some personal interests that we'll want to be aware of and figure out how to deal with. And I like Apple. I use Apple all the time, but they are asserting themselves in this role. And part of the measure of success is when Apple does take your technology and spread it far and wide. But that's also a risk because the questions arise, how do they do that? Is it secure? Is it private? What analytics are gathered from that? Um, are there any security issues that have changed from your original system that now customers and users will face? And so that's something that we can be excited about, and I am, but it's also something that we need to be vigilant about watching for. I'm scrolling back. Do we have some next questions?
I'm
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
trying
read
to see
through
if there's a.
Don's. Oh, it's a quote of what he put in there.
Um, so, one of the things I noticed there's some questions that are kind of related to this. There's one from Nicholas about ontology and of endorsements. We've had some sessions on the first person project, various approaches to trying to build a web of trust, and a lot of people aren't familiar, may not be as familiar with that concept as far as it applies to SETI. But if you think about the state of Utah, the state of Utah needs to establish a root of trust for citizens to interact with the state. So the state can trust that when a citizen interacts with the state agency, that they are who they say they are. And so by establishing a root of trust that the state controls, the state is able to then ensure certain properties with regard to security, identity assurance, and so on are provided by that. But that doesn't preclude that other industries within the state or other organizations, either in statewide or nationally or internationally, from also providing roots of trust to the same identity that that citizen provides, which allows interoperability across state boundaries. So other states can also have their own roots of trust, and that can be to the same identity. And identity, I'm going to expand to some set of identifiers that an individual controls. It doesn't have to be a single identifier. If you have a way to connect identifiers in a private presentation where you can say, yeah, these two identifiers I both control, or do a proof of those identifiers, then you have a mechanism for linking roots of trust. There are various mechanisms that can be used to provide different, to provide reputation across this identity system, which is what the web of trust was designed to do. So there's a lot of similar ideas, and it all starts with citizens, individuals controlling their identifiers and controlling the keys that control those identifiers, and then controlling the security model that controls that, and then you build from that, as opposed to trusting or relying on other parties, governments, companies, wallet providers, the identity services to do that on your behalf. And that that's a really great thing to build that capability. And so the state of Utah is to be congratulated for leading out in that area, because we've been trying for years in this community, in the SSI community, to try to get uh, identity adoption at scale. And when a state adopts it at scale, that's an at scale adoption.
One of the more exciting things that I think you're going to see out of Utah this session, because we're doing lots of approaches ad hoc that will start to come together around privacy, data governance, identity. Sam has been hammering me on this concept of duty of loyalty and fiduciary responsibility when it comes to personal data. And I do think you'll start to see that this session come across in a couple bills. And we are heavily thinking about what does this mean in relation to your digital identity and ensuring that you can, you want to have trusted first party relationships, but what's happening downstream with these third parties obtaining the data that's creating this distrust, that's causing a lot of issues. So, we're giving a lot of thought to what does the technology stack need to look like for that fiduciary responsibility? What do the laws need to look like for that? So in the government data privacy laws, we're giving a lot of thought to the government's duty of loyalty to individuals. But on the consumer side, we are testing out this idea. We had a meeting yesterday. We had a couple bills come forward. One was a comprehensive vehicle data privacy act to govern all the data collection happening in vehicles, and we're testing out the concept in that around duty to loyalty and how do manufacturers. So in this case, we're working with one of the biggest in the country, and through their lobbyist and their government relations team, what's their view of this concept of duty to loyalty? And the initial response is they love it. They don't like the amount of sharing that's happening. And this is complex for everyone. They adopted the tech. They wanted interoperability. So they have 100 different tech vendors building their system, and the data is going everywhere. But as they've now learned what it means to protect their relationship with their customer, which is the most important, where they make the most money, they like this concept of, yeah, we'd like to have privacy focus on that we're loyal to them, and that fiduciary responsibility strengthens their relationships and lets them say, yeah, we are obligated to serve you. So they actually viewed it as a possible pro-marketing spin. We're still figuring out how that fits into SETI, but I think you can, in an abstract way, consider of any time you engage and you disclose data, you are creating that fiduciary relationship, and there are downstream obligations to that. And then the other aspect we are considering is the provenance of data. Of after you share that data, how do you ensure, how do we verify the provenance of it to establish who had the fiduciary responsibility? And then really long term, you should be considering what are the ramifications when entities in the future have a data breach and they have data and there was no provenance of data or anything around that. And so those entities that are operating outside of what we consider this trusted ecosystem. So these are all things we're considering, but I think in SETI, with this comprehensive model, we can start having discussions what this full regulatory framework looks like that fills in a lot of gaps that even in Europe they're not considering right now.
Yeah, and I want to amplify that a little bit. Thanks for bringing that up, Chris. The legislation and regulation around data privacy has largely been initiated by the efforts of the Federal Trade Commission for consumer, protection, best practices. And that has resulted in the best practice everywhere being that you de-identify data before you share it. And if you go to pretty much every website on the internet and you look at their data use policy, they will say things like, we do not share your private data. They will then say that once we de-identify it, we may share it, which means that they don't consider data that they've de-identified to be private anymore, sensitive. It is a safe harbor for anybody to use and do with whatever they choose. And that has resulted in an industry, multi-billion, tens of billion-dollar industry of data brokers and data aggregators who have a safe harbor to then re-identify your data. And so they can correlate. And what people don't understand is that as the data broker's scope and coverage over all the interactions on the internet has reached a certain size, the ability to correlate and re-identify is very powerful. I mean, in some cases, they're looking at high 90s re-identification rates for anonymous data. And so the challenge is that you can try really, really hard to minimize the correlability of data, but the data aggregators have trillion-dollar infrastructures that allow them to eventually correlate anyway. And so data loyalty says, well, you have to respect the interests of the person whose data that you're handling, even if it's de-identified. And so there's a challenge there because this is new stuff, but the premier legal scholars in my mind in this field of data privacy, Solov and Hartzog and their collaborators, Richards, I think, has written some papers, are really, recognizing that this power imbalance requires a different approach than simply de-identification, which is the FTC's approach, but a more comprehensive approach, which is duties of data loyalty, fiduciary duties, self-dealing, those sorts of things. And so it's encouraging to see, that the collectors of data, which are the ones that have the customer relationship, value the customer relationship more than their relationship with the data broker, who they get a small amount of money for sharing their data with, but it has this huge downstream harm to their customers. And so we want to change the economics of how data works by removing safe harbors for re-identification of data.
Yeah, let me follow on that. That's great. Sorry. I just to second what Chris and Sam have just said, I'm going to advocate for something additional that may or may not be in the law. With data provenance, what you end up seeing is where the identity or where the data came from. What I would like to see as a consumer is where my data went. And so one of the big problems that is brought all this to the forefront is the automakers have been using the sensors and computers in your car connected with the cellular or other connections to pull data, driving data from your car as you drive and sell it to insurance companies who analyze whether you're a risk or not. And so it would be very welcome as a consumer to see that my data is created and I trust, Ford or whoever to have it, but then Ford sent it over here and over there and it went. It would be really neat to be able to know where my data went. And so whether it's a data loyalty construct, that could be the consumer's permission. You can use my data if you tell me where it went and who else used it.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a clause in this contractually protected disclosure where data loyalty is something that you impose. I like that, definitely.
Don asked a question. I think we should end this one, but essentially we're talking about how to build trust. And he asked, what is it psychologically, sociologically, economically, or technologically is causing the behavior where people are acting in a way that's, creating distrust, whether it's in individuals or with entities or institutions. I actually have I have a very basic slide I use in presentations for this exact thing. But I approach what is it people want with three very basic things. And it may sound crude at first, but I don't think it's crude when I explain it. We know people want money. We know people want power or control. And then this next one, I'm going to say, think of it in terms of what's happening with young men and sextortion. Carnal humans, and especially men, are driven by sex, power, money, and sex. And this is impacting a lot. Entities want to have control of data because it creates a power imbalance, and it's not actually a free market at that point. You can use that data to nudge behavior or know things about people to advertise or market. You want money because money creates power. And then the other one is just cardinal human nature, and that's been part of craft since the beginning of time, of how you use that for control. So there's some control imbalances, and in SETI, it's actually very basic. In the United States, you are born with inalienable rights, and nobody is allowed to infringe on those rights. And when there's a balancing of rights, that's the role the government plays, because you don't have absolute rights. There's a balance. You can't infringe somebody's rights to, walk in public if they're not doing anything to infringe in yours. You have these rights. So SETI is essentially saying you have rights, and we are going to shift control of identity, of records, of data as much as possible to you. And that power imbalance in my mind shifts the market. So vendors or even government, they have to be competing to have the best products, the best services. And it's not you and your data being the product or service anymore, but they're creating something that then you choose to engage with in your data. What I'm seeing right now is monopolistic behavior where they have the data and they're not necessarily creating the best products or services. They're just trying to lock you into the ecosystem and then keep that level of control there. So my view of SETI is we're shifting control to the individuals who are best positioned to know what's best for them and then engage in hopefully a better free market. Steve, Sam, I guess you two can have the last comments.
I just say I think control is the key thing. We want to shift control to the individual. We don't want to live in a world where we're hiding from people that control us. We want to live in a world where we fight back and be able to stand our ground and not be controlled by them. And I think that's an important distinction in how we manage identity and data.
Yeah, and these are new, fairly new concepts. They've been discussed for a while in certain circles, but what we're doing in Utah is bringing them all to the forefront so that these won't just be IIW topics. We're hoping that these will be political topics and internet topics because these things matter. And I think what we're going to see, despite anyone's particular technological ability, is we're going to see an interest in this because of what Chris just said about control of data implies control of people. And what we're trying to do is shift the balance of power back to the individual and enable the individual to have a say in how their data is used in a variety of ways. And so it's a bit revolutionary what we're doing here out west. But we're thinking that we're seeing the support we're getting from other states and that it's of broad interest.
I think we're at time. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, we are at time. Thank you so much, Christopher, Steve, and Samuel. That was a really fantastic talk. Drummond, did you want to say something? I saw that you went off mute.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm super frustrated that in this webinar version of Zoom, you can't hit the reaction buttons to send up the balloons and the hearts. And there have been so many parts of this discussion where I'm glad I'm on, I've been on, mute in the background because I'm like, that's it. So anyway, I just really want to thank all of you. You're doing, great work here. What I heard about this at IW was just like mind blowing. That the leadership that Utah is providing, Christopher, you and your team, Steve, Sam, you got the cream of the crop of trust over IP here behind you, and this contrast with the EU is huge. So anyway, I'm just really, really happy. I hope lots of folks will end up watching this video and keep having SETI related events so we can carry this message.
Yeah.
All right, I guess we're headed into break here. We need to do some bite-sized trust videos, which we play during the break on SETI. I think Carly will want to follow up on that. So thank you all very much.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Welcome.
Okay, we're just gonna play some of the videos. We're gonna do one journey of trust over IP that we did yesterday. It's just 3 minutes, and then we're moving to bite-sized trust, and then see everybody back here in 27 minutes. Thank you.
More recently, of course, we've seen the advent of generative AI and images like this. And I have a confession to make. Yes, the image of the Pope fooled me. Of course, I was wrong. And if I'm supposed to be an expert in this and I was wrong, well, it just shows you how convincing the generative AI space can be.
Whatever trust infrastructure we had been relying on in the past are not working. And I think, there's a more colorful way to say it. It is like the emperor has no clothes.
But identity weaponization is a key part of any violent exchange based on ethnic, religious, or any other kind of identity markers.
Lots and lots of big trusted brands that were getting breached every day. And alongside us, lots of individuals are feeling incredibly vulnerable, scared to click on a link, worried that they would be phished or socially engineered.
Digital credentialing infrastructure as early as 2015 got DigiLocker. Today we have about 7 billion verifiable credentials in across the country, decentralized, on 300 million people. And when vaccination came, 1 billion people got vaccinated. Indian vaccination certificates are all verifiable with digitally cryptographically signed QR code.
And so the fifth king's gift to the people is self-sovereign identity. So they get back their control over their data and their identity.
We are one actor within a broader ecosystem. So we're trying to align ourselves with other strategies and work that's going on that's related.
We've built an identity and payment platform which essentially guarantees trust on both ends of a transaction.
We have some very strict ethical guidelines that drive our work, addressing participants' vulnerabilities in very focused ways by understanding exactly what those vulnerabilities are, empowering agency, understanding how agency has been removed, and then reintroducing or regenerating that narrative agency, balancing power relationships and how power is used. And of course, the combination of all of those things helps to build that collective resilience.
We look at 190 countries and 8 billion people, 250 million businesses. We need to put people at the center, and people need to have them drive their economic progress. And that requires a new set of underlying trust infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and so on. And many of the efforts all of you are doing, and some of us are doing it, very complementary and much needed for what we need to see in the next decade and 2 decades around the world.
When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you don't just get back keys, you also can get something called service endpoints. A service endpoint is like the address book entry for your DID. It tells others where to reach you, what protocols you support, or which services you're connected to. For example, a DID document might list an endpoint for secure messaging with DIDCOM, another for credential exchange, or even a simple URL for a profile page. Each service endpoint is described with a type, an ID, and a URI. But here's an important point. DIDs themselves don't handle routing. They don't deliver your messages. Instead, service endpoints connect your DID world to existing infrastructure, like the internet, peer-to-peer networks, or even email. That's how messages actually get from point A to point B. So think of service endpoints as the bridge. The keys in your DID prove who you are, but the service endpoints tell others how to find you and which communication channels to use. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured record that provides information about the subject of the DID, including the cryptographic keys associated with it. Among these keys are what are known as key agreement keys. Key agreement keys are used for establishing shared secrets between two parties, most often for encrypted communication. The idea is straightforward. Your DID document lists a public key agreement key. Another party who wants to send you a secure message retrieves your DID, resolves the DID document, and uses your public agreement key to perform a cryptographic operation. When you receive that message, you use your private key, which pairs with the public key in your DID document, to complete the process and derive the same shared secret. With that shared secret, both sides can encrypt and decrypt messages securely. This mechanism is often built on well-known key exchange algorithms, such as the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which allows two people who have never met before to create a common encryption key over an insecure channel. In the context of DIDs, it means that secure communication can be set up simply by looking up a DID document and using the key it lists. In practice, key agreement keys make DIDs more than just a way to prove who you are. They also provide a foundation for private, encrypted interaction. Whether it's messaging, data exchange, or establishing a secure channel for another protocol, agreement keys allow two DID subjects to connect in a way that is both verifiable and confidential. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured piece of information that describes the subject of the DID. Among the most important details you'll find in a DID document are cryptographic keys. These can either be included directly inside the document or referenced indirectly through another DID. One category of keys commonly recorded in a DID document are assertion keys. Assertion keys are used to apply digital signatures to documents and other pieces of data using a public and private key pair. The public key is listed in the DID document as an assertion key, while the private key remains with you and is used to generate the actual signatures. This becomes especially relevant in the context of verifiable credentials, such as those defined by the W3C standard. An organization that has a DID and a corresponding DID document can use its assertion keys to sign digital credentials, things like membership cards, licenses, academic degrees, or other official records. When someone needs to verify such a credential, they simply resolve the issuer's DID, retrieve the DID document, and check the credential's signature against the assertion public key. If the verification succeeds, it proves that the subject of the DID was indeed the entity that issued and signed the credential. This is how assertion keys make trust portable in a decentralized environment. They allow credentials to be signed once and then verified by anyone, anywhere, without relying on a central authority. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are special identifiers that resolve to DID documents. Each DID document contains information about the subject of the DID, including authentication keys. Authentication keys let you prove who you are when accessing a service. Imagine Alice logging into an email or work server, but instead of typing a password, she demonstrates control of a private key that pairs with the public key listed in her DID document. The service checks her public key, and she proves she holds the matching private key, and that authenticates her identity with the service. Authentication keys are a cornerstone of how DIDs enable secure, verifiable identity. They allow a DID subject to interact with services directly while maintaining cryptographic proof of control. This is what makes DIDs so powerful. They combine decentralization, security, and flexibility, giving users control over how their identities are used, whether directly or through trusted delegates. Resolving a decentralized identifier, or DID, gives you back a DID document, and inside it are cryptographic keys that enable different kinds of interactions. The flexibility of DIDs comes from the many ways these keys can be used for a variety of real-world trust tasks. First, there are authentication keys. These prove that you are the subject of the DID. They let you log into services or authenticate yourself in secure channels like DIDCOM. Next are assertion keys. These let the DID subject make claims that others can trust. For example, a university might use an assertion key to sign a diploma as a verifiable credential. Anyone verifying the credential can see it was issued by the right source. Then there are key agreement keys, which are used to set up encrypted communication. They let two parties establish a secure channel, exchange secrets, and keep conversations private, essential for things like DIDCOM messaging. DID documents can also contain capability delegation keys, which allow the controller or the delegate certain rights to another party. And finally, there are capability invocation keys, which are used to actually exercise those delegated capabilities. Just like with passwords, it's good practice not to reuse the same key across different services. Together, these keys turn a DID from a simple identifier into a flexible, verifiable toolkit for proving identity, making claims, securing communications, and delegating authority in decentralized systems. How do you prove who you are online? Most of us still use passwords. You pick a username, then a secret word, let's say poodles forever, and the site stores it. Every time you log in, you send that secret again. The problem? You're sending your password over the internet, and if it's leaked or intercepted, your identity can be stolen. Now, here's the better way. Keys. Instead of a password, you make a private key and a public key. You give the site your public key. Sure, anyone can see it, but your private key never leaves your device. When you log in, you sign a challenge with your private key. The site checks your signature with your public key, and that's it. You're in. That's how FIDO passkeys work. And then there's the next step, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. DIDs resolve to a DID document which contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. Instead of handing over just a key, you give a DID. The site resolves it to the associated DID document and finds your public authentication key. Even better, the site can give you its DID so you can check them too. And even better, many DID methods allow you to rotate keys, just like changing your password, but with better security. Passwords have well-known limitations. Keys and DIDs are ways to improve the future of trust online. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you get back a DID document. That document lists public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. But here's a key question. Who's allowed to update it? The answer depends on the DID method, because while the DID core spec defines what goes in a DID document, it does not define how updates to DID documents are authorized, signed, or recorded. Some methods, like DID-web or DID-peer, include a controller field right in the DID document. But these methods do not define a verifiable history of changes of the DID document. Therefore, there must be direct trust in the infrastructure operator. Other methods anchor changes to blockchains or distributed ledgers. DID-Indy, for example, records DID operations on a ledger. Anyone with access can check the ledger history to see whether an update came from the authorized key. There are also content-addressed approaches. With DID IPFS, the DID points to a hash of the document. If the document changes, the hash won't match, making tampering obvious. DID BTCR ties updates to Bitcoin transactions, where the chain itself provides the proof. Some methods go even further. DID-WebVH, DID-WebS, and DID-SKID keep tamper-evident logs of all operations which can be checked for legitimacy. Finally, static methods like DID-Key or DID-JWK don't allow updates at all. The DID, the public key, and the derived DID document are locked together forever. The bottom line, all DID methods produce a conformant DID document. You can just trust a DID document, but to be sure updates are legitimate, you should also verify the cryptographic evidence each DID method provides, whether that's a signature, a blockchain record, a hash commitment, or a verifiable log. Some DID methods make this information available, but some do not. That's why choosing the right DID method matters. It determines not only how your identifier is managed, but also how others can trust that it hasn't been tampered with. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that resolves to a DID document. This document holds important information, including the public keys associated with that identity. But like many digital technologies, DIDs come with certain risks, and different DID methods have emerged to help manage them. One risk is that the owner of a DID document can change the public key listed in it. For example, someone might publish a key in their DID document and use it to sign digital statements. Later, they could edit their DID document, switching keys, and then claim those earlier statements weren't theirs. Technically, the document itself would still be valid, with all the required digital signatures in place, making the change difficult to detect by looking at the DID document alone. That's why it's important to observe DID document changes from the outside. There are a few ways to do this. One approach is to store the DID document in a public tamper-resistant location. DID methods like DID-Indy and DID IPFS use this strategy. DID-Indy, for example, uses a blockchain to preserve a transparent and verifiable history. But not all systems rely on public storage. DID-Carry takes a different approach. It uses a network of observers, known as witnesses and watchers. These participants sign records of the data source of the DID document and keep copies of relevant sections. They can verify that the history of changes remains consistent over time. This decentralized, peer-based model allows duplicity to be caught. In a blockchain, the watchers can be anyone with access to view the blockchain, while in Carry, the observers are selected for each DID. A different approach used by some DID methods is to post a digest of the DID document content to a public ledger, such as Ethereum. Instead of storing the entire DID document, only a cryptographic fingerprint of the content is recorded. This digest acts as a tamper-evident seal. If someone tries to change the content of the DID document, the digest will no longer match. Verifiers can use this to ensure that the DID document they're viewing is exactly the one that was originally anchored to the blockchain. Having a way to observe changes to a DID document from the outside by disinterested parties who will not collude to enable DID document duplicity is essential for maintaining trust in decentralized identity systems. Since the DID controller can update the document, independent verification, whether through public ledgers, hash commitments, watcher networks, or other methods, helps ensure that changes are transparent and detectable. Without this external observability, malicious actors could alter their identity records without accountability, undermining the integrity of the system. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that can be resolved into a DID document. This document typically contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata used to enable secure, verifiable interactions. But the way a DID is resolved depends on the method it uses. Of the many DID methods that currently exist, let's look at a few representative categories of how DID methods handle resolution. Some DID methods rely on existing internet infrastructure, such as the domain name system or DNS. A common example is DID web. In this approach, the DID string encodes a domain name and the DID document is retrieved over HTTPS from a well-known location on the web. This method is straightforward and leverages existing authentication mechanisms like TLS, but it depends on the continued availability and security of the domain's web server. Other methods anchor data to a specific blockchain or distributed ledger. These DIDs resolve by querying that ledger and reconstructing the DID document from a series of recorded operations. Examples include DIDs registered on purpose-built identity networks like Indy or on permissioned infrastructures such as those used in government-backed ecosystems. The resolution process involves retrieving cryptographically signed updates and proofs that attest to the integrity and history of the DID document. These methods offer strong tamper resistance, but often require network access and more processing to verify state changes over time. In contrast, DID key uses a self-contained model. The DID itself includes the public key material, allowing the entire DID document to be constructed locally without querying a remote server or ledger. This makes it ideal for offline use, ephemeral identities, or constrained environments, though it lacks support for key rotation, service discovery, or document updates. DID peer takes a peer-to-peer approach. These DIDs are designed for private, pairwise interactions and are not globally resolvable. Instead, the DID document is directly exchanged between parties during connection establishment. This method maximizes privacy and avoids reliance on global infrastructure, but it requires secure and trusted communication at the time of exchange. Some DID methods combine these strategies. For instance, others may publish a digest of the DID document to a public blockchain rather than storing the full document on-chain. This approach offers tamper evidence without bloating the ledger while enabling off-chain storage and resolution. Each DID method might have its own implementation of a DID resolver, but due to W3C standards, projects such as the Universal Resolver from DIF can be used to produce common standardized output through consuming different DID resolver drivers. Each of these DID resolution models reflects different priorities, whether it's decentralization, discoverability, privacy, performance, or compliance. Understanding how a DID resolves to its document is a foundational part of establishing trust in decentralized identity systems. When we talk about DIDs or decentralized identifiers, we're really talking about two parts: the identifier itself, the DID, and the DID document, a standard file that describes the DID-associated public keys, authentication methods, and service endpoints. But here's the key question: where is that DID document data actually stored? Well, that depends on the DID method, which is reported in the DID string right after the word DID. Different DID methods use different storage models. Let's look at a few. First, some DID methods store the DID document data directly on a blockchain. This gives you strong immutability and public verification, great for high-trust environments. Examples include DID Indy, DID EBSI, and DID checked. Other methods, like DID IPFS, use content addressable storage. The document's address is based on its content, so if the data changes, the address changes too. That makes it tamper evident by design. For ease of use, there's also web-hosted DIDs like DID-Web. These live on a server, often at a well-known URL. It's easy to publish, but relies on control of the website, so it's less secure. Some newer approaches like DID-Carry skip static documents altogether. Instead, they store a verifiable event log. That log keeps track of all key updates and changes over time, making it highly resilient and transparent. And then there are peer DIDs and key-based DIDs. These don't live on any global network at all. Instead, the data is shared directly between parties or even derived entirely from a key. They're lightweight, private, and great for secure, limited scope interactions. No matter the method, and no matter how the DID data is stored, when you use a DID and resolve the associated DID document, the output is the same, a standard DID document following the W3C standard. But how you get that document and how the underlying data is stored depends entirely on the method behind the DID. In the world of decentralized identity, one output format, many storage models is what keeps things flexible, secure, and interoperable. We use identifiers all the time. Your phone number, your passport number, your email address. These are assigned identifiers. Someone, usually an authority, gives them to you, and if someone wants to check whether they're valid, they usually have to ask that authority. But not all identifiers work that way. Some identifiers are derived. That often means they're calculated directly from the thing they identify. In the digital world, this often means taking a file or a piece of content and running it through a cryptographic hash function. The result is a digest, a short, unique fingerprint of that content. Change even one character, and the digest changes completely. These are called content-addressed identifiers. Now, let's add another layer, cryptographic trust. On the internet, trust is often established using a pair of keys, one private, one public. A private key is used to sign something. A public key is used to verify it. If you want to check who signed something, you look up their public key and use it to verify a signature. And how do you look up that key? One common way is through a decentralized identifier or DID. A DID is the identifier that lets a user resolve a DID document which holds or links important information, like the public keys associated with that identity. Now, here's where it gets interesting. If we combine these ideas, derived identifiers, DIDs, and cryptographic keys, we get something called a self-certifying identifier. This is a special kind of identifier that proves it belongs to a specific entity without needing an authority. How? Take the first entry of a DID document, its genesis, which includes the controller's public key. Now calculate a digest of that document. That digest becomes part of the DID itself. Because the digest includes the public key, you can't change the key without changing the identifier. If someone tries to claim that DID using a different key, the digest won't match and everyone will know. DID-WebVH and DID-WebS both use these kinds of identifiers. In other words, the identifier certifies itself. It's tied to the cryptographic material at its core, and that makes it secure, verifiable, and tamper-evident, just the kind of identifier we need in a decentralized world. When we want to talk about something, whether it's a person, a document, or a dataset, we need a way to refer to it. That's where identifiers come in. Identifiers are like names. They're how we point to something, label it, and keep track of it in both the physical and digital worlds. There are two basic types of identifiers, authority-assigned identifiers and cryptographically derived identifiers. Assigned identifiers are given by an authority. Think of something like a student ID number, a passport number, or a product serial code. These are handed out by whomever governs the thing being identified. The university gives you a student ID. The government gives you a passport number. You name your report final version 2 submitted.pdf. Derived identifiers, on the other hand, are calculated directly from the thing being identified. In the digital world, a common kind of derived identifier is a digest, a unique fingerprint of a file or piece of data created using a hashing algorithm. Because the digest is based on the actual content, it changes if the content changes. That makes it useful not just as an identifier, but also for detecting tampering. So why does this matter? Derived identifiers are especially powerful in digital systems where you want to verify integrity. When you are directed to a specific file or chunk of data which is identified with its digest, you can recalculate the digest yourself. If it matches, you know the file or data is authentic. If it doesn't, something's changed. That's a level of trust you can verify with math. No need to ask an authority. Both types of identifiers play important roles in how we organize, reference, and verify things in the digital world. Whether assigned or derived, identifiers are the foundation of everything from databases to identity systems. When we use private and public keys for security, there's always one.
Okay, thank you, Carly and Bite Size Trust. And now we are ready to move on with the next talk in our next workshop. Just let me put on my slides. There we go. Yes, and now coming out of the break, we will continue with the workshop on the SpecUp-T with Hank, Core, and Drummond. And we got a little bit of a taste yesterday during Hank and Core's talk. So please, Hank, Core, and Drummond, over to you.
Okay, I'll take the first part of the presentation and then Hank will take over. I'll share my screen.
Yes, absolutely. Stop sharing.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
I'm scrolling. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to tell you about the SpecUp-T web editor. The web part is important. I created a short link that I will repeat during the presentation so people can take a look themselves. It's a short link for a temporary location here on my site. And in the end, we will move it to another domain. So, a short introduction. Who am I? My name is Cor Dwarshuis, and I'm the web developer of the SpecUp-T editor, and I'm the only one currently. So, why do we want a web editor? Well, if you look at this screen movie of the terminal, of the command line, and you feel a little bit uncomfortable, then that's the reason why we are creating a web editor, because this is not for everybody. So this is repeating. So this is the idea of the command line, but what we want is something else. We want a web editor. And this is a preview I'll show you now. And also I would like to point to the help function here, where you can, if you would try the editor, you could report your issues here. And I'm sure there are a lot of issues because it's still in the testing phase. Again, the link. So a very short history. In 2020, Daniel Buchner created SpecUp-T. This was with diff, and this is for, let's say, simplified for computer nerds on the command line, and for people who say directory instead of folder. And in 2024, we started SpecUp-T with the extra T, and that's also for computer nerds. It's also the command line, and it's still for people who say directory. And now we started the web editor, and that's for normal people. And you could compare it to MS Word, to a lot of MS Word files. And usually what you will talk about is folders. And so Henk and I really hope that you will try the editor tomorrow. And that's why I show you the link for the third time. You can write it down if you want.
Cora, could you put that link in the chat?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Maybe I'll paste it to. I don't see if I'm going to go into the chat, then my screen gets messed up. So I'll ask.
I see.
Henk.
I tell you what, it was
It doesn't work.
It's short enough. I can actually type it in the chat. I'll do that
Oh,
right
yeah,
now. Just
yeah.
keep it on the screen
Yeah.
for a second.
Yeah.
We got it. Can continue, Cor.
Okay. So it's important to realize that it's the web editor is under development, so it's working, but you have to be careful and preferably use an installation or a specification that you created yourself. And we really hope that you will create a GitHub issue if you have having troubles. And again, that's the help function here in the web editor. So how to authenticate? So it's not a user ID and a password. It's called a personal access token, and this access token you create on your GitHub user ID, and it's tied to your user ID, and that's why you only have to enter the token. And we'll get to it later how to create one. We saved that for the last because it's a bit boring. So very short, the structure of SpecUpT. So basically, it's a collection of files. You could look at it as multiple Word documents, and they're written in a Markdown language. And Markdown language is a simple language for creating HTML. And this, what you're looking at now, I wrote this in Markdown, and if I press Command R, we switch to the Markdown language, and you see that it's things like this. You create headings, and this is a heading 2 and a heading 3. This is how you create bullet points, etc., etc. So now I go back to the normal look. So these are all the files, and when you're in the web editor, you will not even see them, but it's important to know that this is important, the docs and the spec directory or folder, and the specs JSON is your settings file. So all this you will never see in the web editor. So relevant for you are 3 things: the spec folder, the specs JSON, which is a settings file, the configuration file, and the docs folder. The specs, that's your input. That's where you do your writing, and that's where the let's say the Word files are, not Word files, but Markdown files. The settings file, the specs.json, that's computer instructions. That's how you want it, and that's where you do your settings. And then finally, the end result you'll find in the docs folder. That you could call that the output, and that's a web page, and that's what the people will read. So, in short, there is that's a file with some text, like the specification text. You could have a file with a term and a definition, another file with a term and a definition, etc., etc. File with some text. And then that goes into the computer here. And then finally, you have this index.html web page. So let's look at so I think now Henk takes over. Is that correct? Henk?
Yes, you're right, because I have the honor to show the end results when you've all used this and you've all set this up. What kind of results do you get if you use it? If I'm able to share, Cor, you have to unshare. Let's see. I made the same mistake as in the preparation. I need to have a clear anchor of my screens because I have too many screens open. And there we go. And there I got my anchor. So hopefully you see a GitHub repo, and I want to ask people that don't know what that is, just drop a line in the chat because people there will be able to help you. Why do we use GitHub repos for our specifications and glossaries? Because that's what SpecUpT is all about. We are able to create our own specifications and our own glossaries, and we can integrate them with people under a certain umbrella like Trust over IP. Why do we use these repos? And that's a simple answer. It's version control and workflow. So we are able to create certain versions of your work and compare that to other people's work, and they can contribute, you could contribute to their work, etc., etc. I won't go into an explanation of Git and GitHub, but this is the result. The result of a markdown file that has been processed by Git and GitHub will look like this end result, and this is the main Trust over IP glossary. And especially have a look at the left side here, which is the index. It's pretty basic. You see here one interlinked glossary summary, but the rest it's pretty basic. We have definitions here. Many definitions and the text what those definitions are. We will go into more detail of them, but remember, the only goal we have today is to put you to work tomorrow morning and do it yourself. And that's what Core mainly is able to do when I've finished my brief presentation of what it is all about, what you get as an end result. So these are the glossaries. For example, I give you another, also with SpecUpT generated, the did method web as specification. We just migrated that to SpecUpT from SpecUp. So it was in the old version of diff, and we've migrated it to SpecUpT. And then you will see more or less the same layout and colors. Of course, you would be able to change that because it's all open source, it's free, and it's under the flag of Trust over IP developed. If you want to know more about how it came to be, just look at the recording of yesterday's presentation. It's a half-an-hour introduction. So what you see here on the left side is much more. You see an index that is rich of paragraphs and sub-paragraphs and so on. This is a real specification, but it's exactly the same engine. And why is that? Why do we want to have one engine for either specifications as well as the glossaries? And there's one word to that: integration. And we have a big goal here. The central goal is that we want to create consensus among all groups that write specifications within Trust over IP. We want to invite them to reuse definitions that we already got, and then build their own scope on top of that with their own definitions to add to the ones that are already there. So let me show you quickly what we've all got here. So at the top, you see buttons. You see that there's 63 terms in the did method did web as method, and you can here switch which definitions are local or remote. I'll first go to the definitions part. Here are the definitions. You can collapse them a bit or open them up a bit more with more information. These buttons you have available here. There are more buttons here. I might be able to go into the details, but I would invite you, just go there and test them yourself. How do you get to this example? There are quite a few examples. Cor, if you would be able to put in the link to the topic of the GitHub that we've used yesterday as well, the same link as that you've put in the chat yesterday. Then from there you can find 3 specifications and 3 glossaries, and you can click through them at will. So if I take the remote out, you will see that not much happens. If I take the locals ones out, everything is gone. So this is a good example of a specification that has still got all of his own definitions. And so we are yet to integrate them with the glossaries that we already have available. That's our next step. What can you do too? Here you got versions. I'll show you one that has already versions, and that is the Trust Server IP glossary. Yes, this is the general glossary, but it doesn't matter. I want to see the CTW main glossary. So I could use the bar here too, and make it a bit bigger so you can see it. And then here I could click on versions, and then you see that we've got a few fixed versions already. And you could refer to those ones too. So that means that you have a fixed version that you can trust that the definition will not change. So here you see a lot of definitions. Again, it's the same structure. Collapse in, collapse out. You can switch to local and remote. And you will see that we have here a few remote definitions. Remote definitions mean that we use definitions of another glossary in this glossary. Let's have a look. So this one is decentralized key management infrastructure. Obviously, we haven't defined that one here. We got it from somebody else. From who did we have it? We have it from the general glossary. So this one is coming from the general glossary. Yesterday, we've shown the people present, and it's also recorded, how you can make this work. You use 4 or 5 specialized tags. Beauties there, it's def, it's ref, it's tref, xref, and iref. And these ones, as soon as you look into the markdown of your files that you create with spec and for SpecUpT, you will see those tags around. And Core will mention them as well, because of course you will use them under the hood of this vehicle. You will use them as well, but then with buttons and so on. So you might recognize them later, the ones that are called out. Def, ref, xref, that means an external reference. Tref, that means transclusion reference. And this is an example of that one, a transclusion reference. What else have we got? We can search the terms here. Let's try skid. I don't know whether it's in here. Yes, we got 6 matches for skid, and then you can walk through them. You don't see them because they hit. Yeah, exactly. You can only see them if you've set the filters in the right way. So obviously this is a local definition of skid. And this is a link. You can also see that SpecUpT has pop-ups, and they also work for external references. In the new versions of SpecUp, and I see that this one doesn't have the latest version installed. I mean the really, really latest version. You will see dashed lines under everything that we've created with tags. So as soon as you have used a tag like diff, like def, tref, ref, xref, and so on, you will see a dashed line in these versions. Do I have a proof of that? Hopefully, yeah. I'll try to find the glossary. It should be from here, terms definition. There we go. So I got them collapse again. And then you can see here that this is the new version. It's got dashed lines. This is a local reference. So if I click on this one, it will go to another reference in the same glossary. As soon as you see this, like the external one, then you go somewhere else. And in this case, you go to the composable evenly streaming representation. So it's all connected together. It's all integrated. And the one goal we have is to build consensus among all projects that we have under Trust over IP. And Core now will give you an introduction in how you can manage that without being a geek that uses the command line. Have I missed vital parts, Drummond or Core? Please.
Not from my standpoint. You're covering the full set of capabilities of SpecUpT, and it's great to see the new web editor. So for anyone that's watching and saying, oh wow, this is editing GitHub documents in Markdown, the web editor is you'll see it's actually remarkably easy if you have a document in Markdown to add this kind of glossary support.
Yep. So then let me do one more thing, and hopefully it works. We are now in the did method web specification. If I click on this one here, then you get to the actual source of it, and that will Core do too, but then with a nice web graphical user interface around it. But these are the actual definitions, and you can also click on the traps and you will find them too. So from the web and from the front end, you can also access this. You don't need your local machine or pull repos empty from GitHub onto your local system. Core will now introduce how it's done. Thank you for your attention. How to unshare. Yep, stop share. There we go.
All right. I'll start sharing again. All right. So let's start with creating. So I made screen recordings to save myself the stress of doing it live, and I'll start the screen recordings and I'll comment on them. So the first one is create a SpecUpT project. So you can do that from the web editor. You don't have to do any command line interaction, and you can just click in the web editor. So it's a bit too fast. So this is create repository. Here, this is a part where you can go to an existing repository, and below here, I can't scroll now because it's a movie, but here you have you find your repositories that you visited before, the recently visited repositories. So we're now going to create a repository, and I'll resume the movie. So here you'll give it a project name, and you can add a description. You can choose public or private, but we want public, of course. You can add a specification title. You can always change it later. And your name. And then you create a project. So this is why I made a movie, because this takes a lot of time. So I'll fast forward 10 seconds, 20, 30, 40, 50. So project created successfully. So let's go to GitHub where the project is. And that was the first part. So that was creating a project. So let's go to the second step, and let's go to the Explorer. Open the project files, and now you're in the Explorer. And what you could do is reorder the files if you wanted to. You could save the order. So, and now you have a new order. No, that's the first movie again. So, step 3, let's change the content of a specification file. So let's take the head. So I'll fast. So here spec. So we're going to edit the spec head. Let's go. So let's add some text. Let's commit it. Commit is like saving. So let's go back to the Explorer. No, let's go to the repository and see what happened. Yes. So this is kind of a test if it really worked. We're now in GitHub environment, and now we're back. We're back in the editor. That was the reordering again. So what we did now is change some text in the specification file. So
Or could you
now
before
let's
you start,
change.
Cor,
Yeah.
before you start
Yeah.
the next video, could you explain what we are looking at here with the list of files? What is it?
Yeah. So the list of files.
What is this?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go back to the earlier. So this is your folder on your computer, or a folder on the remote web server. This is where where the SpecUpT specification or how repo, or how you want to call it, is living. And what we are looking at is this part, the spec folder. That's where your files are that you want to edit. So this is inside the spec here, the spec, and that's one of the folders in your installation. Let's call it installation. And this is something you don't see right now. We'll get to that later. And this one does not exist yet because we didn't generate the final product from all these files in here. Is that clear?
Yeah, to me it was.
Okay. So maybe I should check the chat if there are questions, but I think if I'm going to the chat, then
I'll keep an eye on the chat.
Yeah, we're watching
Okay.
that. It's fine.
Okay, thanks. So let's change a term file. So here you have a folder inside the spec folder here, and inside the spec folder is another folder which contains the terms and definition files. So I think that's what you call a glossary. So let's do that. Change the content. So now we're going into the terms and definitions. So now we are in a let's say a subfolder, the folder of the specs. You can see it here. This was the specs. This was this here, and now we're going into the terms and definitions folder. And I created a demo, and I used gardening terms to use something else so it makes it clear it's a demo. So here you'll find all kinds of gardening terms like fertilizer, mulch, and pruning, etc. And we're going to edit compost, the term compost. So now we are in the one of the few editors we have. This is the technical editor. Later on, you'll see the simple editor. You'll see a preview, and you see a split view with all the editors together. So this is the preview. So let's go a little bit back. This is the markdown, and these are this def with the double square brackets and here. This is SpecUpT language. So inside, you could say inside the markdown, we have our own little language, and that's what Henk already mentioned. The def, the tref, the xref, and the iref. And this is, in this case, it's a def, so that's a local. It's a local definition. So it's not a call to an external reference, but it's here what you want it to be. So this is your term compost, and these are aliases, and this is what you want it to be. This is your definition of compost, and here you find refs like a ref, and that's a reference to another term like soil in this case, and it's also in your local specification. And if we go to the preview, it looks totally different from what Henk just showed, but the idea is the same. It's only, that's why it's called a preview. It's only the term, the aliases, and the definition. So we're going to make a little change, a fantastic mixture. We're going to preview, and you see that the word is now in the preview. We're going to commit, which is saving. And we're going to now we're going to GitHub. So what I just did is rewinding a bit. So we're going to here to the GitHub repo, external domain, and we're going to check if it all worked. So we're going inside. So here is again the spec folder, and again the terms and definitions. Inside the spec folder, you can see the hierarchy here. And now we're going to compost. And you see that fantastic is added to the definition. I think this is an old movie. So now we have changed a term file, and what we want is we want to see the end result. So what we're going to do is render the whole thing and then do a preview of what is rendered. So you see here the menu render, and there are three options currently rendering. You can create a yeah, we call it freeze. You can create Henk just showed you the yeah, static versions. Like you can freeze it in time, so you can point, so somebody else can point to a certain version. It's like versioning. So you can point to a version, and if the owner of this repository decides to change things, you can still point to an earlier version, but the owner has to freeze the version. But now we'll focus on the rendering here. We're going to render, so we're going to, let's go back to this. We're going to so this computer is going to render from this to the web page. That's a slow process, unfortunately. GitHub takes its time, and I sped it up here. So this is, I'm cheating here. This takes minutes, but I already did it beforehand, and we're going to the final view inside the web editor. And now we're going to, so we clicked on open. Now it's open in a new tab, and now we're back to what Henk showed. This is the final, this is a specification, a spec-up-t specification. And this is demo content. This is from the original spec-up system. And this is already what Henk showed, collapsing 3 steps. And you can search. So now you saw the end result, and the next step is creating an external reference. Henk already explained what it was, and now we'll show you how we do that in the web editor. So now I'm going to show you how to go to a specification, to a repository, or to an installation. We don't have a. We should create our own specification and glossary, I think, for terminology to use. I think we're going to open a specification, a spec-up-t specification. So I'm going to enter my own GitHub username. Now I'm getting a listing of all my repositories, and this one is what I created today for this workshop. This is the main branch. Let's forget about the branch, that's for later. We're going into the terms and definitions. And now I'm going to create a new term and a new, not a new definition. I'm going to create a term, agency here, and I'm going to reference an external specification, and then I'll change my mind, and I want the agency definition of another specification, and that's what you're going to see now. So I'm going to create the file, like the Word file or the Markdown file, how you want to call it. I change the definition to something I want, and these are aliases. So I leave that for now. I create a draft. this is the preview. Back to the technical editor. And now so now here I'm going to create an external reference. So I already have my own bit of definition, like the text first paragraph, second paragraph, and that will stay, that will show up below the external definition that I'm going to add now. So you can always add your own annotation, or how you want to call it, to the external reference. So now I'm going to add an external reference. I have defined 4 external references. Maybe I should have shown it to you, but for now, just assume that that I've defined in the configuration file 4 external references. I'm going to use one reference and then change my mind and use another one. I found 2 references with the same definition, namely agency. So I'm going to browse the external references. I have to click refresh. Why is that? Because I'm using a GitHub token and it's very restricted. So if you are too generous with your calls to GitHub, then at a certain point it says you have used up your credits and you have to wait a little. And to avoid that, we only look up the external references if we really want it. So now I click refresh. Maybe I should call it lookup or something, but it's called refresh, and we're going to look up the external references. So there they are. Now I'm going to search for the agency term, and there are two agency terms, one in the trust over IP and one in the Gen IT. And I'm going to use the trust over IP first. Now I'm in the split view. There you find the simple editor, the technical editor, and the preview. And what you see here is the term agency. I can't select it, of course. The term agency, I just defined that here. And then you see my own definitions here below, and this in the green. This is the external definition that I liked very much and I wanted to use. So in the context of decentralized digital trust, All right, let's continue. Now I changed my mind. I want to use the other one. I want to use the Gen IT one. I click on it. Now you have the other definition here. Okay, I decide I want to use that one. I'll save the file. I go to the Explorer, into the terms and definitions, and I see an underscore here before the file name, and that means that it's a draft. So it's not yet published, and you can change your mind before publishing. You open it. Now I publish it. It's published successfully. Go back to the Explorer, into the terms and definitions folder, and now the underscore is gone and the draft indication is gone, and it's live. And it's an external definition. Right. Okay. of course, we all make mistakes, and sometimes things don't work, and you want to know what went wrong. So we're building a health check. You can run a health check on your specification anytime you want, and that's what we're going to do now. Take some time. Right. So there's one problem, and it doesn't matter right now what's written here exactly. It's a problem with your it's a technical problem, and I think I should change the wording because it doesn't mean if you build an editor for less technical people, you should not mention package JSON, I think, but that's for the future. So there's a little problemato, but it's not it's orange, it's not red, so we're good to go. And now I'm going to show you everything that went well, and let's show the passing checks. Always nice to know what went well, and that you'll see here. Right. And we have a link checker. Let's try that. Go back to the health check and click check links. Right. So I kept this one to show you that it's still a test version. So I don't know why this doesn't work, but I have to find that out. But this is to show you that it's all in development right now. And finally, the how to create a token. I made a recording of that, and I'll show you right now how to create a token. It's you have to. We assume you already have a GitHub account, and when you're logged in, you're going to create a token, and that's what I'll show you now. You go to settings, developer settings, personal access tokens, tokens classic, generate a new token, a classic token, add some comments for your own administration. You can set an expiration date or not. And this is important. You have to set two checkboxes, repo and workflow. Generate a token. Copy. And then go to your web editor. I log out for demonstration purpose. I enter the token here. I log in. I'm successfully logged in, and I'm going to do what I want to do. Oops, cancel. So this is what I have on screen movies, and yeah, I think I'm through it now. Henk, if you think.
Oh, shall I take? There's one thing I think is very important to consider, if you're going to work with this and create your own specifications, your own glossaries. And if you allow me to share the screen for let's say 2 or 3 minutes, then you can reorganize your workshop, and I'll show them what I think is very important to consider. And it took me a while before I really grasped the idea behind it. SpecUp makes heavily use of the pages functionality of github.com. And let me give you the why is, of course, that we will use the version management behind GitHub, and that we can see what the differences are. So let's just give you an example. If somebody changes a definition in an external glossary, so the source manager of that glossary changes a definition, you want to know for sure, because within your concept, within your mental model, you relied on that definition. So if somebody changes it, maybe 180 degrees, you sure want to know. And the second reason is that, and so Git can tell you, and we, of course, in SpecUp, we save the version that you once refer to. So you can always go back to the point in time that you chose to refer to an external glossary item, and they can change whatever they like. You still have the opportunity to go back to that definition and take ownership of that one. Yeah, so that's an important one. The second thing I want to show you is here, this button settings. That means that I got over this SpecUp repository, I got certain rights that I can set the settings, and that's important for you to consider if you work with pages. I go to the settings page, I scroll down, and I'm looking for the button pages, because you have 3 stages. You have a username. So for example, Trust over IP is a username that has many repos on GitHub. The same counts for, well, anyone, but let's focus on Trust over IP. So we have many repos there, of which quite a few are SpecUp based. And the course showed you that already when you could choose for a certain repo. But what is interesting is that for every repo on that one, if it is, you can choose to build a pages aside from that. But there's always a one-to-one relationship between the repo and your pages site. You can generate more pages sites, that's no problem. But there's always one that is the actual one. And I'll show you which one that is. There's this one here. So here you say build and deploy from a branch, and you can choose a branch here. And I won't change it because it will actually change stuff. But you can choose here on which branch. So for example, why is this interesting? If I'm developing and I want to, let's say, as a visitor of Drummond's glossary, I want to give a few amendments to his definitions, or propose a few amendments to his definitions. I could copy the whole glossary to my own username, like my username is Henk van Kan, and then push it in the typos out, for example, branch, and then generate the pages on my user account, being my single source of truth, and then offer that as a sort of a proposal to Drummond. And Drummond can then cherry pick from what I've created. And the good thing is you can see what Drummond has produced as his production site, which that is the main Trust over IP glossary. You can look through the full end result that I've produced on my user's side, and you can also compare the changes. So that's the good thing about branch-based pages creation. So you have to understand, you have one username, you have one SpecUp repo that you consider under those usernames, but there are many possible. But of that one repo, you can produce one pages at a time that will show up at GitHub Pages. And so you have to have the notion of branches, because you build upon a branch and you can use that. But sometimes it's frustrating because you push stuff to a certain branch, for example, main, and then this one is still standing on typos out, and you won't see your results. This is a very important lever. And there's other options as well. You can use GitHub Actions. So you could push all the sources and then create a GitHub Actions that does all the generation for you. So I just wanted to point out that there's lots to learn behind this very easy button, or the button here, settings. So it's 2 clicks, settings, and then here, pages. And this is where you control what is your single source of truth currently from that one repo under your username. Thank you. Go ahead, go on.
So I'm through my screen recordings. Maybe it's time to make it a bit more interactive.
Yeah, we can ask for people that have questions so far. And
yeah, so other questions?
I've been monitoring the chat, and folks have been discussing it, but I think you've been answering most of their questions there. So I'm just seeing if there's anyone else. So, and I want to clarify. Oh, here one Riza's coming in. Asks, can I rebuild my site with GitHub Pages? When you say your site, Riza, can you clarify what site you're? Oh, the eKYC.ai. Oh, interesting. I'm not an expert in GitHub Pages. So
I'll have a look at it.
Let me see what that is.
It's currently a very crappy Google Sites web page website, and it is it's been the subject of lots of criticism, and I need to really think about a whole new platform to build it on. And so just a broad open question: could I build it on GitHub Pages?
Yeah, the answer is yes. But I think you can always build it on GitHub Pages. And then the next question is, do you need SpecUpT for that? So if the nature of your website would be a specification, or reaching out to glossaries, central glossaries, then the answer would be yes. But otherwise, you could use it as a single page website. Yes, of course.
Okay, and I think yes, we are building specifications. So we've got a whole sort of a mix of different platforms. We've got Google, a Google Drive. We've got Slack. We've got all sorts of spaces, and it's a bit of a confusion. And I'm looking for some unifying principle. And yes, I think the ref constructs are important, because you don't want to make external references that could change on you if they are fundamental to the spec that you're writing. So something a bit more wiki-like, I think is going to be important.
Yeah, so it's a static page. That's a very good remark of somebody in the chat. Maki is that. And he says it's a static page, and it's a very important remark to make, because it's a static page generator, GitHub Pages. So it's not very interactive apart from the links that you put on it. To answer your question further, if you have your sources now in your website and you could save them or export them anyway into Markdown, and that's your first step, and then you put it in the structure of a SpecUp-T, and then it will show pretty quickly because you have a small how you call it, configuration file. It's called specs.json in the root of the directory, and that's where you would list manually your files that you've saved there. Or maybe you have to correct me that it already can track them automatically and put it in a certain order. But I thought that we still have to configure them. So let's say you have file A.md, file B.md, and file C.md, and you want them in the reverse order, then you put them in a configuration file like that, and it will generate one page site with the content of these 3 files that you've saved from your current website on a static GitHub page with the looks of SpecUp.
Thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yes, indeed it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see whether there are more questions. Yes, Stefan says, not until I try it. Great to import my papers too. Yes, on a Markdown level, you're king. So as soon as you got the Markdown, you put them in the structure and you push a few buttons. Well, the original creator of SpecUp said it's easy peasy. We've been working on this one for 2 years, and I see Drummond smile too, because it's everything except easy peasy.
Exactly. Once you get it going, I must say, once you have it all installed in a document, then it really is. It feels, once you get used to using refs and defs and xrefs and trefs, it becomes very natural. And in fact, you sort of go, oh, wow, how did I ever really manage any kind of glossary without this? I mean, there was a very basic ref def type functionality in SpecUp plain, but external glossary references, that was as Hank knows, that was the thing we were struggling with. We'd done an early version of it in the concept terminology working group. Many thanks to Daniel Hardman and another developer named Brian Richter that helped us put that together and enhance the original SpecUp just to support these external references. But there's a lot of, you got to hand it to Hank and Core. It's a much more complicated programming challenge than it looks, right? To do it and do it well. And, the versioning, spec freezing, the TREFs, so you can have transclusion when you need that. These are really powerful features. They're very easy to understand from a writing standpoint. It's like, oh, I know what I need it to look like. But to actually automate it and make it work across live, documents on the web is really hard. And I want to, just a massive thanks to Hank and Core for the work they've done. This is a good 2-year project ever since you first bit into it, Hank and Core, right? Had you probably you realized how much work it would be, you may not have gone down that road. And I want to ask one thing I've been wondering for a while, which is, we're used to, it's called SpecUp-T, we're used to using with specs, but with SpecUp-T, you could essentially apply this to any Markdown document, right?
That's right, yeah. And I wanted to share you one specific feature that you I saw somebody mentioning transclusion baby. So let me show you the one of these things that transclusion can do for you. For example, we had the did method web as that we've seen before. Let me try to find that again. Did web as, this is the one, and then so this is the specification, and they had all over the place definitions. And the reason they had that was that they wanted to transclude the definitions into the text. So they thought it is very important to be able to reference, even if the glossary is in your own document somewhere, like for example here, we got the definitions list. I'll make it, I'll close the harmonica. So they've got these definitions. Even they have them here, but they want to be able to reference them as is, so in full version, somewhere else in the same document. So that's what we've then built. We call that an IREF. So that's the latest improvement we got to present. Let me see where it is. Oh, I try to get acknowledge, yeah, references. Here you can see them. So here are IREFs. You think the color is a bit different, and the only thing here you see is a local reference to the term definition in the glossary. And that connects to another question of somebody else in the chat who asked, should I reference, am I able to reference to my definitions in my own document, in my own repo? Yes, but you have to consider that GitHub Pages is only a one-pager, a static one-pager. So yes, you can use this link, you can click on it, and you will go to it, but it's only on one page. That's it. That's called IREF.
I would like to mention something else. It's that if you use the web editor, it's not that you so you can use the web editor and somebody else can use the command line tool on the same specification. It's not that if you use the web editor that you lock in the specification or something. It's just markdown files in the GitHub repository, and it's up to you how you edit them, how you manage them, how you handle them. So you could do that. You can do it with your command line tool, your SpecUpT on the command line. You could do it with our SpecUpT web editor, or a third way would be you could use the GitHub editor, the GitHub editor on the GitHub page itself. That's also a way, but that's not as user-friendly as the SpecUpT web editor. But it's not that you so the files stay. It's an open system. That's what I want to say.
If somebody is interested in the command line version and how that looks like, just call out. We could do it on the fly because we have the time for it to do it. But raise any question if you like.
I'll add the documentation of the command line tool. This is.
Sorry?
I'll add the documentation link to the SpecUpT command line.
Yeah.
For
Thank you, Annie. Did we mention already the user manual, Cor?
The user manual is in the it's under the help menu item.
Yeah. Of your web UI.
Yeah.
You mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I try to follow common practice. So the menu item at the right is usually help, and there's usually a link to documentation, etc., etc. And I try to follow that principle.
I'll paste a link to the user manual in the chat. It's a pretty extensive user manual. Don't take everything for granted because we are working with the two of us, and sometimes development rushes up. You know, we take a few leaps forward and then we have to go back and document it all. But you can see that it's, by the way, it's not a SpecUpT based website, so we don't eat our own dog food there. We use a different generator for the manual, and it's a Docusaurus based site.
And
If you click on the link.
that's the link I just pasted. The user instructions for the web editor is currently at the inside the README, a user guide on the repository. So it's not yet integrated into the link you just pasted.
All right. Okay. Yep.
I'll paste I'll paste the file, the URL, just a documentation here. Documentation.
Are there any other things that you would like to show us, or ask people to test tomorrow or today?
Yeah, I would love if people would try to to create start with creating this personal access token and then log into the web editor and do some simple things. And I'm sure there are a lot of bugs in it, so I would really be happy
You
if
can
people.
you can use test capacity. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it safe? Is it safe to use the web editor on your current SpecUpT based repos?
I would do it myself, but I would advise first to create a test specification and do some testing.
Yeah.
Better.
Then I'll quickly give people an idea of how it works when you're with terminal-based working on 7 specifications at the same time. So this is all about consensus creation. What it means, if I'm well, you see my terminal view here. Is that all right? I shared my terminal view.
Yep.
Can you see that?
Yeah,
Yep.
we're seeing it.
Okay, great. So as you can see down here, it's the TSWG AC/DC specification. And that's, by the way, a typo. Nowadays it's called the Carry Suite Working Group, and also so we've promoted that through all the names. But on my local machine, it's still called TSWG, and I'm in the root of the specifications. So you see here what also call out here the spec, and I will go to that spec, and I will say list what we've got here. So Sam Smith is the writer of this specification, and he doesn't like to go through many markdown files. So if you see other specifications, for example, this one here, this is the specification of the DIT as, and they have
Hank,
many.
I still see your command line.
Oh, you still see my command line? Oh, okay. So most probably I'm only in one at a time. Yeah, I'm only at one at a time. Okay, so that limits my my abilities. Don't worry. I'll go from here. I'll try to show you a different SpecUpT based repo where the spec directories has many markdown files. We don't judge that. It's a choice to specify here in your specs.json. Let me not CD, but more. So what you see here is the specs.json, and here you see the list of files that spec of T will put together for you. It's the spec head, spec body, and the terms definitions intro. That's a choice of Sam Smith as a writer. He chooses to do it like this. You can choose to do many of them. This terms definition is very important. One, because it introduces the terms and the terms definition directory. Let me go to that one, terms definition directory. That's an arbitrary name, by the way. You can also configure that if you want it differently, but we highly advise people to use this name because it's becoming a sort of a standard. So you will find these definitions in the KSWG specification, and it has, let's say, how many, 50 or so. And then you could manually change your definitions here. And you can also visibly see whether it's a def or a traf. So let me just take one verifier, for example. Verifier. There we go. And it's a traf. So I see that we here reference to Drummond's definition of a verifier. That's a choice too. We could easily make a def from it. And what we do, as soon as we traf it, we make a copy locally, which you can traverse. So as soon as Drummond takes this definition away, we are still able to get our sources back at the moment that we've chosen to reference Drummond's definition. Let me see what I can find a typical AC/DC definition. I think compact disclosure can be one of them. So this is in your glossary. These markdown files are all listed as single definitions in your glossary. This is also a traf, so it will be difficult for me to find one here in AC/DC that is typical for AC/DC. Maybe train link confidentiality, or sorry, should not do that. That's more chain link confidentiality. So that's also a traf. We don't care. We are now going to edit it, and I will add a small line to it just to show you, and I'll do that in an editor. I will add a small line to this one. I'm the maintainer of this site. I will undo it later. What I'll do is I add a small line, and it says workshop.
Henk, we cannot see your Visual Studio Code.
I know.
Okay.
I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
I'll save it, and now you can see that I'll use a git status command, and you can see that we've modified this new definition here. So I could show you where the index so your end result on the website with github.com on pages, you can generate that. You generate it locally too. So, and that command is called, this is the local menu you have that Core is now building in. So these are the local, on your local machine, command line related commands that you have. So you could render the specification anew, and you could also collect the external references. I will now choose one because we have not changed the external references. But now you will see that that it will, I see Core has changed the effect. You will still try to extract all the external references, but it doesn't care. So I would like to go to the index file. And how it works is that I, of course, have to commit. So now I generated my new index.html file, which is the end, which contains the end result. I've modified this chain link confidential disclosure.md. I will then add it to my next commit. Hopefully that works. No, it will not work because the index file is somewhere else. It is, yeah. And I will give, this has to be removed again. Removed. So this is the way we are constantly trying to build consensus about a certain term. For example, if I exchange my definition for a TRAF, that's the moment that I rely on a definition from somebody else. And this is the workflow that I go through to get that in the outside world. So on my own github.com account. So I'll push it. Git push, and I will push it to my origin. And I will use the you. There we go. So now I've pushed it outside, and hopefully I'm able to show you also where that ends up. I'll go to the Brave browser. Yeah, and then go to. Do you see Brave browser now with many?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, great. This is the repo, and we would like to check whether I indeed have changed my files. I was expecting here something else, Core. The terms directory.
Yeah. That's
Oh, wait,
strange.
it's the old one. So you have to go to the same branch. And the fun thing is, I explained it like 10 minutes ago, that it's very important to realize that it's branch based. And now I make the same mistake myself here. Here you got the terms and definition, and you can find the chain link, which has to be removed. So this is the GitHub. Sorry, the change that I just created. And how does that look like? I hopefully it has already created the GitHub pages, because as soon as I push, GitHub will automatically find it, and then we have to go to chain link confidentiality.
It's a very slow process, the GitHub page rendering.
Sorry, and here you see workshop trust over IP. You see?
Oh.
So this is exactly how it, so now I've shown you how a local change on your TRAF, even a TRAF, you can add data to it. So that's a very strong, and I think a very important functionality of SpecFT, is that you can reference somebody else's definition, but you can add your own context around it. In this case, workshop trust over IP. And with a few commands, even on the command line, you have it in the outside world. So if I would offer this to Sam Smith, I could then go forward and go to the trust over IP. Well, let me see. Yeah. So I could change this for trust over IP, because we have in main, we have, of course, the production version of the AC/DC. So if I would like to offer my change, which says workshop trust over IP, to Sam Smith, and he can choose whether to take that or not. We are pretty sure that he will reject this one. But then we could say here, a pull request, and it will clearly find the differences between. So this is what I show you now, and why it is important is how you can offer changes to an existing glossary, a main glossary like that one of Drummond or the ones that I've created. We are very happy to hear your view on how the definition text should be, or maybe there are mistakes in there. And this is the way to do it. You push it to your own user account. It's visible. I showed you that the workshop Trust over IP was actually on my pages. And then you say compare across forks. Here you go to Hank van Kan in this case, because that's where and it was very important to choose the right branch. And then it says this has to be removed. And if I go forward, I could create a pull request. I don't do that, but this is the way you offer to the owner of the glossary a change or an amendment. That's it from my behalf.
Which is pretty cool. There's just a few minutes left.
Yep.
So I'm just checking to see if there are any other questions. I'm pretty sure you said this earlier, but I want to clarify that the web editor is still in evolution and testing. But if you're using the web editor versus the CLI, you're still editing the same underlying Markdown documents. Yep. You can use either one, and as the web editor gets completed, then either one can be used. But the CLI folks can be using today. We are using it today on various projects. That's fantastic. Let me ask one question on behalf of folks that might be listening, either directly right now or likely to the recording we're going to have of this. There's just this slight possibility that they might go, wow, that was really cool, but I'm going to need some help trying to figure out, when I dive into this, what's the best resource? I know you've done quite a bit of documentation. Where should folks go? I see the documentation with web editor. Are there any other resources they should look at as they want to dive in and say, I want to apply SpecUp-T to my documents?
I think the two links here is where they should go actually. So the one SpecUp-T website, this has the documentation about the command line tool mostly. There's also a reference to how to do it on GitHub, but the web editor is still in the second link. It ends with user guide. That's a file in the repository of the web editor, and I think that has to go into the other one. So we have to unify the two so that the website, the link, the URL that ends with website is the main one, and the userguide.md should go into the website.
I got another tip. Just click through the end results and the repos. It's very helpful. So you have like 7 interrelated glossaries under that Trust over IP ecosystem. And if you start clicking through them and go, under the hood of that single page per repo, per username, and you will check out all the files and the branches, it will, as a coder or as a technical command line person, it will be very helpful to how you call that, drill down how SpecUp-T functions, apart from the documentations that Cor mentioned.
What I think is still a bit confusing is that if you click on an external term to an external repository, the fact that the design of the external repository is also the SpecUpT design, makes that you don't realize that you're going to a different domain, to a different URL, to a different
Username, yeah.
specification. Yeah. So I think we have to find a solution for that. That makes clear that if you click on it, you are going to another web page, so to speak.
And do you have that solution for us?
Yeah, you could create a delay, a little delay, and show a little box that says you are being redirected to
All right.
Yeah, a
another
little warning.
specific.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Yeah.
sites that do that.
Yeah.
They make it clear that that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for offering the solution in one go, Cor. And when is it ready?
I love that. Also, I very much appreciate Stephen Vink. I just made the suggestion. I'll ask Gemini to look through all this stuff and give me an exact plan, and I'll only check the docs if that fails. Yep, that's the AI way of using SpecUpT. That's fantastic.
That's very good that you remind me of this, because we do have a specific chat for SpecUpT, and if I know we have a break after us, but I'll paste it as quickly as possible in the chat so you can still have it. It's a ChatGPT based SpecUpT chat.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, definitely put that in there. And I also put in links. Again, this work at TrustOverIP has a home in the Concepts and Terminology Working Group, which we started just a couple months after we started TrustOverIP, because we said, wow, digital identity and trust is super reliant on aligning on the key terms. It's such a deep, some would say even philosophic topic, and so and there are now over 500 terms in the TrustOverIP glossary. I don't know what the total is, Hank, of all the carry glossaries that you maintain.
It's above 1,000. I think the general glossary, the carry glossary, and the main TrustOverIP glossary together.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work that's gone into it. There's still more. I have a list of over, I think, like 50 terms that I've backed up that I need to get do pull requests to get in there.
Me too. Yeah, we need to build the consensus. So I would like to traf to your definitions more.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what the goal is of SpecUpT.
I'm hoping I get some time over the holidays to catch up on that. But anyway, we welcome anyone here today live or viewing the recording. We'll put in the links. It's easy to find us at TrustOverIP and the Concept Terminology Working Group. And I want to give a major shout out and thanks to Hank and Cor for all the work they've done on this spectacular tool, SpecUpT. I use it every day. I just use it and swore at it several times yesterday. No, I swore at myself for getting the tags wrong. Thank you, Hank, for putting in the ChatGPT assistant for SpecUpT.
Yeah. If somebody can click on it just to check whether it works, because of course it works at my end.
I'm doing it right
It
now.
works, Hank.
Yep.
Yep. Looks good.
Right.
I'm logged in and it still works.
All right, good.
I'm adding that to my bookmarks for the CTWG right now. So thank you again very much, Hank and Cor, and to everyone that joined us today. And look forward to you using SpecUpT. And please do visit us or join us at the Concept Terminology Working Group. And with that, we'll turn it back over to Tomas for, I think, another break before our next session, where we're going to dive into personal AI agents from Kwai.
That's right. Great. Thank you very much, Drummond, Hank, and Cor. Great talk. And we're going to put on some of the bite-sized trust for the next half an hour, and then see you in 28 minutes. Thank you.
Big question. What happens if the private key is compromised? When we use private and public keys for security, there's always one big question. What happens if the private key is compromised? If someone else gets access to it, they can impersonate you, sign documents in your name, and access things they shouldn't. The whole system relies on keeping that private key secure. But no security is perfect, Keys can be lost, they can be stolen, and once they're compromised, how do you recover? This is where key rotation comes in. Key rotation is the process of replacing an old key with a new one. If a private key is compromised, you generate a new key pair, update your records, and start using the new key. But that introduces another challenge. How do people know which key is the right one? If someone has your old public key, how do they know it's no longer valid? And how do we keep track of this history in a reliable way? That's where the W3C Decentralized Identifier Standard, DIDS, comes in. DIDS were designed to solve this problem, along with another major issue, the endpoint problem. Normally, to verify an identity, you need to check a trusted authority, like a certificate provider. But what if you don't want to depend on a central authority? What if you want an identity system that works anywhere without relying on a single organization? DIDS solve this problem by creating a self-sovereign identity system. Instead of relying on a central registry to control the records, each DID is controlled by the entity it represents. A DID is a unique identifier that links to a document containing the public keys and service endpoints for that identity. If you need to rotate keys, you update the DID document. Because it's often, but not always, stored on a decentralized system, like a blockchain or other distributed ledger, anyone can verify its history. That means anyone can check which keys were valid at a given time, track updates, and confirm that the information comes from a trusted source. With DIDS, if a key is stolen, it can be replaced, and anyone verifying the identity can immediately see the update. By solving the problems of key rotation, tracking key history, and removing the need for a central authority, DIDS create a new way to manage trust in a decentralized world. Verifiable credentials are a way to prove something about yourself in the digital world, just like physical credentials do in the real world. Think about a passport. It proves your identity when you travel. But how do others know it's real? Passports have built-in security features, holograms, watermarks, and special inks that make them difficult to forge. These physical features help ensure that a passport is authentic. Verifiable credentials work in a similar way, but instead of holograms or watermarks, they use cryptographic signatures. When someone issues you a digital credential, maybe a university diploma or a professional certification, it's digitally signed by the organization that issued it. That signature acts as proof that the credential is real and hasn't been tampered with. Once you have a verifiable credential, you can use it over the internet to prove claims about yourself. If you want to prove that you graduated from a particular university, you can present your credential, and the person or organization evaluating it, called the verifier, can check whether the claim is legitimate. But how? They need to verify that the digital signature matches the public key of the organization that issued it. This raises an important question. Where do verifiers find these public keys? One way is through decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. A DID is a special kind of identifier that can be used to store and retrieve public keys in a decentralized way. That means the verifier doesn't have to rely on a single authority to tell them if a credential is real. Instead, they can look up the issuing organization's DID and check the public key themselves. This system makes verifiable credentials a powerful tool for digital trust. They allow you to prove things about yourself online without relying on a central authority to validate your claim every time. Just like a passport lets you cross borders, a verifiable credential lets you prove things about yourself in the digital world, securely, privately, and efficiently. When we talk about verifying authorship and authenticity online, we rely on two core cryptographic tools, public-private key pairs and digital digests. Let's walk through how digital signatures use both. First, we start with a digital object, like a document or a file. We create a digest of that content using a hashing algorithm. This digest is like a digital fingerprint, short, fixed in length, and unique to the content. Next comes the signature. The signer takes the digest and encrypts it using their private key. This encrypted fingerprint becomes the digital signature, and it's attached to the original content. Now let's say someone wants to verify the signature. They take the original document and calculate its digest. Then they use the signer's public key to decrypt the digital signature. If the decrypted digest matches the newly calculated one, the content is verified. It hasn't changed, and it was signed by the holder of that private key. But if the digests don't match, that means either the content was altered or the wrong public key was used. In either case, the signature can't be trusted. That's the power of digital signatures. They prove who signed something and that it hasn't been tampered with. It's cryptographic trust, transparent, secure, and built right into the math. When we think about security online, we often hear about private and public keys, but what do they actually do? At their core, keys are just long strings of numbers, but they serve a critical purpose. They allow us to secure communication, prove identity, and establish digital trust. Imagine you want to send a secret message to someone. You don't want anyone else to read it, only the person you intend. This is where public key cryptography comes in. The person you're sending the message to gives you their public key. You use that public key to encrypt the message. Once encrypted, only they can read it because only they have the matching private key. Even if someone intercepts that message along the way, they won't be able to decrypt it. This is how emails, messaging apps, and even online banking keep your data safe. But keys don't just secure messages, they also prove who you are. When you visit a secure website, your browser checks its digital certificate, which is signed using a private key. If the signature is valid, your browser knows the website is authentic. The same principle applies to digital signatures. When a person or organization signs a document with their private key, anyone can verify that signature using the corresponding public key. This proves the signer's identity without revealing their private key. From securing websites and emails to verifying software updates and financial transactions, public key cryptography is the foundation of digital trust. And as long as your private keys stay private, you remain in control of your own digital identity. When we think about trust on the internet, we often think of passwords or verification codes, but under the hood, trust relies on two powerful cryptographic tools: public-private key pairs and digital digests. A digest is a kind of digital fingerprint. It's created using a hashing algorithm, which takes any digital content, a document, a photo, even a whole data set, and turns it into a short string of letters and numbers. No matter how large the file is, the digest is always the same fixed length. Hashing algorithms are one-way functions. You can calculate a digest from content, but you can't reverse it to find the original file. This makes digests privacy-preserving and secure. Because the digest is unique to the content, even a tiny change in the original file, like a missing comma, produces a completely different digest. That's why they're used to detect tampering. If the digests don't match, something's been changed. So what can you do with digests? One important use is verifying data integrity. When a file is published, you can also publish its digest. When someone views the file, they can recalculate the digest themselves. If it matches, they know the content is authentic and unmodified. In this way, digests shift trust from institutions to math. No need to ask a central authority if a file is valid, you just check the digest. This is one of the foundations of digital trust: verifiable, transparent, and decentralized. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you don't just get back keys, you also can get something called service endpoints. A service endpoint is like the address book entry for your DID. It tells others where to reach you, what protocols you support, or which services you're connected to. For example, a DID document might list an endpoint for secure messaging with DIDCOM, another for credential exchange, or even a simple URL for a profile page. Each service endpoint is described with a type, an ID, and a URI. But here's an important point. DIDs themselves don't handle routing. They don't deliver your messages. Instead, service endpoints connect your DID world to existing infrastructure, like the internet, peer-to-peer networks, or even email. That's how messages actually get from point A to point B. So think of service endpoints as the bridge. The keys in your DID prove who you are, but the service endpoints tell others how to find you and which communication channels to use. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured record that provides information about the subject of the DID, including the cryptographic keys associated with it. Among these keys are what are known as key agreement keys. Key agreement keys are used for establishing shared secrets between two parties, most often for encrypted communication. The idea is straightforward. Your DID document lists a public key agreement key. Another party who wants to send you a secure message retrieves your DID, resolves the DID document, and uses your public agreement key to perform a cryptographic operation. When you receive that message, you use your private key, which pairs with the public key in your DID document, to complete the process and derive the same shared secret. With that shared secret, both sides can encrypt and decrypt messages securely. This mechanism is often built on well-known key exchange algorithms, such as the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which allows two people who have never met before to create a common encryption key over an insecure channel. In the context of DIDs, it means that secure communication can be set up simply by looking up a DID document and using the key it lists. In practice, key agreement keys make DIDs more than just a way to prove who you are. They also provide a foundation for private, encrypted interaction. Whether it's messaging, data exchange, or establishing a secure channel for another protocol, agreement keys allow two DID subjects to connect in a way that is both verifiable and confidential. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured piece of information that describes the subject of the DID. Among the most important details you'll find in a DID document are cryptographic keys. These can either be included directly inside the document or referenced indirectly through another DID. One category of keys commonly recorded in a DID document are assertion keys. Assertion keys are used to apply digital signatures to documents and other pieces of data using a public and private key pair. The public key is listed in the DID document as an assertion key, while the private key remains with you and is used to generate the actual signatures. This becomes especially relevant in the context of verifiable credentials, such as those defined by the W3C standard. An organization that has a DID and a corresponding DID document can use its assertion keys to sign digital credentials, things like membership cards, licenses, academic degrees, or other official records. When someone needs to verify such a credential, they simply resolve the issuer's DID, retrieve the DID document, and check the credential's signature against the assertion public key. If the verification succeeds, it proves that the subject of the DID was indeed the entity that issued and signed the credential. This is how assertion keys make trust portable in a decentralized environment. They allow credentials to be signed once and then verified by anyone, anywhere, without relying on a central authority. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are special identifiers that resolve to DID documents. Each DID document contains information about the subject of the DID, including authentication keys. Authentication keys let you prove who you are when accessing a service. Imagine Alice logging into an email or work server, but instead of typing a password, she demonstrates control of a private key that pairs with the public key listed in her DID document. The service checks her public key, and she proves she holds the matching private key, and that authenticates her identity with the service. Authentication keys are a cornerstone of how DIDs enable secure, verifiable identity. They allow a DID subject to interact with services directly while maintaining cryptographic proof of control. This is what makes DIDs so powerful. They combine decentralization, security, and flexibility, giving users control over how their identities are used, whether directly or through trusted delegates. Resolving a decentralized identifier, or DID, gives you back a DID document, and inside it are cryptographic keys that enable different kinds of interactions. The flexibility of DIDs comes from the many ways these keys can be used for a variety of real-world trust tasks. First, there are authentication keys. These prove that you are the subject of the DID. They let you log into services or authenticate yourself in secure channels like DIDCOM. Next are assertion keys. These let the DID subject make claims that others can trust. For example, a university might use an assertion key to sign a diploma as a verifiable credential. Anyone verifying the credential can see it was issued by the right source. Then there are key agreement keys, which are used to set up encrypted communication. They let two parties establish a secure channel, exchange secrets, and keep conversations private, essential for things like DIDCOM messaging. DID documents can also contain capability delegation keys, which allow the controller or the delegate certain rights to another party. And finally, there are capability invocation keys, which are used to actually exercise those delegated capabilities. Just like with passwords, it's good practice not to reuse the same key across different services. Together, these keys turn a DID from a simple identifier into a flexible, verifiable toolkit for proving identity, making claims, securing communications, and delegating authority in decentralized systems. How do you prove who you are online? Most of us still use passwords. You pick a username, then a secret word, let's say poodles forever, and the site stores it. Every time you log in, you send that secret again. The problem? You're sending your password over the internet, and if it's leaked or intercepted, your identity can be stolen. Now, here's the better way. Keys. Instead of a password, you make a private key and a public key. You give the site your public key. Sure, anyone can see it, but your private key never leaves your device. When you log in, you sign a challenge with your private key. The site checks your signature with your public key, and that's it. You're in. That's how FIDO passkeys work. And then there's the next step, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. DIDs resolve to a DID document which contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. Instead of handing over just a key, you give a DID. The site resolves it to the associated DID document and finds your public authentication key. Even better, the site can give you its DID so you can check them too. And even better, many DID methods allow you to rotate keys, just like changing your password, but with better security. Passwords have well-known limitations. Keys and DIDs are ways to improve the future of trust online. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you get back a DID document. That document lists public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. But here's a key question. Who's allowed to update it? The answer depends on the DID method, because while the DID core spec defines what goes in a DID document, it does not define how updates to DID documents are authorized, signed, or recorded. Some methods, like DID web or DID peer, include a controller field right in the DID document. But these methods do not define a verifiable history of changes of the DID document. Therefore, there must be direct trust in the infrastructure operator. Other methods anchor changes to blockchains or distributed ledgers. DID-INDI, for example, records DID operations on a ledger. Anyone with access can check the ledger history to see whether an update came from the authorized key. There are also content-addressed approaches. With DID IPFS, the DID points to a hash of the document. If the document changes, the hash won't match, making tampering obvious. DID BTCR ties updates to Bitcoin transactions, where the chain itself provides the proof. Some methods go even further. DID WebVH, DID WebS, and DID SKID keep tamper-evident logs of all operations which can be checked for legitimacy. Finally, static methods like DID-key or DID-JWK don't allow updates at all. The DID, the public key, and the derived DID document are locked together forever. The bottom line, all DID methods produce a conformant DID document. You can just trust a DID document, but to be sure updates are legitimate, you should also verify the cryptographic evidence each DID method provides, whether that's a signature, a blockchain record, a hash commitment, or a verifiable log. Some DID methods make this information available, but some do not. That's why choosing the right DID method matters. It determines not only how your identifier is managed, but also how others can trust that it hasn't been tampered with. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that resolves to a DID document. This document holds important information, including the public keys associated with that identity. But like many digital technologies, DIDs come with certain risks, and different DID methods have emerged to help manage them. One risk is that the owner of a DID document can change the public key listed in it. For example, someone might publish a key in their DID document and use it to sign digital statements. Later, they could edit their DID document, switching keys, and then claim those earlier statements weren't theirs. Technically, the document itself would still be valid, with all the required digital signatures in place, making the change difficult to detect by looking at the DID document alone. That's why it's important to observe DID document changes from the outside. There are a few ways to do this. One approach is to store the DID document in a public tamper-resistant location. DID methods like DID-INDI and DID IPFS use this strategy. DID-INDI, for example, uses a blockchain to preserve a transparent and verifiable history. But not all systems rely on public storage. DID-carry takes a different approach. It uses a network of observers known as witnesses and watchers. These participants sign records of the data source of the DID document and keep copies of relevant sections. They can verify that the history of changes remains consistent over time. This decentralized, peer-based model allows duplicity to be caught. In a blockchain, the watchers can be anyone with access to view the blockchain, while in carry, the observers are selected for each DID. A different approach used by some DID methods is to post a digest of the DID document content to a public ledger, such as Ethereum. Instead of storing the entire DID document, only a cryptographic fingerprint of the content is recorded. This digest acts as a tamper-evident seal. If someone tries to change the content of the DID document, the digest will no longer match. Verifiers can use this to ensure that the DID document they're viewing is exactly the one that was originally anchored to the blockchain. Having a way to observe changes to a DID document from the outside by disinterested parties who will not collude to enable DID document duplicity is essential for maintaining trust in decentralized identity systems. Since the DID controller can update the document, independent verification, whether through public ledgers, hash commitments, watcher networks, or other methods, helps ensure that changes are transparent and detectable. Without this external observability, malicious actors could alter their identity records without accountability, undermining the integrity of the system. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that can be resolved into a DID document. This document typically contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata used to enable secure, verifiable interactions. But the way a DID is resolved depends on the method it uses. Of the many DID methods that currently exist, let's look at a few representative categories of how DID methods handle resolution. Some DID methods rely on existing internet infrastructure, such as the Domain Name System or DNS. A common example is DID Web. In this approach, the DID string encodes a domain name and the DID document is retrieved over HTTPS from a well-known location on the web. This method is straightforward and leverages existing authentication mechanisms like TLS, but it depends on the continued availability and security of the domain's web server. Other methods anchor data to a specific blockchain or distributed ledger. These DIDs resolve by querying that ledger and reconstructing the DID document from a series of recorded operations. Examples include DIDs registered on purpose-built identity networks like Indy or on permissioned infrastructures such as those used in government-backed ecosystems. The resolution process involves retrieving cryptographically signed updates and proofs that attest to the integrity and history of the DID document. These methods offer strong tamper resistance, but often require network access and more processing to verify state changes over time. In contrast, DID key uses a self-contained model. The DID itself includes the public key material, allowing the entire DID document to be constructed locally without querying a remote server or ledger. This makes it ideal for offline use, ephemeral identities, or constrained environments, though it lacks support for key rotation, service discovery, or document updates. DID peer takes a peer-to-peer approach. These DIDs are designed for private, pairwise interactions and are not globally resolvable. Instead, the DID document is directly exchanged between parties during connection establishment. This method maximizes privacy and avoids reliance on global infrastructure, but it requires secure and trusted communication at the time of exchange. Some DID methods combine these strategies. For instance, others may publish a digest of the DID document to a public blockchain rather than storing the full document on-chain. This approach offers tamper evidence without bloating the ledger while enabling off-chain storage and resolution. Each DID method might have its own implementation of a DID resolver, but due to W3C standards, projects such as the Universal Resolver from DIF can be used to produce common standardized output through consuming different DID resolver drivers. Each of these DID resolution models reflects different priorities, whether it's decentralization, discoverability, privacy, performance, or compliance. Understanding how a DID resolves to its document is a foundational part of establishing trust in decentralized identity systems. When we talk about DIDs or decentralized identifiers, we're really talking about two parts: the identifier itself, the DID, and the DID document, a standard file that describes the DID-associated public keys, authentication methods, and service endpoints. But here's the key question: where is that DID document data actually stored? Well, that depends on the DID method, which is reported in the DID string right after the word DID. Different DID methods use different storage models. Let's look at a few. First, some DID methods store the DID document data directly on a blockchain. This gives you strong immutability and public verification, great for high-trust environments. Examples include DID Indy, DID EBSI, and DID Checked. Other methods, like DID IPFS, use content addressable storage. The document's address is based on its content, so if the data changes, the address changes too. That makes it tamper evident by design. For ease of use, there's also web-hosted DIDs like DID Web. These live on a server, often at a well-known URL. It's easy to publish, but relies on control of the website, so it's less secure. Some newer approaches, like did carry, skip static documents altogether. Instead, they store a verifiable event log. That log keeps track of all key updates and changes over time, making it highly resilient and transparent. And then there are peer DIDs and key-based DIDs. These don't live on any global network at all. Instead, the data is shared directly between parties or even derived entirely from a key. They're lightweight, private, and great for secure, limited scope interactions. No matter the method, and no matter how the DID data is stored, when you use a DID and resolve the associated DID document, the output is the same, a standard DID document following the W3C standard. But how you get that document and how the underlying data is stored depends entirely on the method behind the DID. In the world of decentralized identity, one output format, many storage models is what keeps things flexible, secure, and interoperable. We use identifiers all.
Okay, so that was Bite-Sized Trust, and we are back. So for the next session, I would like to welcome Riza, Suleiman, Steve, and Brian, who will talk about building decentralized AI infrastructure. And they are, Riza is the founder of Kawaii AI Lab, and the other panelists are the contributors. So Riza, Suleiman, Steve, and Brian, the floor is yours. If you are here. There we go. I will see your screen, Riza, but you are still on mute.
Unmute my audio. There we go.
There we go.
And then I'm also going to start my video. How about that? And you can see me. Great.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the Linux Foundation. Thanks to the Trust over IP group. Thanks to LF Decentralized Trust for inviting us to come and present. What a wonderful group. Yesterday's presentations were very inspiring, and I think we found our home. So today we're going to talk about our organization. It's called eKYC, and the title of this 90 minutes is Building Decentralized AI Infrastructure Safer, Faster, and Greener. And deliberately and provocatively, we subtitle it Building the Linux of AI. More on that later. I hope no offense is taken here, but it's somewhat aspirational, and it recalls the original mission of Linux, maybe. Okay, so what are we doing? We're going to cover what is eKYC. There are 4 sections. We're going to cover our efforts in formulating policy, our research lab, and our development lab. So it's a think tank. It's a technical think tank, and it's a policy think tank. And we are now at about 1,000 members, and we are growing. And I'm going to tell you about where the whole initiative started. I'm retired now. I'm retired, but I'm busier than ever. I've had a successful career with a serial startup, a career where we've got 2 exits to Google. I capped the career off as a chief technology officer for Real Networks. You will remember Real, the company that invented streaming media, I guess. And I helped them pivot to AI. But when I retired, I left with an angst that AI is in trouble, and it was my responsibility to do something about it. And it was Linux that had given me the inspiration when I was a young software engineer. It was a revolutionary movement. We fancied ourselves as the Rebel Alliance, opposing the monopolization of the server operating system space. Well, now we see history repeat itself. The monopolization of the AI industry by maybe a half a dozen corporations requires a Linux-like altruistic intervention that is open source, non-profit, and volunteer driven. So that's what Quai is. We launched Quai in the summer of 2023. And here's some, I'm not going to play you all the videos, but hi everybody, I'm Riza Rasool, former CTO of Real Networks. I left the company in order to pursue an idea that I have, that AI is in trouble and needs a community of grassroots volunteers in order to. Right. So that video is a snapshot of what my thinking was summer of 2023. And I always go back to that because it helps keep us honest. It allows us to reflect on, have we delivered on what we set out to do? The movement gained momentum pretty quickly. I found myself on stage at this keynote was how generative AI will change your career. At the DataCon LA convention, I was presenting there and kicked off the movement more publicly. That was later in 2023, and now we've demoed for the last 2 years. We've developed the AI program for the Southern California Linux Expo. And it's a huge movement now, and you can go and watch those videos. They're all on the website. The website is quai.ai. And so what is Quai? Well, you're going to find out more about it today in this very interactive workshop. It's a policy think tank and it's a technical think tank. And we feel that AI needs to be steered in a more humane direction. And we basically came up with these goals to make AI safer, faster, and greener. And you'll hear that triplet being repeated several times and it's the themes of what we're doing within the movement. And we're doing that at a policy level, at a research level, and development. And so I'm not going to play these. Instead, we're going to. So what if you this is the new standard. And we're not going to play that. We'll come to that later on. And let's just move on. What have we achieved so far? So the traction so far, 900 plus members. We're actually close to 1,000, and we're about to conclude a merger and acquisition of another organization that'll take our membership up an order of magnitude and give us a global footprint. Several corporate and academic partners have support us, and we've actually tomorrow will be the 120th weekly public meeting that we hold. So it's easy to find. Go to the website. You'll see the link right at the top if you want to come and join the weekly public meeting. We've had 3 summits. We're actually prepping for our 4th annual summit. It'll also be co-located with the Southern California Linux Expo, March 5th, 2026. We also had a UN workshop. We develop code bases. You'll hear more about that later on. And we conduct research to make AI safer, faster, and greener. So that's great. The first question most people ask us is, well, how are you funded? Well, we're a nonprofit. We have 0 payroll, and it's all volunteer work. And there's still bills to pay. There's still an AWS bill, there's a Google bill, there's all sorts of tools that we've developed, and we have the ambition to be able to pay our back office and some key developers and so on. But when we count the inputs that we've received in-kind investment, by the end of Q3 that just ended, we reported to the board 20.6 million. So that's what a nonprofit, volunteer-driven movement can achieve when it has a compelling mission. Okay, but why now? Well, look, we can't rely on government to protect us. And when I say us, I mean individuals. I'm not talking on behalf of businesses. We can't rely on government to protect us from the excesses of big tech. There's no cavalry coming. You are the cavalry. And so we call upon you, and we call upon that initial instinct that drew us towards Linux to rally around a movement that is going to steer AI in a more humane direction. Currently, AI is another tool in the tool belt of big tech, the tool belt of corporations to further monopolize and concentrate wealth and power and extract and extort profits from us as individuals. There is no one at the moment, none of the big voices in AI is talking about individual personal AI, of how AI can be uplifting for humanity rather than uplifting for the pay packets of a half a dozen corporate executives. Okay, I'm going to get off my soapbox and try not to break my ankle while doing so. And I'm going to introduce my colleagues in a minute. But look, there's a way in which you can help. You can join. We're all technologists here on this call, largely speaking to a technical audience. You can join the movement. You can contribute. You can help us develop. You can help us research. You can help us build. We do that in all sorts of ways through hackathons and so on. And look, if you don't have the time, but you've got the money, then you can support us. There are ways in which you can donate, sponsor, and even invest in the whole movement. And if you can't do any of that, just spread the word. Okay, but be part of the change. Make sure that you're on the right side of history, and you've got your voice is heard. Okay, so I'm going to introduce my colleague Steve Vitka. When Steve met me a couple of years ago, he said, "I'm going to be the most annoying person you've ever met." And let's see if he lives up to that. I think he's not undersold himself there. Steve, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm going to mute myself.
All right. Thanks, Riza. I mean, sort of thanks. But I also want to thank Hank, Core, and Drummond. The spec up thing you'll see towards the second part of my or the last part of my presentation. It's like a perfect application for it. So, anyhow, um, I'm Steve Vitka. I'm trying to be the 2 to 5 years out product visionary for Quai. And that includes the policy environment that personal agents will play in. I also think that the environment, including the authentication layers between agents and even within agents, will be far more important than training the LLM or whatever model to be in alignment with human beings. So I think the alignment, the way people are approaching alignment, is generally wrong. And I think actually black boxes often can be a better solution if you have the right layers between them. So I'm sort of more aware of kind of the downstream effects of trust over IP. I've done 3 IIWs. I've heard Johannes Ernst bemoan the direction OAuth went many times. And I was sort of half paying attention as much as I could yesterday, but it sounded like all the working groups that you originally instituted, whatever it was, 5 years ago or so, they sound like great groups, and I want to, see all of those continue in some form or another. Okay, so let me see. What are we on the slides? I don't see the slides. I just see our faces now. Is everybody else seeing the slides?
No.
Okay,
Anyone
no
can share. I can share, or you can share it.
I'm back there.
Reeves got the slides.
Back to the slideshow. There we
back
go.
to the slides.
Okay, so we're gonna
All right, go on down.
let me get back to your slides.
For like 9 or
Sorry,
so, maybe.
I'm there, and I'm going to go to the slideshow there. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, the first thing I'm going to talk about here is, the Quai policy partnerships I'm trying to get going. You see you guys are at the top, and like I said, I kind of got away to move forward with regards to spec up. So that's enough there. Moving on to the next thing. GliaNet Alliance. So these guys are founded by Richard, what's Richard's last name? I'm spacing on it right now.
Richard Witt.
Yeah, Richard Witt, who is a Harvard professor and legal professor, law professor. And he's getting a group of other legal scholars and himself together in order to create a whole, once again, environment, a whole ecology of net fiduciaries. In other words, a fiduciary is a concept that's brought over from the legal realm regarding often when a more powerful entity has control over the results on a weaker entity, like a doctor, controlling a patient. So you have to have a fiduciary relationship so that the doctor doesn't abuse that. And as we move into more and more intelligent systems, these type of fiduciary relationships are going to be central. And I'm particularly working on creating duties for agents, which are multi-specified as being layman readable, so they're quick to understand, the full legalese, so that they're not legally ambiguous anyway, JSON, so they're machine readable, and then have pointers to a separate, database of all the different edge cases where, the agent essentially has to be told, do this over that because, we arbitrarily decided this is how it should go. Now, all of this multi-specification I kind of got out of the my terms standard, which is going forward. So I'm part of this IEEE group, which is passing this standard, which was started by Doc Searles, which is a way for essentially data use agreements to get pushed by the first party. And so it has the same form of multi-specification of layman legalese and JSON, and that's kind of where I got it from. So we're going to be doing all that in Quai, and this is one way that we're doing what we call intent casting, which is ways to just broadcast what an agent's intent is so it can essentially find other agents to cooperate with. So it kind of puts, if you think of all that, you don't know about A2A and all that other stuff, but okay. So the next group that we're going to be working with is the Loyal Agents Group. So I see I screwed up my slide a little there, but it's started by Consumer Reports and Stanford's Digital Economy Lab, but it also has a bunch of different other orgs in it. But it's just starting up, but there's a lot of people, so I figure sort of for cross-group collaboration, it'll be really good. Then finally, there's the MIT's Nanda project, which is already DID powered, and that's a distributed registry of agents. But as you'll see in the later part of my presentation here, you also, I basically was like to them, you also need to be the registry of workflows that these agents generate information for and the workspaces they execute in. So I recently edited their sort of main spec document, which is called Beyond DNS, and I'm waiting to see if they accept my pull request. So, all right, cool. Riza, thanks for moving on to the next thing. So one of the main things that we're developing at Quai is this overall architecture for a personal agency. And here I have the use case, which is going to be a primary use case of this personal agency, is this unified feed. So what's important is that I'm essentially creating different, you can see these different layers here that allow there to be security between those layers and so on and so forth. And I'm just going to talk about the function of this personal agency system. So your personal agency is made up primarily of your digital twin, which is your external agent that interacts with the world, and your virtual assistant, which is interacts in a more private, personal, sovereign space with you that's not directly queryable by the outside world, so that it doesn't, get things like prompt injection or whatever else. It has to essentially go through a two-stage process. And so when you get some information from the external world, what I call the digital deluge, if you look over to the top and to the right there, all that stuff kind of comes in, and your digital twin is going to vet it. And it's going to say, okay, is this like from legitimate sources? This is where all of the reputation network stuff that you're working on a trust over IP would come into play. In other words, you would be able to vet all this information because your twin is sort of your digital you that's socially embedded in all of these data sharing relationships. And so from all of that, it's going to then pass that stuff to the virtual assistant. And the virtual assistant then has this stuff that your digital twin should go into your feed, but because your virtual assistant kind of controls your whole local operating system, it can contextualize when it wants to send you different information. In other words, you want to see your work emails when you're at work, but not when you're at home, essentially. So, but only your virtual assistant knows what you're actually doing from moment to moment. And then I've got a third layer down here of how the unified feed is, displayed as a single curated river, so that not only can your virtual assistant put things in front of you, swap context, I mean, not swap context, find context, on an ongoing basis, but you have this one unified feed where you can sort of look, all right, considering my whole context right now, what is the kind of the top 10 most important things I got to look at? You can just see it all as one sort of email-like list. And then it goes into more in this work surface that I've got this I want to have eventually a sliding tabs interface, which is I want to essentially take, fork something like Firefox and turn it into a whole operating system for agents by compiling everything into WASM. But so this is the kind of the whole design that I have going on for how a personal agent should work from a security perspective mostly. And I hope that's all clear. Any questions so far coming in the chat? Let's see. All right, well, not relevant to the immediate thing, but we'll get to that later. All right, so now I've got my last little bit here. This is kind of what I wanted to highlight with you guys. And that's my taxonomy for agent systems, or as I call it, TFRAS. And you want to go to the next slide? There you go. This is the problem. Current AI systems dangerously mix reasoning, logic, and execution. The reality is that everyone is doing their own thing, and unless we know where one system starts and another one begins, we can't put any sort of layers, security layers between them or authentication layers. All right, I want to go to the next slide. So my solution is the architectural triad. So I am getting back to defining the agent as it was often traditionally thought it would be defined by, I think, the original AI safety people, which is as something called an oracle. Obviously, don't connect the agent directly to the internet. Everybody knows that. Duh. Well, I guess people don't know that anymore. And that's why we need this triad again. So the agent is the generator. So this can be any sort of complex workflow. So it doesn't just have to be a model, but it can include all of the search functionality and all of the evaluation of results and so on and so forth until it finally makes some sort of media output like an image or text or so on and so forth. And then only that is then passed to the orchestrator who takes over and can actually execute. So this is essentially the deterministic code, the workflow that executes things that the agent says. Now, however, all of what the workflow is allowed to execute is actually, written into the code and controlled by the workspace. So the workspace can be just sort of any type of environment that code executes in, or it could be something more complex, something that's like an object capability based, where such that the workspace essentially has to pass a token back to the workflow to authorize its actions. All right. If you want to go a whole nother layer of complexity. So, all right. So here's just an example of a chatbot and how I would define the different pieces according to my taxonomy. So, your agent is just the tokens that get output, and then, the workflow, it can't execute this user request because they're just some tokens, and this fake user request rather, to delete everything. And because the chatbot workflow logic receives this text and is programmed only to allow it to use the display message tool. So there's a display message tool that's provided the workspace, and that is where the chat eventually appears as, manipulated by the workflow. So, this is obviously an example of a working system where these pieces are not confused with each other, but agential systems have not maintained this proper level of firewalling. Okay, you want to go to the next thing here? All right, so the benefits. Oh, we zoomed it in. All right. It's or maybe I zoomed it in. Okay. It's obviously for security. You guys understand all about this. Trust over IP, I'm sure. Verifiable change of trust. I do want to mention one thing here. I'm very really into this new startup called Fractalic.ai. I'll have to put it in the notes. And they really help with this verifiable chain of trust. And they use something they use the GitHub versioning system, just like you guys are, to create a series of documents, which are the workflows that can then be rewound to previous state and so on and so forth. But the whole point is you could put all sorts of stuff in there, hashing and so forth, to create provenance so that that your workflow before it was executed to the final record of its state and everything that happened in it can all be cryptographically linked. So I look forward to working on that type of stuff with you guys. And this is all for the purposes of safe composability. So there you go. All right. What do we got for questions?
There was a question. Okay. There was a question from Scott Perry, who said, given Kwai's interest in partnerships, how could that work within the involvement of Linux Foundation, Decentralized Trust?
Well, they may be the ones that have to answer that. So, I don't know, from a trust over IP standpoint, we can get involved in joint operating agreements, which we've done that. But as far as partnerships, well, maybe Drummond and maybe Danielle, if she's on the call, we could address that. But maybe that's not really relevant per se for the call. But obviously, if you're seeking some kind of partnership, I'd want to know if that's even available. And I wanted to let you know, I don't know if that's the case, right?
Okay. I see Daniela's hands up, and Daniela, you and I had a call a couple of days ago. So
yeah,
thanks.
so Reza and I recently spoke about this, and you are correct, Scott. We don't have partnerships in the traditional way that companies have. Either at Trust over IP or Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. So we did talk about having Kawai join as a contributing member to Trust over IP, right? That process is very simple to do, and we encourage anyone who's interested in contributing to the work that Trust over IP is doing to go down that path. And we'll obviously send out to all the participants as a follow-up to how to go about doing that. And there's certainly also opportunities for joining as a member of the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust, which comes with many other general member benefits. As an open community, we encourage everyone to participate and contribute. There is no requirement, right, to do so. And I think there's ways for us to support both communities mutually if it's of interest to the steering committee at Trust over IP and the rest of the membership for sure.
Thanks so much, Daniela. We can now move over to the next. This is a new standard. Okay, we'll come to Doc. Doc is our Chief Intention Officer. It's kind of an honorific title.
Hey, I'm just going to speak to Don's question one
sure.
quick moment.
Okay.
So, yeah, the Tower of Babel problem is, just everyone is using a different term for agent and everyone's using a different term for workflow. And in fact, they're often using the terms agent and workflow ambiguously, even within their own organizations, using one for the other and so forth. And so that's the key thing is that I'm trying to, and why, the Trust over IP formatting is going to be so useful to create these precise definitions, because that ambiguity is where all the problems start. So that's what I was trying to say there.
Thanks so much. I'm going to move on now. We're going to move on. I'm going to introduce Solomon Satari. Solomon is Director of Research at Quai. You can reach him at solomon@quai.ai. And Solomon, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I am a member of Quai. I'll talk more about at the end of this slide what that means for me. I come from a research background, and I'm here to talk about Quai being involved with the science of AI, with the community, and trying to contribute and be experts in the field by immersing ourselves into it in different ways. So my previous research, I was on a long time ago project to find the Higgs boson. I started my science career kind of studying particle detectors that were used in CERN, and basically measuring their electrical properties before and after they're highly irradiated. And that kind of gave me a love for science, and I went on to do different kind of projects. In my PhD, I studied viscous mixing in a mathematical framework for that. And I went on, moved to Japan, and worked on amoeba communication networks. I have some images of trans-scale imaging of amoeba colonies that, if anyone ever wants to talk about those, I love talking about those fascinating organisms. Currently, so I pivoted around 3-4 years ago, almost 4 years ago, to the industry research. So now I work for a medical startup. I'm not here representing them. I work on time series healthcare data, waveform analysis, and recently building out an MCP server for accessing that data. And I moonlight as a researcher here with Quai, and also from some previous projects. My research interests, most recently, information theory, collective behavior, and what I'll talk about today, homomorphic encryption for RAG. And I'll go more into what that is. I put this image out here just because I think what Quai is about for me, and what my involvement is kind of taking back or holding on to what we can of our data of control, making sure that software is there to benefit us, not the other way around, and not only merely to produce profit for others, but also benefit the humans. So I'm definitely victim to this at some times, and looking to take back ownership of the knowledge and the science of AI and building our own infrastructure. So Quai is about building safer, faster, greener AI We have various different projects, and I'm here to also invite anyone to join, talk about these things more, get involved. If you're interested in any of the topics I'm going to talk about, reach out to me or Riza, and we'll talk more. We're interested in state space models, making AI faster, AI for medicine, PINs, physics-inspired neural networks, and I'll talk about homomorphic encryption. There's QuiNet and distributing the knowledge base and the math that comes around that, and some new ideas on GraphRag. So I'll go kind of a little bit deeper in the different projects. This is not one of my projects, but this is Daryl from Quai, and the really interesting fundamental questions that he's working on and he's bringing to us that we discuss at our weekly meetings. So the big question is, do language models generate text by following deterministic grammatical rules, or is grammar just an emergent property of next word prediction? And in the transform model, there's no explicit grammar in there, but somehow that's encoded into the weights. But we know from like linguistics research that language can also be modeled by a state machine, kind of more deterministically. You have exact states of grammar that are allowed after a given state, and can we use this to improve on what LLMs can do? So Daryl is proposing and working on laying out a process for generation where you split the deterministic component, the grammar engine, from the probabilistic component in token generation, and to get a better state. And one of the big parts of this is Mamba, like the subquadratic neural networks that scale much better than transformers. All right, I'll have Riza take on this slide.
Yeah, so in our membership, there turns out to be people from the life sciences domain. We've got very strong sort of expertise in that area. You'll see this one name here, Afshin Beheshti. He's actually our president, and he's also a NASA researcher, Broad Institute. He's run a nonprofit during COVID, the COVID International Research Team, and he now heads up a department at the University of Pittsburgh. And a group of the researchers within Quai decided very early on, this is a 2-year-old project, can we create a chatbot that a patient can use to ask the simple question, is this side effect, no, are these symptoms that I'm experiencing a side effect of the drug that my doctor prescribed to me? And so can they do that with natural language, and how accurate would it be? Well, the results turned out, if you were to use just a vanilla chatbot, an uninformed chatbot like ChatGPT, you got about a 50 to 60% accuracy. So that's about as accurate as flipping a coin. So not very good at all. When you inform that chatbot with a knowledge base of drug side effects, then the accuracy goes up. So that knowledge base was the CIDR database, which is a database of all the drug leaflets. You know, when you get your prescription medicine, there's a leaflet inside there. So the CIDR database is basically the repository of all of those leaflets. And so now they created a simple RAG system, retrieval augmented generation, which is informed by that knowledge base. And yes, it took the accuracy up to about 70%, 70, 80%. You can see there the diagrams. And then they took it one step further and said, well, if we augment the vanilla RAG system with a graph database and create relationships between nodes and end up with a richer database, than simply the vanilla RAG. The accuracy went up to 98, 99%. So that was worth writing home about. You can see here they published it in the archive, and that got picked up by a YouTube analyst, Discover.ai, and they managed to parlay that up now into a paper that's going through final polish for Nature Scientific Report. So that was an example of research that came out of Kwai, and yeah, it's going to be sort of in line with personal AI, but personal healthcare, I guess. So back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about my research project currently with Kwai. And the big question that we have is if I'm asking ChatGPT or an LLM about my own personal data, my healthcare data, can I ask it about that without giving my raw data? Can we keep everything private and still have inference or LLM text generation done on the data? And so we're starting that with specifically the RAG problem and seeing, so there's a concept of homomorphic encryption, which means take my vector database, take my corpus of text, and I can encrypt that. And in the encrypted data space, we can still perform the queries. And that's what homomorphic encryption is about. And the idea of applying homomorphic encryption to RAG, I mean, this is something dear to Kwai as being, protecting individuals when it comes to AI. And there's not, surprisingly, not a lot of research out there on there. There's a couple of papers. And so we're kind of at the forefront of studying how homomorphic encryption can be used best to perform RAG without providing the data. And you can go to next.
But Solomon, that is radical. It means that when you are using a chatbot and it asks you to upload your context files, you're actually having to trust Sam Altman or Google or whatever, that they're not going to take possession of that data and sell it on or divulge it, whatever. You're having to trust them. Is there a way where you can do that in a zero trust way, where you want to make use of the services they have? And I think we have stumbled upon this. And talk a bit about the SIAM, Society of Industrial and Applied Mathematics.
Yeah. So we came up with, I mean, Riza and team, I think before I joined, came up with a very kind of rudimentary solution to this, right? So you can scramble the vectors before you send them out. And there's so many permutations that you'd be able to compute the cosine similarity in the encrypted space while preserving the data. And we came to SIAM with this problem, Society of Industrial Applied Mathematics. I've been in touch with them about a workshop they have, which is like mathematical problems in industry. And so I told them that we're working on this problem and gave them the background, and they found, it normally costs $10,000 to join that program, but they found a sponsor for us. And you can go to the next slide. I think the next one is about those results. Yeah. And so we met up, we gave our spiel about homomorphic encryption, and these students and professors that are in this photo here all kind of joined our team. And we spent 5 days hashing out, okay, is this dimensional scrambling a good encryption system? How can we break it? And what are the better methods? And the students and all of us together came up with a list of different encryption algorithms that preserve the retrieval from documents, and we're working on a benchmark study to figure out what's a good protocol in a realistic server environment for encryption, decryption, and performing RAG.
Great.
Yeah, and so if anything I talked about is interesting to you, contact Riza or me, first name at Kwai.ai. We have different ways to participate. There's the annual Kwai Summit where we present research. We have hackathons. There's regular workshops, presentations. I applied to the SIAM thing. I was able to go to that through being a Kwai member. It was a lot of fun. We have weekly research meetings that all are free to join, and we have an internship program, daily intern stand-ups. We're also open to thinking about applying as a 501(c). That opens up being able to apply to NSF grants or other kinds of grants for doing research.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Solomon. It shouldn't, this, I hope this doesn't fly past everyone. Confidential search is not possible with vanilla text knowledge bases, but when you transform your knowledge base into a vector database, you're basically taking your raw text and transforming it into a semantic space. So that means the meaning of the documents are now represented in this vector form. Geometrically, it's actually placing the knowledge, the data points on the surface of a hyperdimensional sphere. Okay. And now you've fallen asleep already because you're going to go into deep vector math. But the way in which vector databases work is they look at the similarity between two vectors, and that maps onto the similarity between the meaning, the semantic representation of the data. So, and you can do math on it. You can actually say, you can have a vector that represents king and a vector that represents queen, and you can say, and it represents one that represents man and woman, and you can actually do that math, and you can see how the vector representation works, and that is the underlying basis of retrieval augmented generation. And the missing element is if you want to make that private, if you want to keep the data confidential, you don't have a solution for that at the moment, and homomorphic encryption is the solution. So it means that you'll be able to upload your confidential data to a chatbot, and they'll be able to search it in its encrypted form and come back with the correct result. And we can, if you want to be part of that, that's a super exciting thing. There's a paper, the SIAM paper is already published in mathematical MIIR, I think. Solomon, if you can post the link to that, people can go and have a look at it. But then there's a deeper paper that's coming out on this topic. If you want to contribute to this, you get your name in the paper, and that is, you can see this is an investment in your professional development if that's what you're after. And then Solomon mentioned the intern program. Look, under the current administration, when students finish their degree course or their master's course, or and don't walk straight into a job, if they're foreign students, they have to leave the country. There is a carve out though. If they volunteer to a 501(c)(3), like Kwai, then we can give them an offer letter and their residency is extended. So this has become a way in, we've now concluding our summer cohort, and we'll be starting our winter cohort of interns. If you know anyone interested, they can connect with us at Kwai.ai. Okay, we are now 45 minutes. We're halfway through the 90-minute segment, and the next slot is going to be more interactive, and it's going to be about the development work that we've taken on at Kwai. And it says here Brian slides. I'm hoping that Brian can participate, but he's having connectivity issues, and so. But I'm going to introduce Brian Ragazzi anyway. So Brian met us 2 years ago at the Southern California Linux Expo when we did our first presentation there. He came up to us and said, "Hey, I'm working on this project. It's a decentralized AI infrastructure." And he introduced us to the concept of being able to run AI distributed across a dozen nodes, 100, 1,000 nodes. And that has been the basis of the development that we've been undertaking. So why would we do that? Well, our broad mission is to make AI safer, faster, and greener. It definitely scores on the greener goal because we're basically bringing AI down from the clouds and enabling it to run at the edge. So it's pretty exciting. It's built on two frameworks. One is called HiveMind and one is called Petals. So HiveMind, go look up those. The GitHub repo for HiveMind is publicly accessible and it's an active project. The layer above that, Petals, is it's now a ghost town project. It's an abandoned project, but we've kind of taken that on within Quai, and we think it's a good stepping stone to take us to where we want to go. I'm going to play a video to describe where we want to go, and the video is actually up here. It is here. It's actually on our web page as well. Let's see if I can go slideshow and play this and make it bigger.
Humanity has taken a great leap forward.
I'm hoping you
When
can
the
hear
usage of
that.
language was accelerated through writing, then printing and telecommunications, and now the large language model. So why are we so concerned? The crisis in agency affects us all. Using centralized AI services risks loss of control and ownership of personal and proprietary data. This is an issue for individuals and businesses alike. Also, we can't ignore the hidden cost of AI on the planet from data centers that are extremely inefficient and wasteful of processing, energy, and water. AI services are priced by time, with use it or lose it subscriptions. Buyers want cost to scale with their usage or business. The pricing model and barriers to entry stifle real competition in this winner-takes-all game. We can do better. Imagine a new decentralized infrastructure for AI with pay-as-you-go pricing. You only pay for what you use. Imagine data sovereignty, that is, privacy-preserving, anonymized, homomorphically encrypted with provenance tracking. You entitle who can query your knowledge base. It's distributed AI, bringing processing to where the data is at the edge. It's built on a secure peer-to-peer fabric that aggregates unused and unsold compute capacity. It's a digital public infrastructure for agentic workflows, built by the people for the people. It's safer, faster, and greener. How does it work? Use the unified feed to connect to the vendors and services that have your personal data and bring it home. Build your own knowledge base that is kept up to date. Your knowledge base includes the raw documents and their semantic transformation. The meaning of your knowledge is stored in a vector database, a graph database, and a regular relational database. Then, use your personal AI to converse with your knowledge. You don't have a supercomputer at home, right? So how does it scale? On a standard home computer, personal AI becomes slow to use. Knowledge bases of over 10 gigabytes can't be easily searched at conversation speed, and we can only support small language models locally. Introducing QuaiNet, the first decentralized digital public infrastructure for AI. QuaiNet employs a storage fabric hosted by a large community with a growing capacity. This allows you to spread your knowledge securely, enabling fast parallel search. It also includes a peer-to-peer community inference network that can run large language models distributed across multiple nodes. First, you scramble your data. Then you scatter shards of your vector database across a wide array of host nodes on the network. Copies are redundantly stored for maximum availability. Each shard is encrypted with its own key, known only to your personal AI. Now you can have a conversation with your own knowledge, quickly and securely. Your prompt is analyzed locally using a graph search first to build a target list. Then, A RAG query is targeted at the shard hosts with the most relevant information. Now, since the encryption is homomorphic, there is no need to decrypt the vectors. They can be searched in their encrypted state. The search is performed in parallel by each remote host, and they return the index and similarity score of their matching vectors. Then, your personal AI retrieves the matching records locally by index to compile and refine the contextual information along with the prompt to perform the chat completion. In addition to its storage, each host node may offer its CPU or GPU for rent. QuiNet spreads the processing load of large language models across a cluster of disparate resources. Your personal AI can now harness the elastic capacity of community inference, safer, faster, and greener. Install the Quai wallet, and you'll receive a generous token credit for your free tier. Now you can start to sync your personal data. Keep it local if you have the resources, or leverage the power of the decentralized AI infrastructure. Now you can have chatbot conversations with your own data, or construct agentic workflows to tackle your tasks. Your Quai wallet will be charged for only the tokens or storage you use. Node operators are credited for both their storage and processing used. Installing the wallet allows you to be a node operator as well. You can earn and redeem tokens. Imagine what Quai Personal AI can do for you using QuiNet. How can you help? Donate. One-time or recurring gifts. Match our in-kind contributions. Sponsor. Become a corporate member. Support work groups and events. Volunteer. Join our global network of changemakers. And share. Spread the word and help us grow the movement.
Okay, so I'm going to pause there. I'm sure there's lots of questions before I go into the demo of the code, the various parts of the system, and let me stop sharing, and I'll set up for the next more interactive part of the presentation. Sure, there are lots of questions. I see, Steve, you had some comments there. Okay, let me show you the Chrome browser. This is what QuiNet looks like today. It's got some nodes. These are developers around the world. There's actually a developer on the island of Malta. We got some on the West Coast, some on the East Coast, and this is what it looks like now. So we can go and spin up some more nodes and you'll see them appearing. I'm going to reach into another machine, and while you guys are all talking about this, we can what's going on? We client disk. Okay, I will show you what's going on here. Okay, so the topology of the network is there are a collection of bootstrap servers. Ultimately, we're going to have many more bootstrap servers. We've only got 2 at the moment, and these are the first points of contact. When you launch a node, here at the bottom of the nodes, they contact the bootstrap servers and it gets registered in the distributed hash table. And there is a vigorous chatter between all of the various nodes. They're pinging each other and they're just keeping the network alive. Now, what we want to do is leverage some of the work that's been going on in the distributed decentralized trust project, trust over IP group, in verifiable relationship credentials rather than sharing explicit information such as IP address and so on, which in fact is PII. So you can see this very rudimentary program, a very rudimentary system, Petals, is a bit naive in what it shares between individuals. And if you're trying to create a system that's preserving privacy of the individual contributors, that is important. And so we, when we are devising the network, we also want to make sure we're not building a platform for unattributable bots to operate. And so we want to make sure that every node is traceable to personhood. So there is a real live actor behind it. And this is just a point. This is one of our guiding principles. And so the work on personhood that's going on within the foundation's work groups, I think is of tremendous relevance to us. Okay, so I'm going to try and look at the chat as well to see if there are any questions coming in. Steve, you say smaller models using smaller context for tasks reduces power. You're absolutely right there. This is a very different approach to the highly centralized SaaS services where you've got bigger and bigger models that can only run in a data center and can't possibly run locally or distributed. And those bigger and bigger models are preserving the moat around the SaaS AI services. And it relegates all of us to simply becoming their customers rather than being able to participate in the AI economy. And so we feel a decentralized infrastructure could help you participate in the economy. I'm going to show you more about how you can get involved in the development. So let's go to our favorite. Well, let's go and have a look on GitHub. GitHub, and we're going to go to the Quai repos. Okay. So the one I've been talking about is this OpenAI Petal, which is not a very helpful name, but it's because we took the HiveMind Petal framework that already existed, and we put an OpenAI interface on top of it. And that meant that you can now address it. You could talk to it with an existing chatbot framework. And then many of them out there, Open Web UI is one of the most popular chatbot frameworks that's open source. Okay, so you can see there's quite a bit of activity going on. This is a good way of looking at the pulse of a project. Let's go dive into it and see what's going on in there. Okay, so this would be your simplest way of getting into spinning up a node. You can do that now, and it'll appear live on the map if you want to do that. Here's the overview of the project. What is it all about? It is it's an OpenAI API compatible server that bridges between Petals and your chatbot, and we are there's active development going on. Let's go to here and see. Hey, I want to install this. How would you install this? Well, on your Linux machine, you'd simply go click here to copy this, and you'd paste it into your terminal. And it'll take a while. It might take 10, 15 minutes, depending on the power of your machine. You're going to need some disk storage, but very soon you will be appearing on this map, and you'll be contributing to a peer-to-peer fabric. You'll be contributing to the BitTorrent of AI. And it really asks us the question, it begs the question, what is the computer? Is the computer now just my laptop? Or is it a distributed fabric? And that's the compute resource. And when you think about what the compute resource is, because it's all running a single model, it's a single model being run, distributed across all of those nodes. You now ask yourself is, well, what is the operating system that is running on that fabric? And that ties back into my very provocative tagline, the Linux of AI. I think we need that. I think we need to think beyond the personal computer as being a single solitary device, and think of it more as a fabric of lots of different devices working in concert together. And now think about what is that software layer that allows us to run agentic applications on top of it in a trustworthy manner. What is the file system? What is the process management infrastructure on there? These are all the questions that need to be debated, and this is the forum. It's in the Linux Foundation, and it's in the work groups of Linux where this needs to be debated. So again, I need to get off my soapbox and get down and dirty. And if no one's going to be throwing in questions, I'm just going to talk. So I'd love it if someone were to guide me a bit here on what we want to do. I'm going to go and look at the open pedals. So how many of you can click on this link here? You should be able to find it. I'm gonna copy it and actually put it in the chat. Now, when you paste it from the chat, just make sure you get all of it. Okay, so this is kind of dangerous. Can we trust this guy? He's asking me to run code on my Linux machine. Okay, so you need to and it should work. What that does is it'll pull the code from the repo and run the Linux installer for this open pedal. And we might see you and let us know if that's working, and we might see you appear on this map. Okay, back to the code. Of course, there's uninstall. If you're on a Mac, here's the equivalent command if you're on a Mac. It's slightly different. There's sufficient difference between Linux and Mac OS that requires it to have its own bare metal installer. We do have Docker Podman implementations. Give it a try. I'm not sure if it'll work. Yeah, it should work. So this is a good place to give it a try. And in fact, when we look at the network and we look over here, we can see we've got Docker and Podman instances, as well as the bare metal instances running on the network. Okay, so let's go back here and I will show you what the command line interface looks like if there are no questions. Okay, so let's run up a command line, and this requires me to stop sharing, and I'm going to share the entire desktop instead. Share, and I'm gonna make that go away. Okay, so this might be difficult to see. I'm gonna have a look and see if I need to. Okay, let's just go with that. The the program that you will once you've run that installer, you'll end up with a program called eKYC. And so I'm going to type eKYC help, and here comes the beautified help screen for this command line interface. So it's quite a rich command set. You can run the node in daemon mode. Daemon. You can start and stop it, look at the status, the logs, and so on. You can also install a service so that when your system reboots, it'll launch automatically. And you can uninstall that service as well. You can monitor what's going on, and there's an updater and so on. So it is reasonably it's got some significant functionality to it. You can also simply just go eKYC start and off it goes, and it'll eKYC start -- daemon will start it in the background, and it'll just do the rest for you. So let's see if that works. I'm here currently. This is my node, and I'm going to well, why don't we just run a eKYC command status. Okay, eKYC status, and it says it's running. It's had an uptime of 15.6 hours. It's using 0 CPU. I should probably report here how much GPU it's using. This is on a Mac Mini computer, and it's got 30 odd threads, not using a lot of storage. I'm currently running version 6.0. It says, hey, there's a newer version available. So other developers have been contributing to the code, and it's actually moved on. I'm not going to stop this one running. You can see here that we've taken a model and we've split it into 32 blocks, and each of these nodes is running part of the whole system. And if you want to simply just contribute a machine, hey, you've got a machine lying idle, it's doing nothing. What could you do? What could you do? At the moment, we haven't monetized it in any way, but you can. Ultimately, the video that I played said, hey, your node could be earning for you while you are at work, while you're asleep. Your node is there available as part of the fabric and could be contributing to a community fabric upon which AI could run. And it could also be something that's actually earning you money. If you look at fabrics, if you look at AI services like from AWS Bedrock, where they charge you per token, it's about $1 for 1 million tokens. That's the current price. And I'm sure if you were to order in bulk, you'd get a lower rate than that. But let's take that $1 per million tokens. If any of you have used Claude Code, you get capped at 200,000 tokens a day, or for a session, and you get booted out when you've reached that in your Claude Pro account, and you're paying $20 a month for that. Imagine now that code is running on a distributed fabric. You can see there are lots and lots of users that would be using that fabric, and you could either be a user, or you could be a node operator, or you could be both. And so your wallet would be being credited with some virtual currency, some token, and you could redeem it. It's almost like frequent flyer miles. And so that way, more people can participate in the AI economy. It'll become definitely greener because it's running distributed, it's not running centralized. It's faster. It's faster because it's running in a parallel architecture. When you send out that RAG query, it's not searching one single disk drive. It's sending out that search to 1,000 different shards of your knowledge base, and they all search in parallel and give you back the answers. And then the LLM, even though the time to the first token is slower than would be if you were to run it on a supercomputer, it streams after that. And it streams, and especially for conversational applications where it is a streaming use case, this type of architecture works really well. Okay, I am going to stop sharing there and maybe let's take some questions. Just wondering, was I muted all the time?
No, you definitely were not, Riza. I unfortunately had to step away for a good part of the first hour. So I'm back and have been looking through and going, oh, wow, there's a bunch of great comments here. But I'm going to let people wiser than I ask the questions. So just letting you know, no, you're coming through loud and clear.
Thanks. So I showed you the OpenAI Petal framework. That's the foundation. That's us getting a system up and running. It's not where we want to go. It's not the end game. And so what I want to show you is a new repo that we just made public today, just this morning, and it just describes where we want to go. So let me do that while people are plucking up the courage to ask questions. So it's called Quinet. Look, Quinet's a horrible name. We'll get a marketing focus group to come up with a better name, but that's the name we have for now. And it is, so let's go to the top. Let's go and have a look at in fact, let's go to the very top. So here's Quai Personal AI Lab. Our GitHub landing page needs some care and attention. But if you go into the repo, I see 26 repos. Publicly, there are only a few of them, but let's go and look at the Quinet repo. Here it is. Okay, so this is where we're going. Quinet, sovereign AI infrastructure. So we want to take the thing that we prototyped using HiveMind and Petals and OpenAI API, the OpenAI API, and we want to make it more mainstream and more amenable to mass adoption. Currently, it's kind of techy and nerdy. You can either, run up a Docker instance, or you can install this very arcane Python stack, and it doesn't work on Windows. So hold on, we're the Linux Foundation. Why do we care about Windows? Well, we want to get mass adoption. We want to get a system that can run on mobile, can maybe just run in your browser. The underlying infrastructure could be there could be heavy Linux components to it, but to make it more accessible to everyone, we really need something that is a bit more mainstream. And so we propose a complete rewrite of the HiveMind Petals frameworks. We'll take inspiration of that, but we want to rewrite it in Rust and WebAssembly. So that's a big lift. And how are we going to do that? Well, we are going to do that in stages. The storage part of it, let's think about the bottom of that layer. Remember in the video, there were 3 layers. There's the storage fabric, there's the compute inference fabric, and then there's kind of a business layer on top where applications live and so on. The storage fabric was donated to Quai. There's a company called Verida, for-profit entity, that came to the end of their road and they open sourced their code and made Quai the custodian. There are a number of competing solutions for that distributed storage fabric. You could use the Solid protocol from Tim Berners-Lee. We could use IPFS. We could use Filecoin. So it's by no means the only solution, but this one was donated to us. They also donated to us the entire crypto treasury worth, at least theoretically worth about $1 million. But we're not sure what we're going to do with that. Frankly, it frightens me, but we'll see. But we want it to be mobile friendly, and we want it to be able to be open and accessible and compliant, enterprise compliant. So it should be able to be friendly for businesses to want to instantiate a swarm of computers so they can run their own AI in there and not be reliant on the big data centers. And yeah, we want to gamify the onboarding of it to lower the barrier to entry and have tokenomics in there. So our roadmap, we're kind of in this phase here, in the Q4 phase, where we are working on the specification of it, but we're going to kick off a series of hackathons. And the hackathons will be, you see here, this number that comes after that, there'll be hackathon prizes. And we'll use this treasury that was donated to us as the prize money to get us to where we want to go. Okay, so let's look at the architecture. Click here, and this is the beauty of GitHub. And this is where I want to start using the ref, T-refs and so on that we heard about today, the references. So let's make that bigger, shall we? I think we can click on that and go bigger, go big or go home. I'm hoping everyone can see that. It is the architecture diagram, and the bit that got, gosh, the bit that's actually in here. What is that not doing? Okay, the user layer. I'm trying to get this to be bigger, bigger, bigger. Okay, can't figure that out. It might be, okay. So this diagram over here is this diagram. There we go. Okay, so the part that we've implemented already is just this small component here that we've implemented using HiveMind and Petals, and we want to rewrite that. And that part is the bit that we want to rewrite in Rust and WebAssembly. And so, hey, how hard can it be? It's only code, and you know, Drummond is already a vibe coder, so we're going to be using. We've all got access to it. It's actually easier now than it used to be, and we can move this forward together. And so that's where we're going. The rest of it is not the heavy lifting. I think the heavy lifting is in this section here. If we can get this section, the network layer, to be re-implemented in Rust and WASM, I think we're going to be really well placed to have a system that a peer-to-peer fabric that is available for mass adoption. Okay, I'm going to really stop talking there. Drummond, you say you're a very amateur vibe coder.
Very.
Okay. What is your favorite tool chain for
Oh,
vibe?
no. That's just by very amateur meaning I was playing with the caffeine app from Definity when I was in Europe, just to get a sense. I've actually sat in an armchair with some real vibe coders and, real coders that are vibe coding things very quickly. And I appreciate that it really helps, like with everything else in AI, it really helps to know, to be an expert in what you're doing, because that way you know how to use the tool versus someone that doesn't.
Indeed, it's very easy to just abdicate your brain, your coding brain to the co-pilot. Don't do that, because you're in effect giving up the pilot seat. So here I've just run up Claude, and we're right here in the framework. And the cool thing I like about the co-pilots is that you don't have to memorize the arcane syntax of all of these tools like Git. You can instead just say, fetch the latest from the origin. And there's a Git incantation for that. But I don't want to clutter my brain learning, remembering Git, sed, awk, grep, and all of those tools that we learned when we were teenagers. I want to forget that and have the machine do that.
Yep.
And so then it frees us up to think about what is the intent, what is our intent, and what do we want to get. And so it says, hey, you're already up to date. Well, that's fantastic. Okay, so then I might just ask it to update the README. Okay, so that's a trivial task. That's kind of a chore that you forget about, and off it goes, and it'll go and do that, and then I can tell it to commit and push, and that's a bit of work. I would not surrender architectural thinking to the machine, and this is what we need to do in this forum here. We are sentient beings, and we have our guiding principles and our human values, and that should help us define the architecture, use the co-pilots and so on as the tools to help us achieve what we want to achieve.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So in the absence of any other questions, I'd love to know more. You mentioned the Verida merger. How did that come about? I mean, you've explained a little bit where you're going with it, but how is that going to, in your view, Riza, affect, sort of the trajectory of Kwai now?
Yeah, so the leaders of Arida are members of Choir, had been members for a year and maybe 2 years, and we'd been eyeing their code for quite a long time. The distributed storage space is cluttered. I mean, and for a for-profit entity to actually make any headway against Filecoin or Solid, which has now been commercialized by Inrupt, it's difficult, and so they weren't standing out. But we thought, okay, AI is a big demand driver for distributed storage, especially our vision of personal AI. So when Chris Weir and Cam Gear said, hey, they're coming to the end of the road there, they don't see a way forward, they decided to open source all of their code, and they donated it to Kwai, or made us the custodians of it, and we're moving forward there. Look, I'm not sure how it's going to play out, but for now we see this as a gift that was given to us, and we'll see what we do with that.
Okay, that's great. We'll see if there are any other questions before, I guess, what would, for some of us at certain time zones, will finally be the lunch break. All good.
But there'll be videos to watch, and people can consume this later on.
Yeah, that is one of the nice things is we're recording all these sessions, so it's been great. I've by the end of the day yesterday, I got like 10 different requests saying, "Oh, I couldn't come to this session. You know, what do I do?" And I'm like, "Don't worry, everything's being recorded." And Tomas, thank you so much, our Linux Foundation ecosystem manager that is overseeing how all this will be packaged and put onto the LFDT YouTube channel. That's actually a great question. Maybe Tomas could answer for us, which is roughly how long, Tomas, will it be before that happens, and how do we turn around? How will we find out what the links are that we can start passing around to some of these talks?
Yeah, sure thing, Raman. So actually, while we live stream this on YouTube, there is one big long recording on our YouTube channel, and specifically, whoever wants to see it should go to Trust Over IP channel, and it's there. And then we're gonna cut it and timestamp it so it looks nice. And then each of these videos will get individual link, and I would suggest we can share it on our Discord and on the mailing list, and basically everywhere when we have the Trust Over IP people. We're going to put it in our newsletter as well and in the news, so you know it reaches more eyes. And it's always, even when you do the webinars, always people want to see it later because you know life is life and things happen, and maybe you can join that day but you're still very interested. So and in terms of timelines, we can do it, I think, by tomorrow. We can do it fast, but I would say maybe not to overpromise. To have it nicely cut and done, we can do it maybe the beginning of next week.
Oh, that's fine. I just didn't know if it took, you know, a week or two or something like that. So
Oh
I think
no, it's
that's
just
great.
as long as we have agreement in place, we can do it quickly.
No problem. Excellent. All right. Well, Riza, any closing thoughts you want to make in the last minute?
People can contact me at riza@kwai.ai. There's the email address. You can also go to the website kwai.ai. If you know any students that have graduated and are looking for a nonprofit internship, we are welcoming them. In fact, the deadline is December 15 to join for the cohort that starts in January, the winter cohort. And so that'll be cool. I don't know. We're going to be at the Southern California Linux Expo March 5th. If you're in Los Angeles, it's an in-person event. It's now the 23rd annual Southern California Linux Expo, and for the last 2 years we've been programming their AI track, and we're going to be doing that again for this upcoming year. So we're looking for speakers, hey, many of you that have been speakers on here I'm going to be hitting you up and seeing if you would like to contribute.
That sounds great. All right. Well, thank you very much for holding the session today and starting to infuse the Kwai DNA into Trust IP and LF Decentralized Trust. I do agree. I think the Linux Foundation feels like a really good home for much of this work. So glad to have you here.
Thank you very much, everyone. And now we're heading to the break, and that's our last break. And then after following is the last session of this today's symposium. So thank you for staying with us. All right, see you everybody in 30 minutes.
All the time, your phone number, your passport number, your email address. These are assigned identifiers. Someone, usually an authority, gives them to you, and if someone wants to check whether they're valid, they usually have to ask that authority. But not all identifiers work that way. Some identifiers are derived. That often means they're calculated directly from the thing they identify. In the digital world, this often means taking a file or a piece of content and running it through a cryptographic hash function. The result is a digest, a short, unique fingerprint of that content. Change even one character, and the digest changes completely. These are called content addressed identifiers. Now, let's add another layer, cryptographic trust. On the internet, trust is often established using a pair of keys, one private, one public. A private key is used to sign something. A public key is used to verify it. If you want to check who signed something, you look up their public key and use it to verify a signature. And how do you look up that key? One common way is through a decentralized identifier, or DID. A DID is the identifier that lets a user resolve a DID document which holds or links important information, like the public keys associated with that identity. Now, here's where it gets interesting. If we combine these ideas, derived identifiers, DIDs, and cryptographic keys, we get something called a self-certifying identifier. This is a special kind of identifier that proves it belongs to a specific entity without needing an authority. How? Take the first entry of a DID document, its genesis, which includes the controller's public key. Now calculate a digest of that document. That digest becomes part of the DID itself. Because the digest includes the public key, you can't change the key without changing the identifier. If someone tries to claim that DID using a different key, the digest won't match and everyone will know. DID WebVH and DID WebS both use these kinds of identifiers. In other words, the identifier certifies itself. It's tied to the cryptographic material at its core, and that makes it secure, verifiable, and tamper evident, just the kind of identifier we need in a decentralized world. When we want to talk about something, whether it's a person, a document, or a data set, we need a way to refer to it. That's where identifiers come in. Identifiers are like names. They're how we point to something, label it, and keep track of it in both the physical and digital worlds. There are two basic types of identifiers, authority-assigned identifiers and cryptographically derived identifiers. Assigned identifiers are given by an authority. Think of something like a student ID number, a passport number, or a product serial code. These are handed out by whomever governs the thing being identified. The university gives you a student ID. The government gives you a passport number. You name your report final version 2 submitted.pdf. Derived identifiers, on the other hand, are calculated directly from the thing being identified. In the digital world, a common kind of derived identifier is a digest, a unique fingerprint of a file or piece of data created using a hashing algorithm. Because the digest is based on the actual content, it changes if the content changes. That makes it useful not just as an identifier, but also for detecting tampering. So why does this matter? Derived identifiers are especially powerful in digital systems where you want to verify integrity. When you are directed to a specific file or chunk of data which is identified with its digest, you can recalculate the digest yourself. If it matches, you know the file or data is authentic. If it doesn't, something's changed. That's a level of trust you can verify with math. No need to ask an authority. Both types of identifiers play important roles in how we organize, reference, and verify things in the digital world. Whether assigned or derived, identifiers are the foundation of everything from databases to identity systems. When we use private and public keys for security, there's always one big question. What happens if the private key is compromised? If someone else gets access to it, they can impersonate you, sign documents in your name, and access things they shouldn't. The whole system relies on keeping that private key secure. But no security is perfect. Keys can be lost, they can be stolen, and once they're compromised, how do you recover? This is where key rotation comes in. Key rotation is the process of replacing an old key with a new one. If a private key is compromised, you generate a new key pair, update your records, and start using the new key. But that introduces another challenge. How do people know which key is the right one? If someone has your old public key, how do they know it's no longer valid? And how do we keep track of this history in a reliable way? That's where the W3C Decentralized Identifier Standard, DIDS, comes in. DIDs were designed to solve this problem, along with another major issue, the endpoint problem. Normally, to verify an identity, you need to check a trusted authority, like a certificate provider. But what if you don't want to depend on a central authority? What if you want an identity system that works anywhere without relying on a single organization? DID solved this problem by creating a self-sovereign identity system. Instead of relying on a central registry to control the records, each DID is controlled by the entity it represents. A DID is a unique identifier that links to a document containing the public keys and service endpoints for that identity. If you need to rotate keys, you update the DID document. Because it's often, but not always, stored on a decentralized system like a blockchain or other distributed ledger, anyone can verify its history. That means anyone can check which keys were valid at a given time, track updates, and confirm that the information comes from a trusted source. With DIDs, if a key is stolen, it can be replaced, and anyone verifying the identity can immediately see the update. By solving the problems of key rotation, tracking key history, and removing the need for a central authority, DIDs create a new way to manage trust in a decentralized world. Verifiable credentials are a way to prove something about yourself in the digital world, just like physical credentials do in the real world. Think about a passport. It proves your identity when you travel. But how do others know it's real? Passports have built-in security features, holograms, watermarks, and special inks that make them difficult to forge. These physical features help ensure that a passport is authentic. Verifiable credentials work in a similar way, but instead of holograms or watermarks, they use cryptographic signatures. When someone issues you a digital credential, maybe a university diploma or a professional certification, it's digitally signed by the organization that issued it. That signature acts as proof that the credential is real and hasn't been tampered with. Once you have a verifiable credential, you can use it over the internet to prove claims about yourself. If you want to prove that you graduated from a particular university, you can present your credential, and the person or organization evaluating it, called the verifier, can check whether the claim is legitimate. But how? They need to verify that the digital signature matches the public key of the organization that issued it. This raises an important question. Where do verifiers find these public keys? One way is through decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. A DID is a special kind of identifier that can be used to store and retrieve public keys in a decentralized way. That means the verifier doesn't have to rely on a single authority to tell them if a credential is real. Instead, they can look up the issuing organization's DID and check the public key themselves. This system makes verifiable credentials a powerful tool for digital trust. They allow you to prove things about yourself online without relying on a central authority to validate your claim every time. Just like a passport lets you cross borders, a verifiable credential lets you prove things about yourself in the digital world, securely, privately, and efficiently. When we talk about verifying authorship and authenticity online, we rely on two core cryptographic tools, public-private key pairs and digital digests. Let's walk through how digital signatures use both. First, we start with a digital object, like a document or a file. We create a digest of that content using a hashing algorithm. This digest is like a digital fingerprint, short, fixed in length, and unique to the content. Next comes the signature. The signer takes the digest and encrypts it using their private key. This encrypted fingerprint becomes the digital signature, and it's attached to the original content. Now let's say someone wants to verify the signature. They take the original document and calculate its digest. Then they use the signer's public key to decrypt the digital signature. If the decrypted digest matches the newly calculated one, the content is verified. It hasn't changed, and it was signed by the holder of that private key. But if the digests don't match, that means either the content was altered or the wrong public key was used. In either case, the signature can't be trusted. That's the power of digital signatures. They prove who signed something and that it hasn't been tampered with. It's cryptographic trust, transparent, secure, and built right into the math. When we think about security online, we often hear about private and public keys, but what do they actually do? At their core, keys are just long strings of numbers, but they serve a critical purpose. They allow us to secure communication, prove identity, and establish digital trust. Imagine you want to send a secret message to someone. You don't want anyone else to read it, only the person you intend. This is where public key cryptography comes in. The person you're sending the message to gives you their public key. You use that public key to encrypt the message. Once encrypted, only they can read it because only they have the matching private key. Even if someone intercepts that message along the way, they won't be able to decrypt it. This is how emails, messaging apps, and even online banking keep your data safe. But keys don't just secure messages, they also prove who you are. When you visit a secure website, your browser checks its digital certificate, which is signed using a private key. If the signature is valid, your browser knows the website is authentic. The same principle applies to digital signatures. When a person or organization signs a document with their private key, anyone can verify that signature using the corresponding public key. This proves the signer's identity without revealing their private key. From securing websites and emails to verifying software updates and financial transactions, public key cryptography is the foundation of digital trust. And as long as your private keys stay private, you remain in control of your own digital identity. When we think about trust on the internet, we often think of passwords or verification codes, but under the hood, trust relies on two powerful cryptographic tools: public-private key pairs and digital digests. A digest is a kind of digital fingerprint. It's created using a hashing algorithm, which takes any digital content, a document, a photo, even a whole data set, and turns it into a short string of letters and numbers. No matter how large the file is, the digest is always the same fixed length. Hashing algorithms are one-way functions. You can calculate a digest from content, but you can't reverse it to find the original file. This makes digests privacy-preserving and secure. Because the digest is unique to the content, even a tiny change in the original file, like a missing comma, produces a completely different digest. That's why they're used to detect tampering. If the digests don't match, something's been changed. So what can you do with digests? One important use is verifying data integrity. When a file is published, you can also publish its digest. When someone views the file, they can recalculate the digest themselves. If it matches, they know the content is authentic and unmodified. In this way, digests shift trust from institutions to math. No need to ask a central authority if a file is valid, you just check the digest. This is one of the foundations of digital trust: verifiable, transparent, and decentralized. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you don't just get back keys, you also can get something called service endpoints. A service endpoint is like the address book entry for your DID. It tells others where to reach you, what protocols you support, or which services you're connected to. For example, a DID document might list an endpoint for secure messaging with DIDCOM, another for credential exchange, or even a simple URL for a profile page. Each service endpoint is described with a type, an ID, and a URI. But here's an important point. DIDs themselves don't handle routing. They don't deliver your messages. Instead, service endpoints connect your DID world to existing infrastructure, like the internet, peer-to-peer networks, or even email. That's how messages actually get from point A to point B. So think of service endpoints as the bridge. The keys in your DID prove who you are, but the service endpoints tell others how to find you and which communication channels to use. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured record that provides information about the subject of the DID, including the cryptographic keys associated with it. Among these keys are what are known as key agreement keys. Key agreement keys are used for establishing shared secrets between two parties, most often for encrypted communication. The idea is straightforward. Your DID document lists a public key agreement key. Another party who wants to send you a secure message retrieves your DID, resolves the DID document, and uses your public agreement key to perform a cryptographic operation. When you receive that message, you use your private key, which pairs with the public key in your DID document, to complete the process and derive the same shared secret. With that shared secret, both sides can encrypt and decrypt messages securely. This mechanism is often built on well-known key exchange algorithms, such as the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which allows two people who have never met before to create a common encryption key over an insecure channel. In the context of DIDs, it means that secure communication can be set up simply by looking up a DID document and using the key it lists. In practice, key agreement keys make DIDs more than just a way to prove who you are. They also provide a foundation for private, encrypted interaction. Whether it's messaging, data exchange, or establishing a secure channel for another protocol, agreement keys allow two DID subjects to connect in a way that is both verifiable and confidential. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are identifiers that resolve to DID documents. A DID document is a structured piece of information that describes the subject of the DID. Among the most important details you'll find in a DID document are cryptographic keys. These can either be included directly inside the document or referenced indirectly through another DID. One category of keys commonly recorded in a DID document are assertion keys. Assertion keys are used to apply digital signatures to documents and other pieces of data using a public and private key pair. The public key is listed in the DID document as an assertion key, while the private key remains with you and is used to generate the actual signatures. This becomes especially relevant in the context of verifiable credentials, such as those defined by the W3C standard. An organization that has a DID and a corresponding DID document can use its assertion keys to sign digital credentials, things like membership cards, licenses, academic degrees, or other official records. When someone needs to verify such a credential, they simply resolve the issuer's DID, retrieve the DID document, and check the credential's signature against the assertion public key. If the verification succeeds, it proves that the subject of the DID was indeed the entity that issued and signed the credential. This is how assertion keys make trust portable in a decentralized environment. They allow credentials to be signed once and then verified by anyone, anywhere, without relying on a central authority. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are special identifiers that resolve to DID documents. Each DID document contains information about the subject of the DID, including authentication keys. Authentication keys let you prove who you are when accessing a service. Imagine Alice logging into an email or work server, but instead of typing a password, she demonstrates control of a private key that pairs with the public key listed in her DID document. The service checks her public key, and she proves she holds the matching private key, and that authenticates her identity with the service. Authentication keys are a cornerstone of how DIDs enable secure, verifiable identity. They allow a DID subject to interact with services directly while maintaining cryptographic proof of control. This is what makes DIDs so powerful. They combine decentralization, security, and flexibility, giving users control over how their identities are used, whether directly or through trusted delegates. Resolving a decentralized identifier, or DID, gives you back a DID document, and inside it are cryptographic keys that enable different kinds of interactions. The flexibility of DIDs comes from the many ways these keys can be used for a variety of real-world trust tasks. First, there are authentication keys. These prove that you are the subject of the DID. They let you log into services or authenticate yourself in secure channels like DIDCOM. Next are assertion keys. These let the DID subject make claims that others can trust. For example, a university might use an assertion key to sign a diploma as a verifiable credential. Anyone verifying the credential can see it was issued by the right source. Then there are key agreement keys, which are used to set up encrypted communication. They let two parties establish a secure channel, exchange secrets, and keep conversations private, essential for things like DIDCOM messaging. DID documents can also contain capability delegation keys, which allow the controller or the delegate certain rights to another party. And finally, there are capability invocation keys, which are used to actually exercise those delegated capabilities. Just like with passwords, it's good practice not to reuse the same key across different services. Together, these keys turn a DID from a simple identifier into a flexible, verifiable toolkit for proving identity, making claims, securing communications, and delegating authority in decentralized systems. How do you prove who you are online? Most of us still use passwords. You pick a username, then a secret word, let's say Poodles Forever, and the site stores it. Every time you log in, you send that secret again. The problem? You're sending your password over the internet, and if it's leaked or intercepted, your identity can be stolen. Now, here's the better way. Keys. Instead of a password, you make a private key and a public key. You give the site your public key. Sure, anyone can see it, but your private key never leaves your device. When you log in, you sign a challenge with your private key. The site checks your signature with your public key, and that's it. You're in. That's how FIDO passkeys work. And then there's the next step, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs. DIDs resolve to a DID document which contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. Instead of handing over just a key, you give a DID. The site resolves it to the associated DID document and finds your public authentication key. Even better, The site can give you its DID so you can check them too. And even better, many DID methods allow you to rotate keys, just like changing your password, but with better security. Passwords have well-known limitations. Keys and DIDs are ways to improve the future of trust online. When you resolve a decentralized identifier, or DID, you get back a DID document. That document lists public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata. But here's a key question: who's allowed to update it? The answer depends on the DID method, because while the DID core spec defines what goes in a DID document, it does not define how updates to DID documents are authorized, signed, or recorded. Some methods, like DID web or DID peer, include a controller field right in the DID document. But these methods do not define a verifiable history of changes of the DID document. Therefore, there must be direct trust in the infrastructure operator. Other methods anchor changes to blockchains or distributed ledgers. DID-INDI, for example, records DID operations on a ledger. Anyone with access can check the ledger history to see whether an update came from the authorized key. There are also content-addressed approaches. With DID IPFS, the DID points to a hash of the document. If the document changes, the hash won't match, making tampering obvious. DID BTCR ties updates to Bitcoin transactions, where the chain itself provides the proof. Some methods go even further. DID WebVH, DID WebS, and DID SKID keep tamper-evident logs of all operations, which can be checked for legitimacy. Finally, static methods like DID key or DID JWK don't allow updates at all. The DID, the public key, and the derived DID document are locked together forever. The bottom line, all DID methods produce a conformant DID document. You can just trust a DID document, but to be sure updates are legitimate, you should also verify the cryptographic evidence each DID method provides, whether that's a signature, a blockchain record, a hash commitment, or a verifiable log. Some DID methods make this information available, but some do not. That's why choosing the right DID method matters. It determines not only how your identifier is managed, but also how others can trust that it hasn't been tampered with. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that resolves to a DID document. This document holds important information, including the public keys associated with that identity. But like many digital technologies, DIDs come with certain risks, and different DID methods have emerged to help manage them. One risk is that the owner of a DID document can change the public key listed in it. For example, someone might publish a key in their DID document and use it to sign digital statements. Later, they could edit their DID document, switching keys, and then claim those earlier statements weren't theirs. Technically, the document itself would still be valid, with all the required digital signatures in place, making the change difficult to detect by looking at the DID document alone. That's why it's important to observe DID document changes from the outside. There are a few ways to do this. One approach is to store the DID document in a public tamper-resistant location. DID methods like DID-INDI and DID IPFS use this strategy. DID-INDI, for example, uses a blockchain to preserve a transparent and verifiable history. But not all systems rely on public storage. DID carry takes a different approach. It uses a network of observers, known as witnesses and watchers. These participants sign records of the data source of the DID document and keep copies of relevant sections. They can verify that the history of changes remains consistent over time. This decentralized, peer-based model allows duplicity to be caught. In a blockchain, the watchers can be anyone with access to view the blockchain, while in carry, the observers are selected for each DID. A different approach used by some DID methods is to post a digest of the DID document content to a public ledger, such as Ethereum. Instead of storing the entire DID document, only a cryptographic fingerprint of the content is recorded. This digest acts as a tamper-evident seal. If someone tries to change the content of the DID document, the digest will no longer match. Verifiers can use this to ensure that the DID document they're viewing is exactly the one that was originally anchored to the blockchain. Having a way to observe changes to a DID document from the outside by disinterested parties who will not collude to enable DID document duplicity is essential for maintaining trust in decentralized identity systems. Since the DID controller can update the document, independent verification, whether through public ledgers, hash commitments, watcher networks, or other methods, helps ensure that changes are transparent and detectable. Without this external observability, malicious actors could alter their identity records without accountability, undermining the integrity of the system. A decentralized identifier, or DID, is a unique string that can be resolved into a DID document. This document typically contains public keys, service endpoints, and other metadata used to enable secure, verifiable interactions. But the way a DID is resolved depends on the method it uses. Of the many DID methods that currently exist, let's look at a few representative categories of how DID methods handle resolution. Some DID methods rely on existing internet infrastructure, such as the Domain Name System or DNS. A common example is DID Web. In this approach, the DID string encodes a domain name and the DID document is retrieved over HTTPS from a well-known location on the web. This method is straightforward and leverages existing authentication mechanisms like TLS, but it depends on the continued availability and security of the domain's web server. Other methods anchor data to a specific blockchain or distributed ledger. These DIDs resolve by querying that ledger and reconstructing the DID document from a series of recorded operations. Examples include DIDs registered on purpose-built identity networks like Indy or on permissioned infrastructures such as those used in government-backed ecosystems. The resolution process involves retrieving cryptographically signed updates and proofs that attest to the integrity and history of the DID document. These methods offer strong tamper resistance, but often require network access and more processing to verify state changes over time. In contrast, DID key uses a self-contained model. The DID itself includes the public key material, allowing the entire DID document to be constructed locally without querying a remote server or ledger. This makes it ideal for offline use, ephemeral identities, or constrained environments, though it lacks support for key rotation, service discovery, or document updates. DID peer takes a peer-to-peer approach. These DIDs are designed for private, pairwise interactions and are not globally resolvable. Instead, the DID document is directly exchanged between parties during connection establishment. This method maximizes privacy and avoids reliance on global infrastructure, but it requires secure and trusted communication at the time of exchange. Some DID methods combine these strategies. For instance, others may publish a digest of the DID.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Now we are at our last session of the symposium. In fact, it's a panel with some great panelists. It's going to be moderated by Drummond. And we're going to be starting in just a minute. And let me just see if all the panelists are here. There we go. Okay, there was initially a mistake on the timing, and in fact, the panel will not run for 2.5 hours, even though I'm sure that it would be a lovely discussion, but it's only 1.5 hours. Okay, Drummond, are you here? Would you like to take over? I don't know, Drummond, if you're speaking, but you're still on mute. Okay, let's give a go. Ah, there you are. Hi, Drummond.
Ah, all right. Oh my gosh, you got all kinds of wonderful faces up there, and I've had the funny thing is we have different folks checking in about whether they can or can't make it today. So, anyway, that's all good. Michael will share something about who do we have here so far?
So there's Doc, there's Wendy. Let me see. Venjing is here. Michael Casey as well.
Excellent. And what I understand is we're not going to have Tricia. And
yeah.
yes, Wenjing's here. Good. Sheila will be joining late.
I'm here. I'm actually here.
Wait a minute. She
I know.
even better. All right. Fantastic. Excellent. All right. So we're ready to get going. Let's Tomas, we all set to start?
Yes, all good to go.
Excellent. Welcome all of the panelists. This is our closing panel of the 2-day 5th anniversary symposium of Trust over IP, of which a couple of you, at least Wenjing, has already been a speaker on several sessions. We've really wrung it out of him on this. And this is our final session on the human stack. And saying no more than that, let's start out with just introductions, because each of you is among the most fascinating individuals I know in the industry. So let's just start. We're going to go in alphabetical order by first name and just give a little bit of your background and what would bring you to a conversation about something called the human stack, which we'll have 90 minutes to get way into. But we'll just start out with, what your overall general interest in this area is, starting with Doc.
It's funny. I'm being an S. I'm used to being at the end of the alphabet. So, so Wendy's out there, Sheila's out there. It's funny when you talk about the human stack. I just imagine people on the horizontal stacked up, like. I want a cartoon of that, for the human stack. To me, it simply means, what works for us, each of us as a person. We're at a moment right now, and this came from another IEEE meeting that actually is going on now, but I popped out of it, where we're talking about personal AI, which most of us, we don't have yet. What we have are giant we have mainframe AI, and we have, what personally stuff we get is personalized. So to me, it's what's personal and what's going to work. Where do I fit in this? Where does it work for me? What's my stack of stuff that's working for me? McLuhan says our technologies are extensions of us. What extends me in some ways? That's if I'm only getting services from giants, am I being extended at all, or am I just extending them? So that's
so Doc, share a little bit of your background as to why you're interested in this, what you've been doing with in VRM and customer commons.
My background is my office here. That's in a brand new house. My background. Well, I'm a lifelong journalist, and more of a. I guess I'm sort of, I haven't thought about this that much, but I'm sort of consumed with finding ways to make life and business better. And so, I was an editor for Linux Journal for 24 years, starting when Linux was nothing and ending when Linux was so successful it didn't need a magazine anymore. But in the midst of that, I was involved in helping the world learn about open source, which I thought was like a necessary thing, and now it's part of the vernacular. But I wanted to make business better, and that's what Project VRM was about. It's a project I started at the Berkman Klein Center way back in 2006. And out of that came, the idea there was to prove that free customers are more valuable than captive ones. I'd worked in marketing I slaved in marketing for 20 years, one way or another. And if you listen to marketers talk, we are targets to be acquired and controlled and managed and locked in and put through a funnel, like we were slaves or cattle. And I thought there's a better way to do business than that. And I wanted to encourage development of tools and services that would make us both independent and better able to engage. And our main effort out of that came out of it was Customer Commons. And Customer Commons, its most significant work has just been completed. It's a new standard called IEEE 7012, better known as My Terms. And its purpose is to give us terms that we can proffer as not just as users, but as independent people that are going to be better for the company, the sites and services we deal with. Basically, if you want to look at it in a radical way, we want to blow up cookie notices and replace them with something far better, which is, let's engage in ways that are good for both of us, rather than I just obeyed your kind of faked up sincerity about trying to protect my privacy. You obeyed on my privacy terms rather than we obey yours, which we can't enforce or anything. So, and we can talk about that if we want, but that's
we're definitely going to talk about that as part of the human stack, for certain. All right, next by actually, Doc, you didn't mention this.
Oh yeah, the intention economy. I wrote a book.
Yeah, we're going to talk about intention as I just wanted, so I didn't want you to miss that one. And next up is another book author of this one. So Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, listening to Doc speak and sort of having read his stuff, I was immediately thinking, how do I follow that? And I mean, some of our journey is actually a little similar, Doc. I'm also a lifelong journalist. Still call myself that, even though I don't sort of formally work in media and haven't done for a couple of years. But yeah, I was at the Wall Street Journal for 18 years, and then I sort of went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, and ended up at MIT Media Lab for 4, and then went back into media. I ran CoinDesk for 4 years, and now I'm out my own. And along that journey, I think the thing that I was ultimately less interested in the sort of financial, monetary aspects of crypto, and just much more interested broadly in the spirit of decentralizing technologies and empowerment. And I think really partly as a result of being in journalism for so long and watching the media industry just fall victim to, I don't know, the sort of complete I would say almost theft of attention from folks through the platforms, and the sort of the way that not just obviously users to get onto some of the stuff you're talking about, Doc, becoming really chattel in this sort of almost feudalistic sort of management of their data, but media companies getting on the same treadmill and trying to keep up, and realizing that the eyeballs that they once thought they had control over were just constantly leaching out to these platforms, whose algorithms were sort of steering through all sorts of surreptitious means the activities of people, and that was just an extremely frustrating experience. And so I became very interested in the ideas around how do we get to a world in which we can control our own data, and flip the terms to Doc's point, to get to my terms, or as Frank McCourt, who I wrote the book that you just held up, Frank Drummond, would say, let's have the apps, sign on our terms of service, not theirs. And this is just a fundamental shift that I think, I was very interested in before the generative AI boom, which has sort of led to that book, and sort of complemented a lot of the other work I'd done with other books I've written. But once I sort of took it and thought about it in this new context, it seemed like there is nothing more urgent for us to be doing, that actually we're taking the damage that Web 2.0 did to society, and putting it on steroids, if we're going to take that sort of centralized paradigm into the AI age. So I now feel like, yes, all these fine people coming up with these tremendous solutions. It's now time to really make sure they get implemented, because we need human authority, we need human agency in the age. And I've got some thoughts about human stack and whether or not that's the right terminology. We can get to that in a little while.
We're going to dive deep into that. And okay, well, so next up, I believe was actually, do I have it right that the two of you were podcast partners for a while? So Sheila,
yeah.
Sheila, do you want to apologize to all of us for that?
No, I want to be sad that we're not currently podcast partners. We can do stuff like this together. So yes, Michael and I did have a podcast for 4 years called Money Reimagined that looked at all the consequences of the digital economy on not just people, but on culture and on politics and, all the things. And it was a real blast. And I will say, we were actually chatting earlier this week about how the episodes, funnily enough, many of them are evergreen and still hold up, which read into that what you will, and not that much has changed in some ways, but a lot of things have changed. So, yes, I'm Sheila, and my background, I'm a lawyer by training. I started off in a pretty traditional Wall Street law firm context, moved out to the Valley, was a civic tech builder. I built infrastructure for nonprofits for a while, got into blockchain, digital assets, crypto. I founded the blockchain team at the World Economic Forum. When I left there, I ran the SF office. I oversaw all of tech, the tech portfolio, essentially the frontier tech portfolio at the forum. I then spent some time in crypto policy, trying to advocate for reasonable, rational, fit for purpose regulation and legislation. But the through line, and now I work on a bunch of different projects advising them, including the Project Liberty Institute. But the through line for me with all of that, I think really goes back to that civic tech frame and the building that I did at that time at TechSoup, where I was also on the board for a while. I was general counsel there, et cetera, et cetera. I think all of us have had just absolutely really interesting journeys in our own ways. But for me, the through line was really thinking about the effects and impacts of technology on people. And because I am not a native technologist, my career is in law. I'm thinking about systems and legal systems and justice and jurisprudence. When I did become a technologist, I kind of backed into that a little bit later in my life, relatively speaking. And that's the frame I've always brought to these questions and topics. And so to me, now with the advent of AI, or just in general with machine-human interfaces, and as a general matter, AI being the one we all are most familiar with, but thinking even about, XR, VR, thinking about wearables, like all these different kinds of technologies and how they are, we talk about augmentation, as a good always. It depends what we're augmenting, and sometimes we're augmenting our not our better selves. Sometimes we're augmenting some of the things that are worse. I'm not a person that thinks efficiency at all costs is the purpose of the thing. I think in my experience, which is, again, global in its way, I think that friction is often a feature, not a bug. And being mindful about what frictions remove and when, and how friction actually enables us to take a pause and reflect upon our own humanity and actually really be human. Part of being human is fallibility. Part of being human is making mistakes. And if the goal is to eradicate all of that in the quest for, perfection, I do wonder at a sort of existential level what that means. So, like I say, I'm here for a variety of reasons, but the through line, I think, in my work across, however many years, is this idea that there is something fundamental about being human that we don't talk about enough. And we don't necessarily put at the middle of our big revolutionary moments. So that's me.
Beautiful. All right. I guess Wendy comes before Wenjing. So over to you, Wendy.
Yes, thank you, Wenjing, for helping to displace me from where Wendy would usually end up at the end. But it's really a pleasure to be here with all of you. A great crowd. So where do I fit in? I'm another lawyer who had the good fortune while I was in law school to get involved with technology and the early Berkman Center for Internet and Society, now Berkman Klein, and the founding of ICANN, that early multi-stakeholder governance organization for the sort of some critical internet resources, unique names and numbers on the internet. And from there, I've done a few different things. Worked with Electronic Frontier Foundation, with the World Wide Web Consortium and web standards, and always coming back to questions of governance and how individual autonomy can be, preserved in these ecosystems where there will often be players with much more concentrated interests and financial resources arrayed against them. How can we build structures that give individuals a role and an ongoing way to protect those interests. So I was a student of Lawrence Lessig, and look at the code, norms, markets, and law as different pieces of the puzzle of how can we bring those tools together for systems that put individuals in a good place to protect their speech, their privacy, their autonomy, their association, and importantly to form groups and govern those associations. And so I'm very interested in the governance of a stack that builds from human identification and recognizes the other participants who need to be engaged for this to succeed, builds the right incentives for cooperation among participants, and enables us to use that trust that we build for democratic purposes.
Perfect for a Trust over IP webinar. And lastly, Wenjing, who, as I said, is already spoken several times here, but drag him into this because someone's got to, speak for the protocols we've been building here at Trust over IP. And I will credit him as the first one at Trust over IP to say, this AI thing's going to be important. So Wenjing, go ahead.
Sure. So my background, I think I can say I'm neither an author nor a lawyer. I'm almost entirely a developer, engineer, or programmer, you can think of it. So I was trained as a computer scientist in China, and when I was, a kid, my parents want me to have as little to do with sort of the human stack kind of a topic as possible. So my training is all science engineering. And most of my career, I've been working as a developer, software engineer first in networking in the early days of internet, and then later on security when we had Wi-Fi was the first issue that some of you may recall that early days of Wi-Fi and maybe even today is not very secure. So my work is trying to help design protocols so that we could have some level of assurances or control over these systems that are out there, easily accessible, and therefore, in the traditional sense, very insecure because there's no physical you don't have physical control over the device you have. And that, sort of helped me move towards more onto the security discussions. And then in the last, about 10 years or so, my work moved into research. And so now, I'm using the background I have to look at what the future technology paths would be and what are the major challenges I think we need to address. And I found myself more and more, reading more and more of the things that my panelists here wrote about, and learn about a little bit about law and why they structure law in those ways, some of the concept. And I thought that while I do believe that science and technology has some kind of a life of its own. Like I would say that if we discover some truth or natural law or a method, it's very unlikely we can sort of forget about it. So it's going to go in certain direction, but we still can choose what kind of the technology we design and spend time and money to implement and deploy. We are in current stage very largely because a lot of choices we made designing, for instance, in the early days of the internet. And we have been sort of living in that for a long time now. But it was a choice we made. We could make a different choice now. We could make a lot of different choice anytime we see the value of it, right? So as a technologist, I thought we could maybe help illuminate those choices and provide technical tools so that we do have choices. And maybe hopefully with those choices, we could collectively make a better decision going forward. So I hope I can be a good partner in that sense, giving some, I think, example that, where choices were made, why that's made that way, and how we could potentially make different choices.
Well, I for one can attest to the partner you've been at Trust over IP in the working groups that we've been working together. And I first actually met Wenjing when he was one of the contributors to our first effort at Trust over IP, which was called the Design Principles. And I thought it would be a couple of weeks, we would have a couple of meetings and we'd just agree on the design principles. And that turned into a good 6-month effort and a 63-page document, which actually I will put into the, so I have a macro for it. I'm going to put into the chat. I highly recommend anyone who's interested in this topic of the human stack, read that. There's 17 principles in there that had a lot of thought and work and discussion that went into them. About a group of about 25 of us that really boiled it down. And it forms a strong foundation, not only for what we're doing at Trust over IP, but for what we're going to talk about here today, the idea of the human stack. And Doc, no problem. You're coming through well here on this. And certainly everything we've been doing, and the sessions we've covered here in the last 2 days here on the Trust over IP 5th Anniversary Symposium are all about the steps we've been taking to build a stack to support trust at scale, at internet scale. That's the whole idea of Trust over IP. And the idea for something called the human stack came out of a conversation I was having. I've had good, deep conversations with every one of you here. You're all what I consider, good, longtime friends in the industry who I know care deeply about this topic. The newest of those was Sheila. I hadn't known Sheila before Michael made that introduction. And we were having a great discussion about what I was doing at the First Person Project and what she was doing at the Project Liberty Institute. And the fact that we really have to get to these protocols that are going to empower humans. And out of that emerged this spontaneously this idea, we need a human stack. I was like, oh, yeah, that's actually something that we could, and I'm going to warn everyone, I'm bringing my Trust over IP lens and to some extent my First Person Project lens to that idea. But I thought, oh, that's something, that we should have this panel together to talk about. But if we think it makes sense, we should work on, and I'm proposing that we, if this goes well, we consider creating a paper together and then having some follow-on discussions, including at a conference, Michael, that I know you're working on, or a series of them coming up. So I said, hey, let's get everyone together and to see this discussion for our next hour and 5 minutes. I'm going to briefly show you, I'm basically going to put a straw man out there for when we say the human stack, what does it mean? And again, I'm going to tell you, it has a Trust over IP lens on it, but that's what can hopefully help it be, concrete or tangible. So can you see my slides here? Okay, good. This is coming across. All right. So this, by the way, is we're saying for all of our talks here at Trust over IP, what working group or are we part of? This actually crosses a number of them, but I wanted to use this opportunity to promote the working group that you chair, Wenjing, on AI and human trust, which actually started as a task force within the technology stack working group that you and I are co-chairs of, along with Dan Bockenheimer from Accenture. But you then elevated this to a working group. Do you want to say just a few sentences about why that elevation and where that working group's going now?
Yeah, I think part of the elevation of the task force to a working group is really to highlight the human trust part of the scope for the working group. We were working on a lot of things about technology within the old task force of seeing for instance, for AI agent, how do we do identification? How do we do delegation of authority? How do we do login so you can have accountability? Very technical things. However, there is a big, and we always noticed the issue of really where these boundaries are. The easiest example to say that is when we talk about, we are trusting this chatbot, for instance. It is not about sort of mostly about logins and passwords. That's not what we're thinking about. We're thinking about the chatbot's going to tell me this, and whether I like it or not, I'm going to be convinced. Especially it's using a language that I feel very familiar with. I automatically going to want to trust. And I think that is much bigger problem than any technology will be able to help us with. And so we thought that would be, the human trust part of it is extremely important. And we need to look into how that is happening, what's behind it, and hopefully this working group will cover some of those topics and help us understand better and propose some ideas how we may proceed.
Excellent. And this is a QR code to the homepage for that working group on the TrustRP Wiki. If you're interested, love to have more members join us there. All right. So here is the thesis for this panel that we will be discussing and debating that I'll provide these slides for. And that is sort of the sentence I put behind this thought bubble that Sheila and I had about the human stack. And it says for humans to have full digital sovereignty and agency in the age of AI, they need to be running the human stack. And I would compare that, and I will in a minute, to the things we need to do to be parts of other networks. So that's the thesis, and I'm going to briefly explain it. Quick 4 parts here. Okay, when we say stack, what do we mean? And I want to start with, you can't join the internet. You can't use the internet without a device that's running the TCP/IP stack. Okay. It's this 4-layer stack. This is a diagram we've used for a long time to show how it's an hourglass model. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. But this is what, we wouldn't even be here having this discussion, and there wouldn't be any AI on the scale we're looking at it without this stack, okay? But the term, it goes wider than that. What powered the web in many ways and made it widely adopted was the emergence of a standard stack of the protocols and technologies needed to run the web. And it very popularly for quite a while became known as the LAMP stack for L for Linux, A for Apache. You can see the 3 Ps and 2 or Apache MPs. Yes, the M's at the bottom and 3 Ps there. MySQL and Perl were the ones I was most familiar with, but whether it's PHP or Python. But the whole point is, you needed a stack, and it needed to be widely adopted in order to have what's now the web. And more recently, and I know there are other examples, but the idea that a stack could have a lot more, could lean more from technology into people that I've certainly been influenced by is the India stack. And yeah, this is been developed and is in wide use in one particular country and culture in India. But and you can see how the layers now change into even the names they're now using for these layers are much more human centric, right? Presenceless layer. Well, that's how do you do digital identity when you're not physically present? Paperless layer, right? How do you get away from the need to process paper every place? Cashless layer, of course, that's one of the things UPI and the beckon protocol that the India stack is really known for. And then they're moving up into the consent layer for what they call modern privacy data sharing framework. So this starts to suggest that this overall definition of a stack that I've been working from, it's a layered set of protocols designed to support the particular features of a network, right? TCP/IP stack was designed to enable the internet, not to solve problems that local area network designs and local area network stacks could not solve. Okay, so that's the stack part of it. Now the human stack. Again, here's the definition. The starting point I would put out there, the straw man. Layered set of protocols necessary to fully empower human agency in a world of AI agents. And I'm just putting out that we're going to take a long time discussing this, not only today, but hopefully going forward, as if we deem this idea worthy of pursuing into a paper and subsequent talks. So I'm going to put out the straw man that because this is the Trust Over IP Symposium, and because we have been developing a model that I believe very much applies to this, I'm going to propose, hey, we can define the human stack, or at least put out a definition that's what technologists refer to as a profile of another standard, right? We say, hey, within that standard, if you do certain things, you can accomplish certain things, and we call those profiles. So it's a profile of the 4 layers of the Trust Over IP stack. Now, for everyone who's been part of all these talks over the last couple of days and the work of Trust Over IP, you see this diagram over and over. This is actually my favorite view now that we have what we call our 3rd generation. John Phillips did a great talk about this yesterday. We now introduce a stack with a series of diagrams to make it much more conceptually understandable before you get to this great big picture. And this is my favorite one because it just makes it clear on the technology side, it's a 4-layer stack of protocols similar to or patterned directly after the TCP/IP stack. But governance is an essential component, and it's not limited to any one layer, and it is a living thing. There's a define cycle and a run cycle, and it continues. We've had some great talks about how that's going on. I'm going to point out, for instance, one of the first major governance frameworks designed using the Trust Over IP meta model at Glyph is about to have their 4th anniversary of review of revisions to their governance framework as it's evolved in the market. And I will tell you right now, when we get to the governance topic, that will be true for what we're talking about with the human stack. So in this 4-layer technology and governance model, we can ask this question: what are the special crimes of human stack? And I'm just, again, to start out our discussion, I'm going to propose 2 ideas. One is a term, sovereign wallets, that we've been using in the First Person project to talk about the profile of a digital wallet, the requirements of a digital wallet that we have for the First Person network. And to explain that, I'm quickly going to explain, to get to that, I do need to talk about why the Trust Over IP stack has a spanning layer, just like the IP layer in the TCP/IP stack. And Wenjing and I and Sam Smith are the co-chairs of that, and Wenjing has done yeoman's work in pushing that forward. He heads up the team that has implemented the trust spanning protocol at the Open Wallet Foundation. And one of the reasons we're excited about that. The other implementation is in the Carry Stack and our Carry Stack working group. So again, that spanning layer protocol, here's the key point I want to make about it to get to our first requirement. The IP protocol solved the problem of internet scale interoperability by introducing a new address, the IP address. Trust spanning protocol does the same thing for a different kind of address, a cryptographically verifiable identifier, a VID. And while there are other kinds, the best known is the W3C standard for DIDs, something that I personally spent 7 years of my life force getting through the W3C. Now, here's the point. Cryptographically verifiable identifiers are a way to democratize public-private key cryptography. The security we have today on the internet depends on this, but it's largely in hierarchical systems known as PKI and public key infrastructures. And with VIDs and DIDs, we can now put this tool for control of information and data in the hands of everybody. So that results in what I'm putting out as, requirement number one of the human stack is that it give an average, any person, right, regardless of their technical knowledge or anything else, anyone who could use a browser or an email client, we give them control of a sovereign wallet over which they have full control and portability. That's a very important term, portability. And we go very deep in the technical parts about that. I don't think we'll do that today, but because very often if you're using a wallet tied to a hardware device, you can't actually export the keys. You don't want to do that, but you can design protocols that enable people to move from and interoperate between multiple wallets. So I'm going to draw a visual picture of this very quickly. Start with those keys at the very foundation of the human stack. There's a particular, I won't go into details, but of all the different identifiers out there, there's a subclass, and this is a task force at TrustRP on self-certifying identifiers that don't require any outside system. I would say they're the most self-sovereign or sovereign identifiers, verifiable identifiers. Now, on top of that, you have two key things, verifiable credentials and digital assets. Both of these are the data structures in a digital wallet that enable the use of those keys to accomplish things on behalf of that person. And all of that, I would say, these are data structures that exist in the safe storage at layer one of the TrustRP stack. And I actually think it's quite important, even though we tend in identity to talk about verifiable credentials, and in Web3 we talk about the digital assets. This is a chart from the first person white paper that points out, wait a minute, there's so much of the same infrastructure that's needed here. Aren't we going to end out with the same thing we have in the real world, which is we use wallets. We use them for both things, and we use them interchangeably. So I'm going to suggest that this bottom layer is the essence of what we need for sovereign wallets, and there's a set of requirements. I've talked about several of them there. And that's the first key component. The second one is this idea. I've heard it come up several times. At Wenjing, I think it's been talked about in the AI and Human Trust Working Group of sovereign agents. And the whole idea is, okay, if you're going to connect that wallet with the rest of the world as a peer, not as a client of a server, not using client-server architecture, but as a peer with any other peer, be it another person, another, a company, an organization, or an AI agent, how do you connect as a peer? And when you look at it through that lens, the rest of the TrustRP stack starts to be really clear. Well, how would you have a common way of verifiably connecting with every other peer? That's what the TSP protocol is at layer 2. Well, now what kinds of protocols do you need on top of that, what we call trust task protocols, in order to control and be confident in your interactions with those other peers, whether you're exchanging credentials or doing trust registry queries or secure messaging or any form of value or payment exchange with those digital assets, or federated social media, such as the Project Liberty and the DSMP is about. And Wenjing could talk your ear off about the AI agent protocols at that layer, that TSP, that can run over TSP to be much more secure and private. That's what layer 3 of the TrustRP stack is for. And I would argue it's going to be equally important in the human stack for layer 4. There are certain things there that have to be standardized, and people need to understand and be able to trust, whether it's a QR code that's not going to be dangerous, or a certain ceremony for how you're going to interact, for instance, key recovery, and that type of thing. And of course, the trust marks. Are you actually going to be able to trust the trust marks that are built on this? And that's layer 4 of the TrustRP stack. And so the last point I'm going to make is, if you turn around and say, well, the software that's going to be working on your behalf that is going to take care of those things, I'm going to call it a sovereign agent. And that leads to my final point, which is, in what we are driving towards with TrustRP and the Internet of Trust, it consists of, for the human stack, a sovereign wallet, fully portable, sovereign agent, fully portable under the control of the human. And so the human stack will power the Internet of Humans. That same stack applied to agents will power the Internet of Agents, and those two together will give us the Internet of Trust. And I'm done, because that's what we're going to talk about now. And I will stop sharing. Hit that button and stop sharing. And now, slings and arrows. I'm going to suggest this. How about we go in the same order, and as we did in the first round? And what I'd love to do is, A, get your reaction, but B, also say, okay, what you talked about that you're working on, does it or doesn't fit with the human stack? And how would you turn around and say, I think we should be defined differently. So Doc, let's start with you.
Two quick thoughts. One is, and maybe you could just put up your slide that has the hourglass in it.
Yep, I'll get right back to that.
And you don't mind losing all our faces while we do that. That's fine.
No problem.
But if you go back and look at the hourglass stack, even if we're not looking at it, the idea behind it was that because of the waste of the hourglass is the internet, or the same could be said of the Linux operating system, that you could put any hardware you want below that, and you can put any software you want on top of that. And so that, but the dependency in both directions, there was a dependency in both directions, and it's not so much a dependency, it's like an independency, that the waste made possible a kind of infinitude of development below and above. So what I saw as you stacked up your pieces, you can take that one off now, maybe even show your complete stack.
Sure.
With your brackets and all. If you look at that, I'm wondering whether or not what you've got here is something that it utterly depends on something in the body. You have a stack of dependencies going up. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't think it maps exactly to the hourglass. That's the first question, and I don't have an answer for that. I hope you do, or people here do. The other is, yesterday I gave a talk about my terms, which is the project we're working on, and as you say, is part of this, or can be part of this if we want. And all the questions I got are, well, what are the big guys going to do? And when I start mentioning wallets, they say, well, I've already got a wallet. I've got the Google wallet. I've got the Apple wallet. When I get, is that a sovereign wallet? Will I ever get, if I get a sovereign wallet, is it not one of those? Is this Esperanto that's going to replace the English, or the language that is the wallet I'm already using? So I guess those are sort of two questions.
And they're very good questions. But let's go around to get sort of first reactions, and feel free to propose a question when you come to where you want to go. Okay, I want to continue a discussion on this, but you don't want to deep dive into it yet. All right, Michael, you're next.
Yeah, so I'm not a technologist, and I'm not sort of steeped in the standards and designs of these protocols and credentials and so forth. But something that Doc just said then suddenly made me realize that I may have some value to add here. And he asked the question, like, what are the big guys going to do? And so I would say, like, I don't know what this means from a design perspective, but possibly the most important, I would say, overarching design consideration of this is that it is it works in such a way that's not just that it's easy and sort of seamless and almost, sort of invisible to the average person to use, but that it really adds value to their lives in ways that incentivizes them to use it. Because I think like we've heard this conversation for 20 years now about like why don't people care about their privacy? Why have they just given this up? Why do they, and it's the classic line of, well, I've got nothing to hide and it's too late anyway, and I'll just give it all to Google and Facebook and whomever. And we've created, a massive problem as a result of that. But migrating people, it seems, from that experience is difficult. And I think we need to be thinking about the economic opportunities. I'm a big believer that if we do migrate everybody, we'll actually unlock innovation like we've never seen before. That ultimately, this is a question about giving people not just a human right over their data, their information, their connections, their essentially their humanity, but also a property right that they will then be able to turn that into some form of economic value that then just explodes innovation in the same way that transfers of property rights through history have done in other circumstances. But what does that look like is sort of the challenge. Are people going to be selling their data into data cooperatives? Are they going to be using it to get discounts? I mean, the things like that, which are obviously nowhere near as important as these sort of big questions of protecting humanity, are nonetheless perhaps the forcing functions that get people to do things, right? There's an actual value exchange in this. So again, I don't know what the answer is, but I just really think how do we build this in such a way that it encourages the behaviors that we all believe need to be part of that, so that the critical mass of people using this technology is such that that old centralized system just goes away. And again, I don't know the answers, but that's, I think, just an important design consideration here.
Incentives, huge thing. I hope I'd like to come back to that after we circle around, because I totally agree. So Sheila, when you first heard this term, did you imagine anything like this, or what's your reaction to the human stack?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a positive reaction for sure. And I am curious. I mean, Michael, you didn't really get into what you think the name ought to be, but I think, centering the thing that we're trying to do in the middle of the name seems, not a bad way to draw the attention where it needs to go. But I'm kind of back, I think, a little bit with where you are, Michael, which is a little unsurprising, given how we tend to think alike. Which is, what sociologists tell us, what we observe anecdotally, is what people do when they have opportunities for more agency is often the exact opposite of securing that agency for themselves. Instead, they choose what is faster, more convenient, easier, etc. And I give the example of me as somebody who did a stint as a data privacy attorney, just like batting away all of the California announcements about cookies and this and that, and just like sometimes just needing to get into the workflow, right? And finding all of that to be an annoyance, knowing full well exactly what I am, signing away essentially, or not taking an action to prevent, right? And so I think we're in this moment, we talked about this a bit, Drummond, in our chat, where for the first time we have a meaningful ability to codify incentives that people have tried before to create these more trusted things. It's not like this is a unique attempt. What makes it different is the advent actually of agents and the ability to have an agent that, rather than you having to go through and kind of unilaterally engage on every single website or platform or app or whatever to code whatever your preferences or permissions might be into it, you could have an agent that is instead doing that work for you at scale. And so the sort of inbound, the multiplicity of inbound and the kind of the overwhelm that people feel in that task and in preserving whatever agency they have that they might have at the outset, and how quickly that erodes or is voluntarily, in air quotes, given away, you could mitigate some of that. And so I actually think that your slide that had this is where the internet of trust comes in together. It's not one or the other. It's the combination of the two that I think is really the opportunity. Because again, they've called it different things over time, but even if you go back to deep, origin stories, like hero stories around the early internet, I mean, the frame was preservation of humanity. We didn't have to call it that because we weren't, at time 1, we were at time 0, but it was the same concept. But this is a different moment where I do feel that there's an opportunity to reset some of the sort of habituated behaviors and the kind of, whether you call it intensification or you call it weariness, just sheer fatigue, I think that people have in trying to combat the way that things tend to operate online. I think there's a moment here. And once that moment passes, I think all of this, as lovely as it is and as inspired as it is, I think will cease to have the same effect or meaning because we'll be in yet another round of habituated, behaviors that we are Pavlovian response, to them that is not always in our best interests.
That inflection point is another super important point. Okay, Wendy, your thoughts?
Thanks. I love a good internet analogy, and when I look at the internet stack, I'm reminded that the internet, was the inter was a key part. This was a network of networks interoperating among them, and the important part for the internet stack is as much what's going on in all of these diverse networks that are interconnecting and managing to connect through the narrow waist that is TCP/IP. But most people get most of their value from things happening in applications and protocols that are more specialized to do things that they need, that happen to use this infrastructure. So if I think of that, in the collection of human protocols, most of the time, most of what we gain value from is working within different communities, smaller communities where we trust people in our family, in our social circles, in our educational communities, in our work communities. And in each of those, we build value, we build social capital, we build networks. And then, we want to be able to take some piece of our activity from the reputation that we've built up in one of those communities into another. And we don't want to start entirely afresh each time. Sometimes we do. And so we're building interoperability that both offers opportunities for privacy and anonymity, the times when we need, a distinct context, as Helen Nissenbaum would put it, for our activities, because they're not things that we want to bring together, and other times when we want to take reputation from one place, whether it's the basic assertion of I am a human who has lived in society for X number of years, and there's some recourse for somebody interacting with me to know that I'm trustworthy, or something deeper. So giving people the tools to govern their own communities, and then to build bridges among those communities, and from the things they've built together into larger networks, feels important here. And I think sort of key to defining a stack like this that works for the variety of things people are trying to do is keeping that modularity in mind, that what's the least we could do that helps people to interconnect the very different things that they're trying to work with.
Bingo. Like I said, we could talk about this for hours, and we still have a half an hour, so it's goodness. Wenjing, Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So thanks, Wendy, for explaining internet, which is the internetworking of networks. And back in the day was Ethernet, token ring, and token bus, and things like that. And the IP layer or the spanning layer is very simple because everything's very expensive. You can't do anything more than that. And that's the bare minimum. And but it does have, people designing the protocol do have two very, I think, um, conscious goals. Both are very ambitious. And the first one is to survive a nuclear war. And I think so that's why it's decentralized, not for many other reasons, but that was the reason. And so that's, I guess we can say, reliability, that the network is a huge thing. And, any part of it may die, and we don't suffer too much from that. The second thing I think it was conscious as well is interoperability, or put it another way, it's called reachability. They have the ambition that they want this internet to reach every corner of the world for everybody. And at least for that, they are extremely successful. And if you read earlier papers, the architects said, we're going to compromise and basically sacrifice other goals. And to reach this one, make sure we can reach everyone. And we will do everything possible to do that. And so they are also very successful in that. And so when incentives are right, I think these technologies, extremely simple protocol, actually have huge impact. So I want to say, maybe let me try to say two things so I don't forget. The first one is these incentives can still work. So for instance, surviving the single point of failure or reliability, it's a financial incentive for small guys and big guys. And we hear cloud failures often. These failures happen because we now have a more and more centralized system. So I do think that there are good incentives out there that most of us will be able to agree that will help us push towards decentralization. Um, the other portion of interoperability too. No matter what we do, I think the big guys and small guys as well, we want interoperability. For the big guy, it means larger market, lower cost. For small guys, it means you have more choices. And so I think we can agree on that as well. And so that's my first point. And I think point out that there are a lot of very active and productive things we could do. The second thing about this diagram here, I like it, the stack, but in the hourglass, the top is humongous. So of course we probably graphically it's not easy to do it, but especially the human and the UI human experience part of it is huge. I don't know how many of us can get anything agreed to with more than 60% of people. Most of the time, I think diversity is great. And so that will be probably very large. And so the stack is not really a single vertical stack. And agents is not a single agent, and there's lots of different ways we can do. But we will still be able to share a commonality. And I hope TSP is a part of that commonality for reliability, for security, and for scaling, or we call interoperability. And so those are my 2 points. I hope I don't forget.
Very good points. As I said, I knew at the outset, among this group, we're totally going to run out of time. So there are a couple, I'm just going to pick out a couple threads that folks have brought up that I want to give folks the chance to make sure to talk about today. And I'm going to pick one thing. Actually, I'm going to explain one thing first, which is you look at this stack, for instance, one of the things is like portability. Well, where do I get portability? And one of the things that we've talked about for years in terms of portability is of relationships and a social graph, and the fact that as you put all your relationships into a Facebook or a LinkedIn or Twitter/X, you're locked in there. And I'm going to provide a unsolicited endorsement of a book that I think is providing us with quite a bit of incentive here. And I can't recommend it highly enough. I'm on the last chapter. But Cory Doctorow's, tremendously deep justification of why enshittification has happened with the major platforms. One of the solutions he points at is we need to allow people to leave and take their relationships with them. So when you look at this right here, you go, well, where's that in this? Well, I'll point out with the first person project, specifically what we're doing is saying your relationships can actually be captured as a set of verifiable credentials, very specific kind, verifiable relationship credentials. But if you form relationships that way, you literally they are in your wallet, your agent, your wallet or agents, if you have across multiple devices and in the cloud, wherever you put it, that's your personal trust graph. That's how you can take them to any application. So it's one example of how the design of the stack can enable that. Now, Doc, I want to go into another one. You notice that we talk about, this is all about, with sovereign wallets and sovereign agents, peer-to-peer relationships. So can you talk a little bit about how you envision that my terms is, going to have, get traction in the market as we start to develop and use it in peer-to-peer relationships with, people and businesses?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, with peer-to-peer, there's an assumption you're talking about people to people. And an interesting thing about TCP/IP in the first place is that it essentially defined a world of nothing but ends. Here's the best way to get datagrams, they call them, between any point A and point B. Those are nodes at the end. Those are the ends. And those are essentially, it's a peer-to-peer design. And what we're trying to do with my terms is, I guess most of you probably know what we're trying to do, but I'll just repeat it anyway. That the idea is that we should, rather than us always agreeing to the cookie notices and the noticing consent ceremonies that got shoved in front of us when we go from site to site, which are, in addition to being insincere and fatuous and unenforceable and meaningless, but required or supposedly required by law. It's not really clear that it actually is. But they're stupid and wrong. And what we're trying to do is instead say, wait a minute, let's build up trust this way. This maps to what you're trying to do with trust. This way, look, I have my terms and you agree to those. In other words, we flip it around where the individual is the first party and the site or service is the second party. And there's a stack of stack's the wrong word, a roster, a list of just a few basic terms that that sites or services might agree to, that are friendly enough for them to do business, but make it clear that you don't want anything more out of them than what you went there for. And the model for this is Creative Commons, which has a nice system where here, pick a license and you operate on those licenses. And we form Customer Commons as a site that would play the role that Creative Commons does. But the idea is you go from site to site or service to service. And when you arrive there, you're saying, here are my terms, and they can accept them or not accept them. And the trust part of this is the most basic term, which we've already worked out, which is not hard to explain, is services only. It's called SD base. And what it says is, I'm here for your service, whatever your service is. And you can do whatever you need to do to provide me that service. But I don't want anything more than that. Like, I don't want any tracking cookies that get shared with anybody else. I don't want my data going off your site. And there are other licenses, not licenses, contracts. They're all contracts. And contracts are basically the model here. We want contracts have teeth and they're agreements, real agreements made between two parties. Whereas notice and consent is I waive agreement and I have no way of seeing whatever happened anyway. But where it maps to what you're trying to do here is how do we build up trust here? And part of what we're thinking about with my terms, which is IEEE P7012, which is a license plate, which is why we nicknamed it my terms, is let's build up trust between people and businesses, or for that matter, organizations of any kind, starting with what I as an individual want out of here is what you're here for. I don't want anything else besides that. And then we can start building up what trust really is. So if you think of interacting with a site or a service as starting out with a ceremony, a handshake, and it's a contract, but it's a handshake that I'm gonna be nice here, and you're gonna give me what you want. We can build on top of that. Right now, we're not. With a problem that we have, and I don't know to what extent your stack here, the human stack, works with this, but I think it does. Because the internet we have today inherited from the industrial age model, what I call the account system, and it gives us the internet of nothing but accounts. So a measure of what we would like to have here is, hey, and this is maybe up at the top level, this is where people experience it. I changed my address. We just moved, say, or I just moved. And I want to let all my credit card companies and all the things I subscribe to, all the entities I deal with, know what my new address is in one move, because we trust each other. And that trust is a universal system that you're building here. That's what this is. There's a universal system now of trust in which I can make my move with all of you people, all of you service providers, and change my address all at once. This is an interesting fact, and Joyce is not in here in the room right now, but it came from her. Her sister was the first controller for Netscape. We were like very close with Netscape back when that mattered in 1995. And as soon as we were on the internet in a serious way in 1995, and e-commerce was here, Joyce said this: "Why can't I take my shopping cart from site to site?" Well, the reason was because we lived in the internet of nothing but accounts already then, because every site was a different account. And they all want to control your experience with them. And there is a shopping experience, there's a way of dealing with businesses experience we don't have yet. How can we build that experience? That's one that's much more agentic on both sides, where we can have signaling that is much more rich than what we have now inside loyalty systems, for example, which are all account-based. How do we build a whole new system of trust where customers, or just even users in other cases, have real agency across lots and lots of businesses in a standardized way? And I think that's what you have here, or the beginnings of what you have here. And so that's what I think, it could be.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'd like to, in the work I want to propose that we work together on the paper, really justify that and go deeper on it. But I want to key on your term of agency and agents. It's already been brought up how much agents may help us tilt the playing field here. So Michael, Tricia Wang, who we invited to your partner in starting the Advanced AI Society, was not able to join us here today. But what can you say about how the human stack would fit or help enable what you're trying to do with the Advanced AI Society?
Yeah, sure. And I actually think that the emergence of agentic AI as the sort of the buzzword at the moment, but also quite literally what people are sort of talking about building with protocols enabling, discoverability and payments and all sorts of other connectivity across these supposedly autonomous agents, gives us a real window of opportunity to, start to enforce something like a human stack that would give authority to those agents. Because the idea of these agents being truly autonomous, which is recognized as the source of value. It's a kind of an early internet mindset that says you're going to unlock a lot more creativity, a lot more innovation if you give then sort of an open access model to all of these agents rather than having them run up through, a centralized server like OpenAI or whomever. And so there's a sort of a common incentive to actually sort of start to break down that centralization and give decentralized empowerment to these different agents. So I think that's just a starting point. But then, of course, where is the human authority in that? How do we define that? And I think I actually, I've got is it two lawyers on the panel here? I actually like to think this is one in which the lawyers and their definition of agents actually get it right. This is the time when we should lean into legal definitions, right? An agent is a fiduciary. It's 100%. It is obligated 100% to represent you and not itself or not some other interest, right? In a legal sense. And so, how do we establish the authority, the delegated authority? How do we anchor that in something that rolls back to the legitimate owner, if you like, of that agent, whether it's a human or a business or whomever, is actually going to be critical, both from that sort of legal notion of what an agent is, but also to ensure that the agentic economy itself functions as we want it to be. Because if it ends up being, yes, this is my agent, but actually I have to wait for OpenAI to, essentially turn on or turn off my access to something, then I've already lost that autonomy because I'm dependent upon that architecture. And I worry that a lot of this agentic talk we're seeing right now is really just building on top of those LLMs in ways that aren't ever going to enable that authority. But I also think that there's a number of sort of forcing functions that may work in our favor here as well, and that is like if we're going to have billions of agents, if everybody has their own agent out in the world. And we're all supposed to be, communicating and trading and exchanging, interacting with each other through these agents. This sort of internet architecture is not going to be able to sustain anywhere near the level of traffic that would have if it's all going to have to be fed through centralized hyperscalers and data centers. We're actually going to have to push the compute out to the edge to enable this collective to happen, which gets us back to, the early designs of the internet and what it was supposed to be. So again, there's potentially a kind of a mother of necessity here, to go back to, a term that Doc was leaning into, that could work to our favor, because we're just not going to be able to have that agentic economy unless we break down control. And so part of that is about decentralized compute and edge compute and that sort of stuff, but a huge part of it obviously is human agency as well. So that's just again high level thinking on this stuff. Again, I don't know how to actually implement it. I'm just just given a higher level kind of view of the economics of it all.
Well, as it happens, in our cycle here, the next two are our lawyers. So I'd love to get their comments on that. I mean, I've already said it in the chat. I think the superstars of the human stack are going to be the lawyers. I mean it. Now, the UX people also huge, but lawyers have to advise them too. So Sheila, over to you. What's your thought about how the law and things like fiduciary duty might actually play a role with the human stack?
Yeah, I do think the questions around fiduciary responsibilities and duties as they're defined in common law and also commonly understood are really critical here. Like, what does it mean, loyalty in particular, but also duty of care? How do you define duty of care in a dynamic environment? And does the duty of care, there's ongoing questions about the duty of care is immutable or whether it is flexible and dynamic depending on the situation. But I think the duty of loyalty is actually what gets the most interesting when you think about agentic AI and the idea of an agent that is, working on your behalf, and how you can assess loyalty, how can you audit loyalty or care for that matter. And so I think it's not that the law, I don't actually, this is a bit of a controversial position. I don't actually think that the law is going to have to evolve or adapt much, to be honest, to accommodate this new space. I think what is going to be complicated is how to prove that there has been that engagement when it's something that you can observe. So now when you have a human agent working on your behalf, like let's just take an example of, real estate or whatever, there are certain things in the law that say, okay, that person has to disclose certain kinds of conflicts. They have to tell you if they are, the sister of the seller of the house or whatever it is. Like there's these kinds of things that are pretty obvious and basic that have to be done. And then the question becomes, have you done those and how do you document them and all those kinds of things? In a place where the agent is code essentially, right? Like, and it's auditable in many ways, or there's transparency in what can be revealed. The question then becomes, how do you prove that that was known and acted upon and done correctly and all of that? And again, is that flexible and fluid and dynamic? Because do you want the same sort of level of scrutiny on your agent for, I don't know, let's think about a commercial transaction. If I'm telling my AI agent as an example, to go search the entire commercial web and find me, a pair of shoes, perhaps I don't want to, sustainability reasons alone, use the same compute, the same energy, the same whatever it is, right? I may not have as strict provisions around what it means to find me a pair of shoes versus if the agent is out there finding me a house, and there you might have a much higher standard. And this is kind of very intuitively understood in the real world, where if you go to a shoe store and have a salesman, you don't get mad at them if they didn't show you all the options. You just kind of walk away with whatever you have for the most part, etc. Right? But in this world, how do you? There's differential privacy, and I think we're all very familiar with that concept. When do you want things to be private and not? There may also be differential care, differential loyalty, depending on the context. And these are very interesting technical concepts, even if the law itself may not have to evolve much, if at all, to accommodate them theoretically and, more importantly, legally within the system. So I'll leave it there.
That's great. Wendy, what's your view? You talked about governance before, which is always has an aspect of legal. What's your view of how much the law and or governance can help there?
Well, I think there are pieces from the law that we can draw upon, and as much as that, there's the question of where is power to realign the incentives that the people have. So, as important as that an agent is, capable of being a fiduciary, what power do I have to demand that it act as my fiduciary? And I think that's why I'm so interested in sort of mechanisms of collective action and using these tools to build groups in which we can act, not just as individuals, but as part of a whole set of folks who share our interests, and different kinds of groupings from the sort of capitalist corporation organized to amass as much money as it can for its shareholders, to groups of people self-organizing for social interests, for joint interests in various educational and cultural ends, for community, and taking these tools and figuring out what they want to do with that collective trust. And so I think lawyers have experience looking at the way rules help people to sort themselves out fairly, and we can bring that to groups and suggesting paths that have worked well in the past that might be adapted to sort of technically mediated organization, and then well, and we also need the social scientists, and they're thinking about how people actually function in these environments, and the range of different experiences that we bring. So I think, yeah, and the economists to help us reimagine incentives, and of course the technologists to help us build all of the affordances for greater human control.
Affordances, I like that word very much. So Wenjing, around the cycle, if I were to ask you, because you have, again, I credit you as the first one at TrustRP to really raise the AI flag, and now there's a lot of folks following in that parade. How much? What is your view of the potential if we're talking about the human stack enabling personal AI agents? How do you see that the role of personal AI agents evolving in this agentic economy in this world that's coming forward? That you've been doing a lot of research around how and where that's going to evolve.
Yeah, so that's a big question. So I'll try to start maybe saying there is a ongoing discussion in the AI and human trust working group about policy and about how do we go think about what kind of a policy, not in a human sense, but in an automated program sense that we can build into these tools or agents. And this is to address, I think, Wendy's point. Like, how do hey, you can define whatever rights and laws you want. How do you actually get what you actually need, right? You're not going to bring this to a court. This is way too complicated. And so that's, I think, a very good topic. And there are many different points of view. Here, I want to bring in, I think, a danger, like especially in informal conversations, we tend to easily fall into is this anthropomorphism of thinking agents as a human and starting to use terms about them, which I think naturally we do. It's very hard not to do. But at the end of the day, it is a piece of software running on a piece of hardware. And the closest legal term that we could think of that will be a product, or maybe a software product even. And that's most likely what we will actually experience for a long, long time. And so I do want to think about that. And then within that context, how do we think about ways that we could enable human agency, create incentives, etc. I think those are all great. So that's one thing I want to point out to. The second, I thought that it's also very important to separate AI as we see a product, a kind of experience, or or LLMs or agents or models, whatever things that we are able to actually use today, and AI, the methodology. And I think in the long run, if we talk about laws and society change, the methodology is far more important than the short-term experience we are having. The methodology of AI is really very simple, and this is what I believed in since I was, a teenager. I think a lot of the human activities or things we do are essentially computing. And if it is essentially computing, then the computers one day will do it better and cheaper for you. That's just basics. And if I can agree on that, then I think there's a lot of things we should take care about is the methodology we've discovered in this round of AI research about ingesting or learning from a lot of data, from correlations, and embedding them into some kind of data structure you could actually use. We never had that before. This may not end right here. We're still researching on new ways and new modelings. Like I think last week there's a paper about instead of predicting the next token as current training programs work, you might be better off predicting a random missing words in a sentence, and because that does not build in the bias of the next token, rather than so you would essentially be able to gain more knowledge out of the same data, and therefore potentially also encode this information better in a way that you will be able to use it more easily. This is a built-in limitation of human language, because human languages are linear. And so, and of course, there's a ongoing work on image, which are entirely different. And you may heard about terms like the word model, and those are still not here yet. But if any of this development reach into the next phase, all the imperative experience we're getting are no longer relevant, because we are talking about a very different thing now. And that can happen very quickly. And so sometimes if we are planning something that's going to take a few years to get to, and I think we should really keep really the methodology of AI as our starting point, rather than how the system works today.
Oh, yes. These are such rich points, and there's a good dialogue going on in the chat too about just the relationship of the human stack with personal agents and how that's going to evolve. We could spend the next 90 minutes talking about that, but we have 2 minutes left. So I'm going to do the classic thing one more time around just a closing thought about where you want to go in 1 or 2 sentences with this concept of the human stack, now that you've had this chance to sort of consider it a little bit. Doc, you're up. You're on mute.
I want my headstone to say, sorry, I'm back on mute. That's different than what I've thought for years, which is, damn, I was almost finished. Anyway, a couple of things. One is, I'm not sure if what you are trying to achieve is like the hourglass, then it's the personal hourglass, not the stack. The stack sort of presupposes a pile of dependencies. But we need our metaphors, so it works. I love what you're trying to do. Something we talked about in the chat is, what's the invention that mothers necessity here? What gets invented that people take one look at and say, I've got to have that. And Michael made the point that of indispensability, and I thought about how suddenly Bloomington, the town I'm in, got filled with scooters, and a lot of people hated them, but the students loved them, and they became indispensable, and the city couldn't ban them. And the whole time that the Segway was being developed, and it was called Audrey or some other thing, and Bill Gross was behind it, and it was going to be replacing the bicycle as the most fabulous thing, and it turned out not to be indispensable. But you know what? Electric bikes, powered bikes may become indispensable. Those are big now. But you see them and you got to have them, and that's something like that needs to happen here. Now, you may have an invention within this that is like TCP/IP. I mean, TCP/IP got used because, damn, it was just too useful, and it took off in part because, the phone companies, the cable companies, they had to use it. It was already there, and it was, geez, the universities and the governments and everybody, they're already using it. So I don't know, maybe you have an early vertical-ish or broad area where this could get adopted, and I have hope for that, but I don't know, we'll see. I'm taking up too much of my 2 minutes, sorry.
Nope, go ahead. Michael.
Yeah, so I said earlier on that I was going to have some thoughts on the terminologies of human stack, and then Sheila was asking why I didn't do that, and so now at the very end I'll convey my thoughts, and it stems, of course, from the fact that when you announced this panel and put it out into a wider group of people in an email chat, some folks were like, "Oh, that feels," and this is in a way leading to what Wenjing was saying, that we're doing the opposite of anthropomorphizing, actually. We're taking, machine language and we're applying it to humans, and we're making humans to be, and Doc mentioned the stack of humans, right? It's comical, but it's also, I think some people were saying, was as a concern, because why should we be like turning ourselves into these tools? And I don't think that is the spirit of what you're doing at all, obviously, Drummond. And so, but I started thinking about, like, so what is it when we say the human stack? And maybe it's just the stack is tools, right? And that's what, we said, Doc mentioned earlier on, that this is, technology is an extension of ourselves. And so I think of it like, I started thinking about, agriculture, and how, there was this wild, untamed, biology. There was this sort of this nature, and we then came up with a bunch of tools, fences and hoes and plows and things, and we were able to harness nature to our needs as humans through these tools. And in a way, AI is a form of biology, right? That analogy shouldn't be lost on people. There is this idea that this thing is out in the wild. It's an evolving, biological organism. Um, so how do we build the tools so that we harness it to our needs? Is a little bit, I just think there's an analogy there to, some of the sort of the past agricultural technological advances and things like that we've had. So that's all I want to add in there, just a little bit of, analogy drawing. So I'm done.
Very good. Sheila.
I'm just thinking about what Doc put in the chat here, which is this idea that we really need to embrace, what does it mean if an agent is fully ours, is really ours, and there's no mitigation of that? It's not an agent provided to us by some third party that's either, donated, lent, given, whatever it is, but it's almost generated, from our from us in some meaningful way. And I don't mean an origin story. I mean, like, the ownership is fully contained as an extension. And so it isn't distinct from us. And I'm running with this Doc in a direction you may not have intended, but it's not distinct from us in any meaningful way. It is us, right? The way that we would often say, Michael, people would be like, "Oh, central bank digital currency. What is that? Is it like fiat?" And we're like, "No, it literally is fiat. It is fiat. It's not different, right?" So the agent is us. It isn't like us. It's a manifestation. And I think that does, when you put yourself in that headspace, it does lead to a variety of differences in how you orient to the question that I think are really important. And I think a decision that is being made in real time within, what is evolving as the agentic web or agentic commerce is the extent to which that is true, or the degree to which it is not true. Right. And that the philosophy behind that, I think, is something that should probably be core to any sort of human stack, is this idea that it is another appendage of you. It is just the manifestation of it is an actor that is engaging in certain kinds of actions in an online environment, right? But it is not distinct. And if you think about it that way, then Wendy, to your point about, being a liability sink, you start to think about that very differently, I think. And you want to think about, when it's driver of a car, right? To what extent is the car, and that is a complicated thing. The car is not made by me. It is something that I'm driving. I have agency in what I do with it to some extent. It can fail. That's a model. Or there is the bike, which is, I think, a different model, right? We assume intention and agency differently in a bicycle situation than in a car situation, right? Our ability to comprehend what is going on is different. Right. Our ability to understand the mechanics of a bicycle are different. Our ability to have control, it's different. So maybe that's the way to think about it. Are we talking about agents as cars, or agents as bicycles, or agents as skateboards, or agents as my own 2 feet, as the pair of shoes I'm walking in? And what might those different conceptions lead us to want to have as this sort of enabling environment in which we're operating? So that's just something that I'm going to take back and think about quite a bit, because that's what this conversation has sparked for me.
And what has it sparked for you, Wendy, in your last 2 minutes?
Well, in part, it makes me think about, how do we use this technology as tools for better democratic governance with all of the challenges that democracies are facing right now, and all of the challenges that we as humans who care for one another, I think, face right now. How do we use this technology to empower better ethical self-governance and decision-making? And how do we, reclaim its power for those ends, and not, just to be bolstering the concentration of power with those who already have the power and money that comes with it. How do we, generate more distributed power, and at smaller scale, so that we can build it up into things that truly do serve all of humanity. And I'm afraid that's a lot more questions than answers, but I'm hopeful that we can build tools that give us similar hope to what we had in the early stages of the internet, that lots of small publishers and people communicating with one another could build things that were bigger than themselves, and better for the world. And learning from our experiences of the way the internet media ecosystem has changed, how do we build in breaks and guardrails that help us to govern this more effectively in the future?
Super important. That's why I love it. A decentralized trust graph working group of Trust RIP, our first task force, risk assessment and harms prevention. We're starting right there. Love it. Okay, Wenjing. Well, just because of alphabetical means you also get the last word. So over to you.
Great. I like your Steve Jobs quote, and the personal computer is a bicycle for the mind. In that term, I thought I will follow that. I do believe in some way, okay, not for everything, but in some way, especially when we talk about personal agents, like somebody, help me and support me in my daily life, very, very personal, that's sort of an agent. Then yes, I think at the end of the day, because we are only talking about computing, and we really want to have agency, we need to own it. That means don't use the cloud and own a piece of device. You actually do need to have some control physically on that thing. And it also means like you may want to know how the agents are built. So open source agents, open source data, knowing how the training process and the control process or the secret sauce behind it is known to you, right? So that we can tinker with it, we can modify it, we can produce a new one and see whether we like that better. All of those are required. You need a bicycle. You understand how it works. You can tear them apart. Those are required if you really want to very deep level of agency, I think. And so I do want to say it's not everything, but for a lot of things, very personal, we do want to, I think, drive that direction. And I think there's a lot of open source, we run out of time, that's doing exactly that. They open source the data set, the code that trains it. Unfortunately, no NPUs yet, but if we can get a open source, 50,000 GPU data center, that'll be awesome. And I think we should try to do that. I think that is fundamentally, there's no shortcut here. I think we need to do it. My last one.
This is fantastic. So I don't know about the rest of you. I am like totally 100% convinced you're going to hate me for this, but you're all recruited because we do have to pursue this. I think as a paper, Sheila, you're going to rue the day that we said, "Oh, what if we call it the urban stack?" But thank you all very much. I'm super glad. I'm sorry Tricia wasn't here, but we're gonna wangle her into this. anyone who's listening to the recording of this is going to be on the YouTube channel, and is super interested in working with us on putting together not just a paper, but hopefully a series of talks that go forward in events coming up. Luckily, we're about to head into the holidays, so I'll have some time to work together to start down that process. But I look forward to it, because I think this is one of the ways that collectively we can have a real impact, and maybe get that as we put it in the first verse, the AI rocket ship. We can get it turned in the right direction. So I want to thank you again, all of you. Wish you, I know it's early, but with Thanksgiving coming up, very happy holidays. But I will be in the background pinging you to collaborate on putting this together. And I just thank you for all of what you bring to this effort, and everyone in our audience that has been helping to contribute. This concludes the Trust RIP Symposium, and I think it was a great closing panel and note to do that on. So, and thank you to Tomas, who has facilitated all of this for it's something like going on like 20 hours of continuous content over the last 2 days. So thank you, Tomas, for that. And now, everyone, I wish you a wonderful Tomas, last words over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to all the panelists and to all the attendees, of course. And thanks a lot to you, Drummond. That was you and the whole steering committee. You did a great job, I think, during these last 2 days. So just before we say goodbye, just a little bit of housekeeping, if you will. So first of all, thanks again for joining the symposium and staying engaged throughout these 2 days. And I hope you got inspired by these great sessions, and they sparked some new ideas for you, and that will fuel your own work in this space. And thank you for being a part of this community, and for your continuous commitment to advancing digital trust. Now, as Drummond and I mentioned a couple of times, all of these symposium will be available on our YouTube channel. You just need to go to Trust Our IP playlist. For easy access, here are the QR codes. You'll be able to access each of these panels individually, along with the slides for the session that had slides. Join us. So, as you already were invited a couple of times during the last 2 days, join us in shaping the future of digital trust, of decentralized technologies. I added links here. You can join the Trust Over IP. You can join the LF Decentralized Trust. So please join us in creating the future of digital trust. Finally, also join our Discord channel. You can get in touch with the Trust Our IP community, as well as with a broader LF Decentralized Trust community, the technical people, the projects, regional chapters, and much more. And one last time, thank you for watching. And thanks again to all the panelists and the Trust Our IP steering committee for providing this fantastic content over the last 2 days. Thank you, and until next time.
And thank you, Tomas.
Thank
you.
you.
To all the panelists. You bet. Goodbye, all.
Bye.